Really good. Dr. Henry, welcome back to Florida Gulf Coast University, or FGCU as you know it. Committee, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Donna Henry. Dr. Henry is a chancellor at the University of Virginia's College at Wise. Dr. Henry, we are pleased to have this opportunity to spend some time with you. Our schedule provides for 55 minutes of committee questions of you, and then we're going to reverse the role, and we're going to give you 15 minutes to ask us questions.
Great.
That you may have. At this point, the other thing for the committee, as we did yesterday, I will let everybody know when we hit the 15-minute mark so that we can switch roles with Dr. Henry. So I think I'll get started with the first question, Dr. Henry. Why Florida Gulf Coast University, which I think we probably know, but we'll let you tell us again. But more importantly, why come back at this point in your career and apply to be the next president of FGCU? So with that, I'll turn it over and let you answer the first question.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Smith. I appreciate that. And I'm so pleased to be here today to visit with all of you. And in flying in last night, it was a little bit like coming home. So landing at RSW and seeing some of the students at the airport who are students at FGCU. And it felt a little bit like the first time I visited Wise with a very big welcoming from students and excitement over this and wanting to know, well, why are you here? And I said, well, I have some business at the university tomorrow. Oh, I'm a student at the university tomorrow. What are you doing at the university tomorrow? And I said, well, I'll be interviewing for the presidency. Oh my goodness, that's so exciting. And where are you now? And then, checked me into the car. And when I got into the car, he said, now, when you're president at Florida Gulf Coast University and I come to visit you, will you remember me? And I said, of course I will. So it's very exciting to be here. And, it's easy to reminisce of the things that I did while I was here. It was a great opportunity to be a faculty member at Florida Gulf Coast University, to see all of the changes that happened over time, and to be a part of building an institution that I'm very proud of. And I think that Florida Gulf Coast has done some great things. As you know from looking at my CV, I came in and really took on some leadership in the College of Arts and Sciences. I had an opportunity to work with the Faculty Senate and to be the chair of the Faculty Senate, the president of the Faculty Senate. And during that time was a transition in Florida. So it was a transition for Florida Gulf Coast University when the Board of Regents went away and we had a local Board of Trustees. So I had the opportunity as the Faculty Senate President to be a part of that founding Board of Trustees and to understand the leadership and the governance of the university, which I think is an important part. I took over the leadership of the College of Arts and Sciences as Dean in 2005 in an interim period. The provost asked me to step in and take over the college because there were some issues, frankly, in arts and sciences. And I was asked to help get through some SACS issues for assessment, and I was asked to help to rein in the budget, which we did, and to prepare for some of the growth and get the college prepared for growth, and we did good things. We brought in new programs and grew and developed. But after about 8 years as dean, there was a sense that I had that I was not able to make some things happen. I'm a risk taker. I enjoy moving things forward and advancing, and I felt that my leadership of the college couldn't advance. So I began looking for other opportunities. And I don't know whether UVA Wise found me or I found UVA Wise, but it's been a great opportunity for me to move forward as chancellor. I've been in a new system in Virginia, which is, I believe, one of the best systems in the country. I've had the opportunity to work with legislators in Virginia, an opportunity to work with the Board of Visitors at the University of Virginia, who has governance over UVA Wise. So it's been a great opportunity to grow and lead, and I'll give you some concrete examples as we move forward the interview today of some of the things that I've accomplished there. But I'm not looking to leave UVA-Wise. I really am not. But when I got a call from Lucy that I was nominated for the presidency at Florida Gulf Coast University, it was an opportunity that I could not overlook. I have a dear place in my heart for Florida Gulf Coast University, and I would love to come back and dig my hands back into what Florida Gulf Coast University is and create the vision for the next 20 years of Florida Gulf Coast University. What a nice thing to have that 20-year university coming up, and I think it would be an absolute pleasure for me to return and work to take Florida Gulf Coast University to its next stage of development.
Thank you. Dr. Isern, I think I will let you lead off with the first question, if you don't mind.
FGCU's shared governance tradition brings together faculty, staff, and students. We would like to know what shared governance means to you, especially the role you feel a president should take in shared governance, and how you would assess the will of these different constituencies, and if you can address any roles you've had in working with a unionized faculty.
Certainly. Shared governance, I believe, is at the heart of leadership in higher education. If you think about it, in universities, the faculty are truly the heart of the university. The faculty help to shape academic programs. The faculty teach our students. The faculty interact with our students. And they really are the heart. They're the heartbeat. They keep the place running. They do the research. They engage with the community. And our students are part of the university, and they've entrusted their education to the university. So the students really, and you want them to be a part of the university, and when they graduate, you want them to have not only fond memories of the good times that they've had, but you want them to leave knowing that they have an education so that they can be successful in their lives. So you have faculty, you have students, and then you create an administrative structure so that a university works efficiently, so that a university engages the community that it's in and moves forward. So in shared governance, I think that the leadership has to rely on and build on those people who are a part of the university. So I'll give you an example of shared governance. Strategic planning is one good example of shared governance. When you're developing a strategic plan for a university, it's not just the plan of the administration. It's a plan that everyone needs to follow, everyone from the Board of Trustees to the senior leadership, to the faculty, and to the staff and the students. So you need to engage people so that you engage all of the ideas that are a part of the strategic plan. Sometimes you need a little bit of pushing from the leadership, because if you want change at an institution, you may not get it from the faculty or from the students. And you need to reach out to the community to see what change is needed. And as a state institution, you need to know where the leadership of the state is going. Legislators know where they want to take the state, and as a state university, you have to be a part of that. So you need to set up structures, and you can set up committees, which we all do very well at universities, to guide these things. But as the senior leader in shared governance, while you reach out and you bring in ideas, and you do a needs assessment, and you do an assessment of where people want to be, the leader has to have a finger on the pulse of all of the things and decide in the end what is that vision, and then take the steps to lead it, to be the engaged person in the community, and to do the work in that regard. I do have experience in that regard, in shared governance. When I took over as the Dean of Arts and Sciences, there was a lot of work to be done in arts and sciences. And I gathered people around me who I thought had the skills and the abilities to do the work, to take the college and to put in the assessment that was needed, to ensure that the budgets were reined in and that the courses were being offered that students needed so that they could be successful. In my mind's eye, as a leader, the first person that I need to think about when I think about a university and university governance is the student. The student that's coming in needs to be served, and that student needs to have access to the courses that they need so that they can progress to degree and to graduate. And I think students need to be told, the class that came in 2016 is that you are the class of 2020. I think many students think that you go to university and you just take the time that you need to finish. But that's not responsible for them, it's not responsible for their families, it's not responsible for the taxpayers. We need to find a path so that students can access the coursework that they need and that they can graduate in 4 years. That should be the goal. You also asked about my experience working with unions. That experience would have been while I was here at Florida Gulf Coast University. There are no unions in Virginia in the university system. So I've learned a lot about some of the things that I actually miss about having a unionized faculty. With a union and a collective bargaining agreement, you know where you are with the faculty. You have a guideline. When issues come up and you have to deal with things, there's clear guidance on and policy on how you work with faculty. I was here during the transition when the collective bargaining agreement went from a statewide agreement to a local agreement here at Florida Gulf Coast University, and we made that collective bargaining agreement our own. And as dean, I worked with faculty who were unionized. Before I was dean, I was actually part of the union. So I think I understand what that means for us, and I can work with unions. I think that that's an important piece. You know, as you're looking at raises, you've got guidance. There are some things that you need to negotiate and bargain with the faculty union, but I think that that's just part of the work, the administrative work that you do. I think it's important, though, when you bring in deans who have never worked with a union before, that you give them the appropriate training so that they understand the collective bargaining agreement, so that they understand how to move forward and to work. And I think that the union, in my experience here at Florida Gulf Coast University, and the administration have had a very good relationship, at least during my time here. I don't know if that's changed in my time since I've left, but my hope would be that if I were to come in as president, that I would continue to work closely with the union and to continue to develop those good relationships.
Follow-up, or is it a follow-up question?
Yes,
or
yes.
Follow-up question by Mr. Casimir.
Yes.
Dr. Henry, you mentioned that you would like to see student graduate within the first 4 years, and this is a concern here, I believe, for the Board of Trustees and for the community at large. Can you elaborate on how you would get that done here in terms of bringing the graduation time frame from 6 to 4?
Right. Well, you know, 6 is the measure nationally that most people use about graduation rates. And, you know, and I don't know when that change happened, but that's been the standard measure for years. But I believe that we've done a lot to ensure that you can finish a degree in 4 years. You know, we've got the 120-hour rule here in Florida, so that you set up programs so that students know what classes they need to take. But I believe that we put roadblocks out there for our students so that they can't finish on time. You know, course schedules need to be developed in ways so that students can have access to the courses that they need when they need them, so that they can progress to degree. I think that advising, you need to ensure and you need to invest in advisors so that advisors can work with students. And I know here, and I believe it's in place now, but you've got the electronic degree that students can go in and actually look at their coursework and look at their degree planning to be sure to plan for the future and where they want to go. And I think that's helpful because students really need that support. I also think that early on, students may not know exactly what they want to do when they graduate. And I don't think you want to cut off all of that flexibility so that students don't have the opportunity to explore. But those first 2 years are truly about exploring. And I don't know what Career Services is doing here, but I don't believe that it's ever too early to expose students to Career Services and to bring in folks from the community where you want students to work, so that early on they're exposed to, what do I need to study? How am I going to get a degree so that I can be successful and go out and get a job? And I think the earlier you do that, the sooner you give students the opportunity to really explore what it is they want to do in their careers, so that they can move forward and do well. So I think that that's important. I know as the Dean of Arts and Sciences, we struggled to be able to offer enough courses for students to be able to progress to degree. It was one of my frustrations as Dean. And as President, I would want to do work to study and see, are we offering the courses that are needed for students so that they could progress to degree? And if not, I would have to work to reallocate resources to make sure that that happens. I also know that we have a large enrollment in degree programs in engineering and in health professions and health sciences. I know we have a burgeoning nursing program that can accommodate a lot of the students in the nursing program. And I think that we need to ensure that courses are offered at appropriate times for the students so that they can be successful. And if we need evening courses for students, that's important. And I know that there are times, and I've been at 3 universities, and I don't think it's been different at any university. There are times when faculty like to teach. But you don't always serve the students by just creating a course schedule that is at the preference of the faculty. So courses need to be offered so that students can progress to degree, and that's important. I also know that students are working, and when you're working, that creates hindrances in your schedule. There are needs. And I think it's important to bring in scholarships for students, because there are needy students who, a flat tire may prevent them from getting to school or from doing their work. But I think if you can provide alleviate some of the debt and the loans so that they can focus on their studies, that's important. So I think, all of those things will help students to progress, and it just takes a lot of effort and work and focus.
I have a follow-up question, Dr. Henry. So since you've left, the reality is our graduation rates have not changed.
Okay.
And I hate 6-year graduation, so I just want everybody to be aware as they come in and interview, 4 years is what we need to talk about. If we fix 4 years, 6-year automatically goes with it. But one of the big changes in the state of Florida since you have left is the performance-based funding metrics, which is how we get funded. Can you tell us how you view the performance-based funding metrics and give me concrete examples of what you would do to fix some of the numbers, like graduation rate, like cost of degree? What would you do in your immediate beginning of being the next president here to ensure that we start to move up the scale and start getting more money through the metrics?
Right. Well, I think that metrics are good things. When you have metrics, and they're pretty robust metrics now that I have seen. I went in to take a look at them that Florida has put in place to monitor universities. And I think, obviously, we have to pay close attention to those. Those metrics also need to align with our strategic plan, so that as you do your planning and you're making progress in your planning, you're also addressing the metrics. If you're specifically talking about progress to degree, I think that we need to look at a typical student coming in at the undergraduate level and those first 2 years, and what does that program look like? And how easy is it for a student to go through that? If you're bringing in 4,000 students, just looking at composition, 25 students in a class, that's a lot of sections of composition that you have to schedule. And you need to make sure that there are sufficient sections so that students can get through. Mathematics is another hurdle for students. Chemistry is a hurdle. If you want to focus on STEM degrees and achievement, chemistry, mathematics, biology, they're all high DWF courses where students tend to fail. And so resources need to be put in place there to support students so that they can be successful. Because if you don't pass a class and you have to go back and retake it, that you have to pay for it twice, which is not a good thing. And it challenges you. You cannot move forward in your degree program. So I think that we need to make sure we have resources there so that our students can be successful and can move forward. And then that helps them to be successful later in their degree program. So I think it's going to take, if I were to come in July 1st as president, I think the first thing I would do is work with the academic administration to look at those things. There is an Office of Undergraduate Studies, and I think the folks in that area could really help to see what the course offerings look like and say where there might be needs. And then the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences would have to look and see what they're offering, because a lot of those gen ed courses come from arts and sciences. And those two deans have to work very closely together. And if the resources aren't there, as president, I would need to work to see how we can move those resources, and those are the tough decisions that you have to make. But also at the junior and senior level, and I don't know how much of a schedule change you can make in July for fall classes, but it is something that you have to pay attention to and you have to look at to make sure that students can be successful and move forward.
Have you looked at our strategic plan? Do you think it aligns with the metrics? Have you viewed what we've just done as a board and a university on the strategic plan?
I have looked at your strategic plan, and I think that in some of the areas there are some good metrics that you can measure moving forward, but I don't think that all of the areas have very strong metrics. So I think that if I were to come in as president, I would need to re-engage that group. And really, if you're responsible for an area of the strategic plan, there need to be metrics so that you can measure that you're actually achieving those goals. And so I think that we would have to go back and do that. One of the things in the strategic plan that I developed when I went to UVA-Wise, and I stepped into that process when the strategic plan had been started, but brought the group together, and when the group developed the strategic plan and I helped to guide where they were going and make it forward-thinking, then once we had a plan, the basics of the plan, I sat down with my senior staff and I said, okay, you all need to tell me what areas of this plan you own, what area comes under your area, and then we set up metrics for each of those areas that we measure. And 2 years later, in fall of 2015, we actually published how we're working on our metrics. Have we achieved them? Are we moving forward? If we're not moving forward, I've asked my senior staff to tell me why. Is it that we have to change where we decided we were going to go? Or are we still pushing? And when it was metrics that really affected student progress, we've doubled down to make sure that students can move forward. Our chemists are piloting some new programs right now to see how they can help and support students moving forward. They're setting up extra study hours for students. So, there are things that you need to do. And as president, I can't get down in the weeds and do all of it, but I can hold people responsible who report to me to make sure that we are progressing in that area.
Don't make me pick on you. Dr. Allen looks like he wants to ask a question.
I would be happy to ask a question. We've been striving to build the visibility of our institution in a competitive marketplace for the other schools. What do you have in mind for building our institutional visibility, and what have you done at UV-Wise toward that end?
Okay, well, I'll tell you something that the folks at UVA-Wise know that I have begun to say often. When I got to UVA-Wise, I was told that the University of Virginia's College at Wise is the best kept secret in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And they said that it was a good thing because UVA-Wise is a gem. It's a public liberal arts college. It's on the move. Students do very well and are successful there. And I said, does anybody here not see that that's a problem? And they were like, well, what's the problem? I said, people don't know about us. If they don't know about us, how can they come? So we began to work very hard on getting the word out about UVA Wise. And the first thing we did was I looked at our website, and our website was outdated. You could not apply online to come to the University of Virginia's College at Wise. So I used private funds that fortunately I had access to because we have a strong donor base. So to hire a consultant group who actually came in and helped us to redesign our website. It is now a lot more robust. You can find your way around it. It's student-focused so that, students who are looking, there are a lot of reasons why you want visibility, but the main one is to recruit students. And students who are looking for universities, a lot of times they're stealth these days. They don't show up at your door to find out about you. They show up on your website. So first of all, they need to be able to find your website. So when they Google you, you want to come up at the top of the list. So it's important to maximize that, and there are things that you can do in your website so that when people search for public liberal arts colleges in Virginia, they found UVA Wise. So we redid the website and made it easier for students to apply, and made it easier for students to pay online with credit cards so that they could come to UVA Wise. So that has helped in a lot of ways. And then we started to look at marketing and ways to get the word out. So we put billboards up in the Tri-Cities Airport where most of the people come in who are coming to Southwest Virginia. 81 is the path, and it feels a lot like 75 between Fort Myers and Tallahassee. But when I go and get on 81 and I head to Richmond, there are about 5 other state universities in the Commonwealth of Virginia that you go by before you get out to Southwest Virginia, and you make the right and head north to get to Wise in the beautiful mountains of Southwest Virginia. So I said, we need to put some billboards out here so people know that we're here. They need to know you get off here and you head out to Wise to get to the University of Virginia's College at Wise. Our population of students is not unlike the population at Florida Gulf Coast University, in that half of our students are from our region in Southwest Virginia, but half of our students are also from the more populous areas of Virginia. So 25% of our students are from Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads, which is 7 hours away at the other end of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And then the other 25% of our students are from around the Commonwealth. And here, about half of our students are still from Southwest Florida at Florida Gulf Coast University. And the first big growth was from the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area, again, another large population area. So I think that, if you're looking to get the word out in Florida, those are areas where you really need to kind of put the word out, and be it through billboard, be it through, we did bus ads in Northern Virginia. And it was great because all of our alumni were driving down the road taking pictures of buses and sending us the pictures of the buses with the ads on the back saying, UVA Wise is in Northern Virginia. I texted them all back and told them I hope they weren't texting and driving. They said, don't worry, traffic stopped here, so we're okay. But I think those are some of the things you do. And then the other thing is athletics. Athletics really helps to get your name out. When in spring of 2013, when I was in Wise, Virginia, Florida Gulf Coast was still playing ETSU. That was so ETSU is in our backyard in Tennessee. And so I got a little bit of fame for having been affiliated with FGCU when our basketball team made it to, was the Cinderella team in the NCAA tournament, and I know that brought a lot of notoriety. Florida Gulf Coast had a beach volleyball player in the Olympics, and Florida Gulf Coast got a lot of notoriety for that. Athletics really does help to bring your name out. It brings it out not only in Florida, but because of the conference that Florida Gulf Coast is in, it actually brings the name to other regions. mostly in the southeastern part of the United States, but when you get into national tournaments, it brings your name out there as well. So I think those are all opportunities that you don't want to miss and that you need to afford yourself to have. There are also magazines, and sometimes you take a risk and you jump out there. UVA Wise was just featured in Virginia Business Magazine, and then we took the opportunity to buy the ad on the back of the magazine, which is all over doctors' offices across the Commonwealth. And I've told our alumni when they go into the doctor's office to flip the magazine over so that the UVA Wise ad is face up. So you know, you take the opportunities that you need so that you get the word out.
Follow up by Vice Chair Rebstorf.
Yes, I'm all for athletics. I'm an athletic person, but tell me what you would do to attract and go out and find the higher scholastic students to come to Florida Gulf Coast University. Seems like you still have a lot of passion for Florida Gulf Coast.
I do.
And how do we attract, just equal to attracting good talent of athletes, how do we attract, or how would you attract the higher scholastic student to come to Florida Gulf Coast University and feel it's their first choice?
Well, I think that you need to have quality academic programs, and you need to demonstrate the value of the degree at Florida Gulf Coast University. So what are our students doing? You showcase the successes of our alumni and where they have gone. You get the word out, and you can use YouTube to do some of these things. You interview your alumni who are successful and are doing good work out there, and you post these things on YouTube. You use social media in good ways because students who are out in the high schools, that's the way they communicate. And I think you need to get the word out. What does it mean to have a degree from Florida Gulf Coast University, and where can it take you? I know we have a lot of successful students who have gone on to get medical degrees. So you have doctors who are probably back now and serving in the region, and you showcase them. Our engineering program has graduated students who are out and doing very well. Our business school has alums who are out and really having an impact in businesses in the area, and you focus on them so that students know the quality of degree. I also know that the high-achieving students, and now my twin daughters are in 11th grade, and they're beginning to think about where they want to go to school, and they're getting courted by colleges and universities, and the things that are attractive to them as good students are a program where they can go and achieve and excel and be recognized for their high skills. So honors programs are important, and I think academic scholarships are important. So if you want to recruit the best and the brightest, you need to have some scholarships that show them that you want them to come to Florida Gulf Coast and not go somewhere else. It's very competitive. Some of the best and the brightest students get recruited by 3 and 4 schools, and that's for academic achievement. It's not unlike athletics. And if you want the best and the brightest, you really have to know where they are and make an effort through recruiting to bring them into the university. And then once they're here, their experience has to be a special experience because students are not afraid to leave and go somewhere else. So, you know, you want to keep them at Florida Gulf Coast University. You want to retain them and make sure that they can do the work that they need to do. I know that our honors program, and I saw that the honors program was part of the strategic plan, and I think that that is a good place to focus. The resources need to be there, and I think that scholarship resources are also easy things to talk to donors about. You can bring donors in. Last week, as a matter of fact, I had a group of benefactors to the college come and visit. And while they were there, we set up a panel of students who talked to them about their experience at UVA Wise. And they talked about the research projects that they had done the summer before. Some of them talked about the international study that they took. the summer before. So you bring students forward and you show people what the impact of their support for the university has on students and on student lives so that they can be successful. And that really helps to bring in the support to do the things that you want to do.
Dean Gregerson.
You mentioned the honors program, and we're in the early to mid stages of transitioning from an honors program into an honors college. And I was wondering if you might talk about how an honors college might fit into the context of FGCU and how it might help impact some of the things you just talked about.
Certainly. You know, I think an honors college is a natural growth here at Florida Gulf Coast University, and it really gives you an opportunity to enrich the experience of the students who are in that program. You can expose them to leading scholars in an honors program. You can take them and travel to places and expose them to things that they might not have. In some ways, I know FGCU still has a large first-generation college population of students, and some of the best and the brightest who go into the honors program can be exposed to higher level thinking from people that you might not do for others. So you can travel and visit and see people. Those students, you're going to want to ensure that they either have an undergraduate research experience while they're here, or that they have an internship experience. And they have to be paid because, again, these students need access to support. They can't afford to take a summer off from work. Most of our students are working. So you find the ways to support them so that they can do the good things. I know the programming in our honors program has always been very good for our students. And those students should also be your student leaders. They're going to be very active in other things, and you can use that to benefit the rest of the student population and have them relate with others along the way. But I think that you attract those students and you do good things with them. And they can also help you to build that reputation and help to get the name out. Because if you can get them placed, if you can get them into the Rhodes Scholars, which I think is one of the goals, is to get some Rhodes Scholars coming out of our honors program. That helps to build the reputation. Also sending them on to some of the international programs to do research is another thing that can help to get the word out. So it's making contacts, it's doing that outreach, and really putting those resources there to support those students to be successful.
Mr. Morton.
Morning.
Good morning.
The least common denominator of any commodity is price. And the state legislature and the Board of Governors is interested in how can we make each of our universities distinguished in certain categories so that each university or the universities collectively will be known as excellent throughout the state and throughout the country in particular disciplines. In order to do that, we have to effectively deal with the legislature, and we have to deal with the Board of Governors, we have to deal with boards of trustees, et cetera. But in particular, in your letter, you talk about successfully negotiating and working with the state legislature. How would you work with the legislature, the Board of Governors, to develop a strategic plan to demonstrate a willingness and a vision that this particular subject is going to make, or this particular discipline is going to make FGCU unique?
Okay. So there are really two parts in that. One is working with the legislature and the boards of trustees and boards of governors, and then the other part is really the vision for Florida Gulf Coast University. So I think there are a lot of opportunities at Florida Gulf Coast University for distinction. One of them, which I frankly was surprised appeared to be missing from the strategic plan, is the strength that we have in the STEM disciplines. I think that our programs in arts and sciences, and that includes biology, chemistry, biotechnology, marine science, environmental science, have a true impact on the region. Our faculty are sought after to help solve problems in the region and across Florida. So I think that that is an area that we need to invest in. I think that that program could be the first PhD, could come out from that area at Florida Gulf Coast University. And I think that the faculty who are there could make that happen. And I think that that would be an important area to put resources. Lutgert College of Business has some very strong strengths. The entrepreneurship piece, I think, is vital not only for our students and our graduates to understand entrepreneurship, because, you know, when you look at the Department of Labor and you look at the statistics of jobs that exist, the jobs that exist today, half of them didn't exist 5 years ago. So we're actually training students to go into a job market in 5 years that we're really not certain what all the jobs are going to be. I mean, some of the jobs, you know, healthcare is pretty easy to predict. Education, you know, we need educators who are out there working. Those are pretty easy to predict. But those transformative jobs, the jobs in business, really, and it's part of the American way, frankly, that we need entrepreneurs who will go out and they're going to create the jobs of the future. Technology jobs, if we're not convinced after the shutdown that happened across the internet about a month ago, I guess, that hackers can come in and really take over the United States. I don't know what more you need to convince yourself. We have a software engineering program here that's graduating students that can really go out and have an impact there. But with entrepreneurial skills, they can do better. So I think entrepreneurship has to be a focus. I got a little passionate about that one. But in the health professions, the demand for nurses, the demand for physical therapists, particularly with the aging population that's here in Southwest Florida, I think that we could do a lot to serve that. Healthcare is changing across the United States, and I think we're going to see a lot more changes in the next 4 years in that regard, and we have an opportunity to step up and have an impact there. So as I'm working with the Board of Governors, I think that those are our strengths. I would work with the Board of Governors to see where we can serve Florida best, get their opinions and ideas, but also knowing where we have our strengths. But you've got to look out. Who is it, Wayne Gretzky, who says, you know, you're not looking where the puck is, you've got to look at where the puck's going to wind up. And not that I'm a hockey player, but we need to know where we need to be so that we can support Florida to make those moves in higher education, so that Florida is recognized across the country as a place to get a degree. And as far as working with legislators, you need to know your legislators. You need to work with them so that they understand how they can help you to achieve and do the work that you need to do. I was fortunate in my time as Dean of Arts and Sciences to work with Raymond Rodriguez for 8 years. Raymond is masterful with budgets, and he really helped me to get my budget in line when I was Dean of Arts and Sciences, and gave me the information that I needed so that I could make good decisions about resource allocation within the college. Raymond has been very successful in the Florida legislature, and I think that he would be a good advocate. He's someone who I know that I could work with as a legislator from the region who's now in Tallahassee. And I would work to get to know all of our other legislators. And that's a fun part of the job. The only thing that amazes me is, you know, in Florida, I know how long it takes to get to Tallahassee from Fort Myers. I've made that trip a while when I was on the Board of Trustees to go up and meet with the other Senate presidents. And then I moved to Virginia, and I still have a 6-hour drive to get to Richmond. So that's something that I'm used to, and it's just part of what you have to do. You have to be there so that you know what the demands are from the state, so that you can achieve them and work forward.
So if I could summarize, that's part of your job, to
Of
be with
course,
the legislature and be up there and be visible.
of course it is.
If I might, Mr. Chair? One additional point?
Yeah, because I want to have a follow-up question with her, but go ahead.
I would just like to echo the fact that healthcare in our community is a wonderful opportunity, and a challenge I've given to the Board of Governors and to the Chancellor and to everyone concerned with healthcare. Our state university system only graduates 9% of the registered nurses in the entire state of Florida, and has ceded that market to schools other than state university and state colleges, and it's a real challenge for our SUS to stand up and make a difference.
It's a great point. I want to follow up or clarification. So as you answered the question, you said you would look to the Board of Governors to help understand what we needed. I'm looking for a visionary leader, so can you help me understand, because I'm looking for someone who is the president to be in the business community to know those answers. I'm not looking for someone to ask outsiders what we need in our region. So I just want to clarify with you and make sure I'll give you the opportunity to maybe expound on that if you were the president, and how you would view determining what the needs are and what degrees we need here to service our 5-county region. So I would just ask you to clarify that for me if you would.
Certainly, and I appreciate your asking for that clarification, because I wouldn't want you to leave with the thought
That's why I asked.
Thank you. So obviously, as the president of Florida Gulf Coast University, I will be out in the community here across our 5-county region, getting to know the businesses, and I know some of them already. So, you know, I know the folks at Arthrex. I know some of the leaders in the real estate area. So, you know, I would get out and I would work with them, and we need to know what their needs are so that we can respond to those needs, and have students who are supporting that, and create a vision of where I think we need to be in that regard. And I talked about some of our programs of excellence and how I think we can serve. The responsiveness and the work with the Board of Governors really is, they have the broader view of the university system across Florida and their expectations and their needs. And I think they will create some opportunities that we can respond to and work with. And it's back in that shared governance model. I don't expect and can't expect them, nor the Board of Trustees, to be the ones making the university get to where it needs to be. That vision has to come from the president. And that vision is not something that you write and put next to the mission statement and put it in a drawer. That vision has to be evident and out there so that people know what Florida Gulf Coast University is about. Are we going to be a Research One institution in the next 10 years? No. I don't believe that that is part of our mission. But are we going to have centers of excellence around research? You better believe it. I think that that's something that we need to do. And I think that we have the faculty here who are prepared to do that. They just need the resources and the support. I noticed that our grant funds have actually declined since I was here as the Dean of Arts and Sciences. So I need to find out why, what's happening there. Are we not making those contacts in Washington, D.C. to find out, you know, what grant opportunities are there that we can use for our faculty to be successful and to do their research? So, you know, I think that those are things that I'm not sure why we've gone. I know the faculty have increased here, but why that support's not there. Other resources that you need to bring in externally are from foundations. There are state-level grants that we could be going after here at Florida Gulf Coast University that I'm not sure that we've taken advantage of all of those opportunities. And you need to provide the support for faculty so that they can do that. And you can leverage private funds along the way to make that happen as well. There aren't as many federal grants out there as they used to be. The NSF has cut back, the NIH has cut back, but you can use private funds and leverage some of that to move forward. So my vision truly is for Florida Gulf Coast University to be a university of excellence, where students come in and graduate in 4 years, and they go out into successful careers, which I know our jobs rate is great at Florida Gulf Coast University, so we have to keep that. And that when students go on to graduate programs, they're successful, and we'll do it across our areas of excellence, which we have areas of excellence in engineering, entrepreneurship, and health professions, and I believe in the STEM fields. And then culturally, we need to serve our region, and we can do that through our programs in visual and performing arts.
Dean Gregerson.
Following up with what you were just talking about, spend a little bit of time talking about your role in external fundraising and the developing resources in that area from private sources.
Okay. Developing resources in private sources really is the best part of the job, because you get to brag on what you do well. And you talk to people about, not only you're talking about needs, but you're talking about what you do well and how you want to do things a little bit better. Private funding can come in a lot of ways. I talked about scholarships and support for that. Endowed professors are another way that you can enhance programs. So if there are areas that you want to grow and expand, you can work to get resources to endow professorships and develop programs. And that can showcase some of the excellence at the university. And while I was here as Dean of Arts and Sciences, we did some of that and had endowed professorships and recruited stellar faculty into those areas. Private funding also has to come in to support athletics. You can't use state funds in athletics. Florida Gulf Coast University made the decision to transition to Division I. We're in a very competitive conference, and if you want to do well, I mean, the worst thing you can do to get name recognition is to go in Division I athletics and not do well. So you need scholarship support there. You need facilities that are going to be state-of-the-art. And so you do need private donors who will help to support that. And I know that Florida Gulf Coast University has been successful in that. You know, the other piece of fundraising is capital. Because I know, you know, we used to have Cortellis matching funds. I don't think they've come back. But that also helped to attract donors to give to the capital construction here at Florida Gulf Coast University. Some of our buildings are beginning to age. Some of our older buildings are 20 years old. So those resources need to come in to help ensure that we stay state-of-the-art and that we have facilities that are attractive and that the maintenance isn't too high. So those are some of the resources that you need to work on. How do you do that? You need to know, A, your alumni, but we do have a young alumni here still. So I don't know that the alumni from Florida Gulf Coast have the capacity or the means to support the university. But we do have a region who wanted higher education in Southwest Florida. I know a lot of those people, and I would go back to them and re-engage those conversations, but I know there are a lot of people who I don't know. I also know that presidents from around the country come to Naples in the winter to meet with people because Naples is a very wealthy community. So it's something I actually, if you can imagine, from Wise, Virginia, every winter I would come down and meet with some of our donors who winter in Naples. So it is a community that I need to work with you all to help introduce me to the right people, you all meaning those of you on the boards of trustees, if there are people I need to know, people who are interested and who have opportunities. And then it's my job to get out there and work with them. I was a member of the Edison Estates Board when I was here as the Dean of Arts and Sciences, and that provides entree to all of the folks in Fort Myers who have the ability and the means to support the university. Our work with the Kapnick Center and the Naples Botanical Garden, working with that board, there are also a lot of people with the means who can help and support us at Florida Gulf Coast University. My husband and I love to entertain. We have a beautiful home at the University of Virginia's College at Wise. And we bring major donors into our home, and we dine with them. My husband likes to cook. He's a wine enthusiast. We have good evenings and conversations. And that's all part of it, to talk about, sometimes in a casual setting or in a more formal setting, about the university, about your goals, about where you're headed. And it is a family thing. When you're the president of a university, you're not the president by yourself. I rely on my husband to help with the entertaining, with working with donors. My husband actually has brushed off his golf game. We have a membership at the Lonesome Pine Country Club, and it helps him to stay connected with the donors. When we do our golf tournament, while I'm not a golfer, I'm actually a pretty good putter. So I actually get out there on the 15th green of the golf tournament at the Virginian in Abingdon. And as everybody comes through the tournament, I extend their putt on the 15th green. You know, I get a couple of holes in one, and that makes everybody happy. But that gives me an opportunity to interact with people so that they know me and I know them, and I can talk about the college and the university. So I'm very comfortable doing that. And at some point, when you're fundraising, you need to make the big ask. So, you know, you put out your ideas, you work with folks, and then you ask for the support that you need. And that's a very important thing. And I work closely with my Vice Chancellor for Development in doing that. So you have to do all of your homework so that you know how to make that ask, how much to ask, and then you make the ask, and then you move forward from there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have time for one last quick question. Mr. Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The university retains a strong sense of ownership by people on campus and by the counties of the Southwest Florida region, many of whom advocated for and were involved in founding the institution. What would you do to serve as the external face of Florida Gulf Coast community and to ensure that those relationships continue to be cultivated and enhanced for the benefit of the university and those outlying communities? And if I would add on a little bit, we talk of Naples and Fort Myers, but we have those other counties like Charlotte, Glades, even as we said yesterday, Highlands County is starting to participate more down here and come down. I worry a lot about those outlying communities.
Right.
We need service. We need attention.
I agree. You know, we happen to be in Lee County, and, you know, that's our location, and that was a decision that was made. But we do serve a region. We are a regional university. And so, you know, outreach has to happen to the other counties, to Charlotte. We also are a region which has some similarities to where I am in Wise, in that we have a very wealthy part of a population, and we have a population that is very low in wealth, so in Immokalee. And I think we need to serve those regions as well and provide access. And part of that, I think, is why there is really a strong need for scholarships and outreach to those communities, so that those students have access to higher education. And that has to be part of the mission of Florida Gulf Coast University. Really needing to know the needs. The other part of the community is we do have a strong Southwest Florida State College. I can't get used to not saying Edison, but Southwest Florida State College has to be a partner with us. I know they are offering some four-year degrees, but we need to help the students who graduate from there with associate degrees to go on and continue their education here. We had a strong relationship with them in the past. I know the current president, Jeff Albritton, and I believe that I could work very well with him to see how we could better help those students. And they do have outreach and access into all of the counties in our region. And I think that would be another way for us to serve the students who are across Southwest Florida who could come to Florida Gulf Coast University and be successful. And looking at those numbers have gone down, those transfer students. And I think that's another way that we have capacity and we can help in that regard. So serving the region is important. The other part to your question, Mr. Harrington?
I think, it's my opinion, I believe that we need to see more of the face of the university in our community.
Yes.
The Renaissance Academy does, I think, very, very well, but we need to be more engaged with the university somehow. Yes, we're 35, 40 minutes away, but there needs to be some way we need to be more engaged, and probably the effort needs to be more on our part. We need to be reaching out and asking, can you serve us in some way or another?
Right. You know, as chancellor, I serve a region that is very diverse. So there are 7 coalfield counties in Southwest Virginia that UVA-Wise serves. I happen to be in the county seat of Wise County in the town of Wise. Having a university in Wise is kind of a fun thing. You can have a play on names. But there are 6 other counties that we serve that I need to be a part of and need to be seen in. And so it's travel time, it's driving time, and in the mountains it's fun driving time because there's a lot of curvy roads, but you do need to get out and be in places. So there are economic development councils that I go out and speak to and talk with. There are businesses that need to see me and have access to me so that I understand what their needs are so that we can help to serve them, so being a part of that. Also, I'm a Kiwanian. I'm a Kiwanian in 2 different cities, which helps to give me outreach and to be out in the region in that regard. I work with the IDAs across the region, and I need to be aware of their needs and their resources. So it's travel time. It's getting out and knowing people. It's traveling around the region and spending time. So, you know, as I look at my schedule and my day, I live on the campus of UVA-Wise. My home is there. I walk my dogs. I get a chance to interact with the students regularly as I'm around and about. My office is right there, so I know the campus community, but I also know that I'm external. So my day is spent out in the community, going to hotels, going to openings of new businesses, and working with people across the region. I'm a member of the Southwest Virginia Health Authority. Right now, we're going through a major merger of our health authority. 2 systems are planning to come together. We had to do our due diligence to see what the impact of that would be. As a member of that, I had to know the needs across the area so that we could best serve those needs in our decision-making about that merger. So you can't do it in isolation. If you serve a region, you have to be out in that region so that people know you and you know them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, at this time, we were running a little bit over, but I thought it was a good exchange. But we have about 10 minutes left for you to ask us any questions you may have. So I will just ask that you address the questions to me, then I'll try to pass them off to whoever I think would be the best person to answer your question.
I would be happy to. Tell me a little bit about the capital funding and where we are in that at Florida Gulf Coast University.
I will turn that over to Mr. Call, who is the chair of the foundation. Mr. Call.
All right, thank you. And it's a great question. And I liked your answers. I normally ask that question about yourself, and you did a great job of telling us how, and I agree with you. My wife, my spouse helps me tremendously in my job as well. So we have a capital campaign that we set a site at $100 million raise, and we started that about 3 years ago. We wanted that to coincide with the 20th anniversary. So next June, July timeframe is our 20th anniversary. So we'll be glad to announce that we will reach that 100 million, and we are north of 90
So we're $90+ million into that campaign, and in fact feel very comfortable that we have some people on board to bring us above that 100. But we're not there, so anybody that wants to give, watching, streaming, feel free to do so. But we feel very comfortable with that. And to that point, it's a very, you know, the communities. It's a very giving community, all the way up the coast, not just in Naples, Fort Myers, but even up in Henry and on up the coast. So it's been a joy to be the leader of something like that. So and Chris Semino runs that as our developer for that. So is doing a great job for us too.
That's great. Okay. The next question that I have is around the relationships that Florida Gulf Coast has with, I mentioned Southwest Florida State College. Can you tell me a little bit about that and how we work with them?
Dean Gregerson.
Well, as you mentioned, we have a long history of working with Florida Southwestern. They continue to be by far our biggest supplier of transfer students, and we get them all across the board in all our programs. I think you mentioned a decrease a little bit, and I think largely that has to do with the 4-year programs that they now offer that are keeping their students on their campus beyond the associate's degree. But it continues to be a strong relationship. It continues to be, again, by far our biggest supplier of transfer students, and I think we'll continue to do so into the future. Having said that, there's certainly room for improvement in that relationship and continuing to grow that relationship.
Great. I noticed a few weeks ago there has been some racial issues here at the college, some things being written on boards and some student strife in that regard. Can you tell me a little bit about that? And, you know, I've sort of seen it from the outside and the media reports, but how are we doing with that? Do we believe that it's a true concern here at the college, something that we worry about?
Well, I will answer part of that, and then T, I think I'm going to have you or Trustee Elnius answer the other half of it. Anytime something like that's happened, it's not okay.
Right.
And anybody who thinks that it is very misaligned in life. Given that it's happened, it is a concern, so there is a definite concern. As a trustee, I've watched how the president and Trustee Elnius, who is the student body president, have worked together with the students to come to how we're going to move forward in a positive way. I've been very pleased with the students. I think they've handled themselves very well and very appropriately. They've used their rights, as they should have, to air concerns in a variety of different forms or methodologies, but very proud of the students and how they conducted themselves. And so I think I'll let T, as the student, tell us how they feel, but from my perspective as an outsider not involved in it day in and day out, I think that the students have done remarkably well, and we're very proud of their actions. I think the administration has done an equally admirable job in how they've worked with the students to kind of bring this to a place where they're moving forward and hoping for better outcomes as we have incidents like this that may happen. Hopefully we have no more, obviously, but I think they're working to a vision of how we move forward to educate, inform, and those kind of items. So T, I would ask that from a student's perspective, maybe you handle the other half of that question.
All right, I can do that. I think when it comes to diversity and race relations anywhere, whether it's on campus or anywhere throughout the United States, there's always work to be done because as much as the university is doing to address some of the students' concerns, there's more that needs to be done to educate the student population in general. And being that diversity is one of the key components of our university, I think that as the big thing that students on our campus are looking for is somebody that's willing to come in to that fold and understand the different components that comes through from our student population, and understanding the variety that we have on campus with the international students, with the students of color, as well as with the majority student population. So it's really continuing that progress, continuing that work, to continue those conversations, working with the students to really live up to our commitment to diversity and educating members of our community so we can have a better country in the long run.
It's a great answer. Tell me a little bit, I'll point it back to you. I think it's going to go back to the student, but about student engagement and students, what students really want to see in their next president.
T, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll take that. I would say the biggest thing that students want to see is a president that's willing to take the direction that is given from the Board of Governors, from the Board of Trustees, the performance metrics and all of that, and encompass it with the current student culture, the current dynamic that our students have, and make it a part of who we already are, and not create try to reinvent the wheel. Because I think the majority of students have those things that they find dear to their hearts, whether it's diversity, whether it's environmental sustainability, any of those key components. Students have that already. It's figuring out how do we mold that with the things that we are trying to accomplish. And that's what the students are looking for in the president, somebody that's willing to come in, take the direction, but infuse that direction into our student culture and the life that we have already on this campus, and enhance those key areas that can better address the major concerns of graduation rates and retention, and keep us a part of that campus spirit.
That
Time
sounds
for
great.
one more question, Dr. Henry. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to give feedback from the student point of view, since I have two members of my family that are involved.
Mr.
Okay.
Morton.
They want to be treated as clients.
Okay.
There's a top-down mentality that pervades in all of education. And we're dealing in a very competitive environment.
We are.
And the best students can pick where they want to go. And students as clients or as customers, we have to engage, and we're a team. And they want to be members of that team, but they don't want to be spoken at, they want to be spoken to.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Time for one more question, Dr. Henry.
Okay. My question is a little bit about the student population here at Florida Gulf Coast. I understand that 90% of our students are from Florida, and then 10% are a mix of out-of-state and international students. And I know a lot of state universities are struggling with that mix. And do we feel like that's the right mix? Do we feel like we would like to have more international students, or outreach and have more out-of-state students coming to Florida Gulf Coast University? It helps to diversify the population. It also helps to get the name out. If we really want to be a research, if we want to move in that research mode, we might need to do some of that. So I was just wondering, what is your sense of that?
So I would just tell you that we feel that our service area is the 5-county region first and foremost.
Right.
It is from a trustee's perspective, and listening as we've watched them develop the work plans for the Board of Governors, the strategic plan for the university, that the state is the next highest need to bring people in. No doubt, at the end of the day, we want the best and brightest to look at Florida Gulf Coast University as a destination for their education. But the reality is that we do attract some very high-quality students from out of state. It's not a lot of places in the U.S. that you can go to the beach within 15 minutes of your campus, or have a beach on campus for that matter. So we are going to attract those students who are some of the best and brightest from out of the state. But I would say that my understanding from the administration is that we think this is a pretty good balance. I think there's some opportunity, and I think they are exploring that on the graduate student side, along with the undergraduate for international students to come in. There are some efforts with Central and South America, I believe, to attract students from there. But I think that they would tell you that the balance is pretty good for what our mission is. That we've kind of found a good balance. Not to say it couldn't change some, but I think they would tell you today that their opinion would be it's a pretty good balance.
Great.
I'm going to let Vice Chair Rebsdorf ask one question,
I
but
know,
she's got to be quick, or a comment, very
It's just
quick.
to add on.
Yes.
You know, none of us forget why we needed Florida Gulf Coast University here, because we didn't have a four-year university within this region. So we don't want to forget that and forget the students that are here in the back door. But I tell the students every day when I go and talk to students, we're not your safety net school any longer.
Right.
And they have to accept that. And they want to come here now. They're so proud to wear FGCU shirts. And I say, it starts in the 6th grade. When you start hitting middle school, you better think about Florida Gulf Coast University is selective now. It's not a safety net. So that has been a little tough since the early years, because we do want to take the students here, but they have to be the quality students. We're to that point.
Yes, they have to be successful.
That's right.
So they can be successful.
Because our funding is based on success.
Yes.
That is the bottom line. Well, Dr. Henry, we've enjoyed talking to you today. On behalf of the whole committee, I want to thank you for taking time to come all the way down from Virginia and visit with us today. And once again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciated my time with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, we will stand in recess. As we talked about earlier, we're going to have a little extended recess. So once again, we have the conference room if anybody wants to go in there to work, or feel free to sit here and work. But we will, so we're going to all eat lunch at about 12:45. So if you want to see what Harry does next. Adjourn the meeting. I have to put my glasses on, as we all know. I did reconvene. Oh, I re-adjourned? Oh, I need to reconvene, sorry. You can tell we're on target today. Dr. Abraham, welcome to Florida Gulf Coast University, or FGCU, as you will hear us affectionately call it. Committee, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Martin Abraham. Dr. Abraham is the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Youngstown State University. Dr. Abraham, we are pleased to have this opportunity to spend some time with you. Our schedule provides for 55 minutes of committee questions of you, and then we're going to reverse roles, and we're going to give you 15 minutes to ask us anything that you may have on your mind regarding questions we ask or other items we have not covered. I'm going to get started with the first question, Dr. Abraham. So I'd like to know why Florida Gulf Coast University, and why at this point in your career would you be interested in the position of president of our fine institution?
Well, let me start off first of all by saying thank you for taking your time and inviting me to come and interview. It really is a pleasure to be here. I did get here a little bit early this morning, so I had a little bit of a chance to walk around the campus. Beautiful location, beautiful campus. Everything looks wonderful, and it really is a pleasure to be here and to be able to visit with you and talk with you about my interest in the position. I know there was some discussion that I saw in one of your local newspapers a couple of days ago talking about my interest in this position, and I do want to reassure the committee that I am very much interested in this position. I think this is a great opportunity for me, and I'll go into a lot of the reasons why in a little bit. You know, I did tell my local newspaper that I had not been out looking for anything, and that's a true statement. I was not seeking a position particularly. Lucy and her folks did an excellent job coming and talking to me and convincing me that this was a good opportunity for me. And as she described what you have going on here, the new university, 20 years old, some of the characteristics of the university in terms of the activities that you have and the things that you're looking for, she was able to convince me that this would be a tremendously good opportunity for me. And so I'm real thrilled to be able to be here and be able to investigate with you and learn together what the opportunities look like and what the fit might be for this as an opportunity for me, and I hope as an opportunity for you as well. I want to get in, let me spend a little bit of time talking a little bit about some of the things Lucy's informed me of and I've been able to read about based on the information that's been available. So first of all, I think one of the strengths that I have that probably will benefit this university is my background, first of all in engineering, but even more than that, as a systems thinker. I have the ability to be able to look at a challenge, look at a problem, and be able to see the solution and then figure out the steps in order to get to the solution. So, you know, I can look at the wholeness of the problem and how the various parts of the jigsaw puzzle can come together to create a new or a better, improved system. And so I think that gives me the ability to work at a level of provost and I believe probably as president as well, that will allow me to be successful in a university like Florida Gulf Coast. One of the other things that I really like about Florida Gulf Coast is the fact that you're still relatively young in your time. I've been fairly successful in my history working at young organizations, even if they're part of an older university. A couple of examples that I've had experience with. I was at University of Toledo as the graduate dean, 13, 14 years ago at this point. And at the time, there were 3 universities in that area, 2 of them actually in Toledo, and the state was looking to consolidate. And so it made sense for the University of Toledo and the Medical University of Ohio to come together. In advance of doing that, they were looking at bringing together the graduate programs of the 2 universities, and my task as graduate dean was to create this merged graduate college that functioned on behalf of students at the university and at the medical university, and put that together and make that system work. I think I did that successfully, and I think they've had, since I've left, they've had great success in doing that. As you have in my credentials, I was the founding dean of the STEM college at Youngstown State. It was another situation where I was given an opportunity to create something from things that not much existed. We had a College of Engineering and portion of a College of Arts and Sciences that was merged into it, and we had to create the entire mechanism by which that college was going to operate. It was, we built it working together with the faculty, with the department chairs. We built those mechanisms, we built those processes. We created a college that had started off with a College of Engineering that had a great history, but really had fallen off over recent times. In fact, that was the provost's impetus for creating that merged college, the College of STEM. And we were able to create a college that took the best of both worlds, the science world, the engineering world, put them together to create something that was better than the sum of its parts, and really made the STEM college, again, the flagship college at our university. And I'm still very proud of that accomplishment. And the third reason I really like Florida Gulf Coast is much more personal. As a researcher, I've been interested in sustainability for 20 to 30 years. I supported graduate students. We did research in the area of sustainability. Now, we were coming at it from a chemical engineering perspective, but I evolved in my activities to do that from a more broader perspective, looking at sustainability issues on a grand scale. You'll see buried in the Vita somewhere, in some of the service activities that I've done, I was the chair of the American Chemical Society's Committee on Environmental Improvement at one point. American Chemical Society is the largest scientific professional society in the country. And the Committee on Environmental Improvement was basically the arm of the American Chemical Society that was engaged in issues of sustainability for the whole world of chemistry. And so I was the chair of that group, and we were doing a lot of work in that area, developing policy and working on activities that were really critical to what we felt was going to be the future of sustainability. So I was very much engaged in that. I very much enjoyed those types of activities, and I would very much welcome the opportunities to do that here. And there's one more thing that really hits me, and I looked at, and this is even more personal than that. I have a daughter who graduated college 3 years ago at this point. 4 maybe, we're getting close to. Her undergraduate degree was wildlife conservation. She then went on and did a master's degree in environmental science, and she's now working in Hawaii rescuing shorebirds. And so I have personal love through my daughter for a lot of these environmental issues and ecological issues. And by working with her and listening to her, I've gained an appreciation for some of those issues that even go beyond the engineering issues, so now even a broader perspective on some of the environmental challenges that we face. And I'm really looking forward to having the opportunity to continue to investigate those as part of Florida Gulf Coast.
Thank you. Dr. Isern.
Dr. Abraham, Florida Gulf Coast University's shared governance tradition brings faculty, staff, and students. Furthermore, enhancing diversity is a high priority at FGCU. We would like to know what shared governance means to you, especially the role you feel a president should take, and if in your answer you could please tell us about a time that you adapted your style to work effectively with those who are different from you.
Okay. So shared governance is a very, it's a very important issue for a university like this. We have a lot of concerns and a lot of challenges in shared governance and a lot of need to have to get inclusion, not only amongst the faculty, which is typically who we think about when we think about shared governance, but also including the staff and, quite frankly, including the students. The challenge with shared governance is that it's difficult sometimes to get all of the types of involvement that you need to get. And it's difficult at times to reach a solution and reach an answer. And so when you get to issues of shared governance, you have to manage a process that makes sure that you get the input and the value that you need from the various folks that you're looking to have engaged. But you still need to reach a conclusion and make a decision. And so you have to manage that process of shared governance to get yourself down the road so that you can get recommendations and you can get good action and good opportunity. I have a good example of how shared governance doesn't work that I've been involved in over the past couple of years as provost, but how sometimes bad shared governance gets us to good shared governance. And so we have a committee of faculty that reviews the applications for sabbaticals at Youngstown State. And last year, the committee did their review and gave me a response that said, we think all of these faculty proposals are very good and you should support all of them. And that was all I got from the committee. We think they're all good, you should support them all. What that left me with, and by the way, I went back to the committee and asked them again, do you want to give me some real feedback, some input that I can use to help me make some decisions? And basically I got, nope, we think they're all good, and you should support them all. Well, I went through all of them, and I selected the ones that I felt were the strongest. I knew that I wasn't going to, or I could support them all, but I didn't think they were all qualified to be supported. And I supported most of them. I think we had maybe 15 of them that year, and I supported maybe 12. This was last year. I don't think that's good shared governance. It qualifies because I got input, but I didn't really get good input. This year I got good shared governance because the committee this year did a really thorough job of reviewing those applications. First of all, I think I had more applications. I haven't finished the process yet. We're in the middle of it. But they gave me the applications and they said, these are the ones we really like. These are the ones that some people like, but the committee really doesn't recommend or can't recommend. These we don't think you should support. And then they gave me a paragraph for each explaining why. So I think what's happened in this case is we had bad shared governance because we had shared, but we didn't get the right inputs. This year we have good shared governance. We got great input from the committee, and we were able to get some great responses. So we have to manage those processes in order to be able to get the types of things that we're looking for. Now, I know my answers are starting to run a little long, but you also asked me about diversity issues. And I wanted to touch on issues of diversity for a few minutes before I finish up. Because diversity is a tremendous challenge for us. It's something that is, I think, becoming more and more difficult as we become more and more metric-driven. Our performance metrics drive us to exclude qualified students who have had challenges prior to getting to college life. I know we see this at Youngstown State. We've seen a real, not a drop-off in the applications, not even a drop-off so much in the admissions, but a drop-off in the retention of our underrepresented students. And so we have to be very proactive in identifying the specific needs of the underrepresented populations, whether it's a sexual orientation, whether it's an ethnicity, whether it's a religious, whatever it is. We have to understand what those challenges are, and we have to take appropriate actions so that we can be successful and help those students to be successful. We can't afford, one of the solutions as you get to performance metrics is you raise your admission standards. Well, if you raise your admission standards, that has a disproportionate impact on underrepresented populations, not because they're poorer students or they're worse students. I know our enrollment manager at Youngstown State talks about the average ACT score. And the average ACT score of all ACT takers is, I think, 21.5, 22, somewhere in that range. The average ACT of score for an African American student is somewhere around 19. This is a national statistic. So if we set our cut point at 19, we're clearly disadvantaging the average African American student. And that's a problem, because many of those African American students, or any of the underrepresented populations, can be perfectly successful at the university. We just have to be sensitive to their needs and make sure that the programs are in place that are sensitive to their needs, that the faculty and the advisors and the staff are all sensitive to their needs, so that they can respond effectively when there's a challenge and help those students to be successful with their college career. We see tremendous success for all of our students as they move through the university and they graduate and they get jobs. And there's no reason that the underrepresented populations shouldn't be able to do that as well.
Dr. Israel with a follow-up question.
Yes, a follow-up on the shared governance question. So it is my understanding there was a recent campus climate survey that was unfavorable towards the provost's office. Can you comment on that, please?
I can. There was, and it was unfavorable to senior leadership at large and with a specific emphasis on the provost's area. I can't say I'm surprised that they would single out the provost's area. If they're unhappy with things that are going on campus, certainly amongst the faculty, you're going to see that emphasis placed at the provost's area. That's where senior leadership primarily interacts with faculty. So that's why the challenge is primarily at the faculty level. The challenge, the issue for us, is we did a campus climate survey. We did this back in the spring. We got our results in the very early part of the fall. The data is not good. It shows a lot of challenges in terms of a lot of areas that we have. And this is the Great Colleges to Work For survey that we used. And it was at my insistence that we used a nationally benchmarked survey, because I wanted to know where we stood relative to other institutions. And when we got the results, it showed challenges in 3 areas, 2 areas really, that came back to saying there's a problem with senior leadership, but there were 2 areas really that were concerns. One was an area of shared governance, and one was the area of communication. And you can imagine that if those are the 2 biggest challenges, then that leads you to concerns about the senior leadership piece. Seeing that communications was one of the challenges that we had at senior leadership, I felt that the right thing for us to do when we got the results of the survey was to broadly disseminate the results of the survey and to take ownership for it. If we've got these concerns with communications and with shared governance, senior leadership has the responsibility to help find our way out of that challenge. And so we went out and we disseminated the information and we said, this is an area of concern. We share your concern. Let's talk about how we fix the problem. How do we get better? So in addition to presentations that shared the results, we also then went forwards with a series of open forums. And the open forums were intended to get input from faculty and staff. Okay, we've heard you, we know what the problems are. How do we fix them? What should we do next in order to get better? Because our objective is to get better. And we think everybody shares that objective. And so in the beginning or middle of September, we started these series of open forums. The 1st of November, I think it was November 2nd, we got the results from all of the comments in these open forums. There were 886 comments that were compiled by a team of 9 individuals into the document that is available on our assessment office's webpage. Some of you may have looked at. And it points out a whole lot of challenges, and and it gives a series of actionable items, or some actionable items. The challenges we knew about from before, so those aren't really, that's not new information. But the actionable steps is new information. And so the next step for us is to take this information that we've received so that we can begin to do some things that are going to help us get better. Our next step, where we're headed at this point, and we're just embarking on this process, is to put together a steering committee. And we're calling it the Excellence Steering Committee because, quite frankly, everything that's been identified as challenges and possible solutions is not everything that's out there. There are other challenges that we know, and there are other challenges that we're going to find as we start to investigate a little further. And there are other solutions that may come up. And as we do that, as we move forwards in this, we think we're going to find many ways to get better. And so we're going to really kind of triage these opportunities. There are things that we're already doing. There are suggestions out there that we're already working on. There are some things that have been suggested that we probably can do without much cost, without much change, without much challenge. I mean, we'll need to change, but there's not much challenge to it. It just is something we need to do differently. We need to say, gee, we never really thought about that. Yeah, we can do that. And then there are some things that are going to take a lot of work. They might take a big investment of money. They might take a big investment of time. There are things that are going to take a lot of work. Doesn't mean we're not going to do them, but they're longer-term items. So we're going to do that. And so, to put this in the context of shared governance, we have been at the table as a partner with our academic senate from the middle of September through now, and we expect to continue to do this together in a shared way with faculty, staff, and students as we work to make the university better.
Dr. Allen, caught you off guard.
Not hard to do. I'll broaden the focus a little bit with a question about strategic planning. A new president for FGCU will be coming to campus right after we've finalized a new strategic plan. You'll have some opportunity to shape, but certainly to operationalize that plan. Can you tell us about your experience leading and implementing and using a strategic plan to make decisions?
Yeah. I've had a couple of experiences in developing strategic plans. I mentioned when I came to Youngstown State, I was the founding dean for the STEM college. As founding dean, we had no plan. And so one of the first things that we did as part of our activity was to put together a strategic plan for the college. What were the things that we needed to do immediately? What were the things that we were going to get to a little further down the road? In 2010, Youngstown State hired a new president. The president wanted to develop a new strategic plan, put together a committee of about 50 people. I was part of that committee, helped to develop the strategic plan that we still operate under at Youngstown State. And so for 5 years or so as dean of the STEM college, with my own strategic plan and a new YSU strategic plan, my objective was to try to keep those in alignment as we continued to move and make progress towards moving our college forwards and moving the university forwards. When I became provost, I became the co-chair of the strategic plan committee. It had always been the provost and the vice president for finance as the co-chairs, so I picked it up as the provost. And one of my functions has been to continue to maintain and operationalize that strategic plan. We've tweaked it a little bit. We hired a new president again in 2014, and he's looked at the strategic plan. We've tweaked it a little bit. We continue to monitor progress. We report to our Board of Trustees every quarter. We have in our strategic plan, as with yours, we have four, we call them cornerstones, you call them pillars, but four main emphasis areas. We report on one of those cornerstones each quarter to our Board of Trustees with a series of metrics that we're supposed to be hitting. We talk about why we're at a various point in that system, why we might not be off. We adjust our metrics if we think we need to make adjustments. We manage that process and continue to massage it and work it forwards. We are very cognizant of our strategic plan at the moment because we are coming up for a regional accreditation in 2018. And one of the things we know our accrediting agency is going to be looking at is how are you working your plan? And so a lot of things that we're doing right now, we spend a lot of time going back and not so much going back to say we need to do this because it's in the strategic plan, but we need to do this because it's the right thing to do and here's how it aligns with the strategic plan. So as far as working with the Florida Gulf Coast strategic plan, I've looked at what you have. Quite an ambitious plan. It has a whole list of things that you'd like to achieve and you'd like to accomplish. And I think it's a set of very laudatory goals and a lot of very important things that need to be done. I did not see a lot of prioritization in the plan. Might be there, I may have missed it. At some point, if we have a chance, I'd like to investigate that a little further with you. But I think some of what we need to do is have conversation amongst the leadership of the university, amongst the faculty, the staff, and to be honest, the students. They're going to be very critical to the success of whatever we try to do at this university. And make sure we understand what we should be doing first, what's the most critical things in order to move us ahead. In some respects, what are the easy things, if there are any? Because if they're relatively easy, we can get some quick hits, some quick successes, and move some things along that actually allow us to do some things later on. As we were talking back home earlier this week with actually a group of students, we have a group of students at Youngstown we call presidential mentors. The president meets with on a regular basis, and he's working with them on a number of initiatives that we're trying to actually at the moment prioritize. And I think he said, and he's absolutely correct, sometimes when you do some of the early things that don't cost a lot of money and are relatively easy, you find that that creates resources to do some of the harder things later on. And I think he's absolutely right. If we can make some progress in certain areas early on, that frees up resources to do some of the more challenging things down the road. So I would look forward to working with the university to help to, prioritize and operationalize that strategic plan and move Florida Gulf Coast forwards.
Thank you.
Sure.
Dean Gregerson.
At FGCU, we've been striving to increase our visibility. We're in a system with 11 other public universities, and there are many other institutions in the state as well. What experience do you have in building institutional visibility, and what particular skills or ideas would you bring to that task of visibility building?
Yeah. So, as I thought about that question, I go back to Youngstown State because I think there's a lot of similarity between our institution and yours. We also face this problem with visibility. There are actually 14 state universities in Ohio, smaller population, more universities. So we even have a bigger challenge with visibility. And we are the furthest university you can get from the state capital. So it's a challenge for us to get a lot of traction in that area. Locally, within our community, everybody knows us. They know me, they know the president, they know the deans. We're it in our local community, but we're a hidden gem. And I suspect that, people would say the same thing about Florida Gulf Coast. I'll tell you one of the things that you need to, that can be done that's very effective. I had a great experience this morning when I came in from the airport. I was picking up my rental car, and the young lady who was checking around the car and helping me get the car young lady by the name of Andrea. Didn't get a last name, but she'll be graduating from Florida Gulf Coast in May. And she was a tremendous, tremendous advocate for your university. She couldn't say enough wonderful things about what you are doing and what her experiences here have been. She's graduating, it'll take her 5 years, but even in that, she lost a year because she started in education, transitioned over to business. But even in that process, she talked about how wonderful everything was at the university, how well she had been treated, how easily she found her way around, how good her advising was. She just had a wonderful experience. She couldn't say enough good things about the university. The more ambassadors you have like that, the more people are going to learn about your university. So that's one of the things that you need to continue to promote and continue to do, is to get your students out very publicly around in the communities outside and talking about the wonderful things, because they're your best advocates. They live what you do here on the university campus, and if you're doing the right things, and clearly based on this one student encounter you are, they're going to be absolutely your best salespeople. The other thing that I would talk about is the fact that you can't forget the value of non-academic events. I'm going to come to academic events and academics also, but the non-academic events are also important. You know, one of the things that Andrea was telling me is, and I didn't check the history of your enrollment, but she talked about a tremendous increase in your enrollment following your success making it to the Sweet 16 in the basketball tournament. A lot of people like to downplay the importance of athletics. I know we have that constant competition in our campus. We're a football school, but we have that constant competition between, should we support athletics or do we support academics? Well, they support each other, and they have to support each other. And those types of activities promote the university and promote your brand in a way that the academics can't. Unfortunate or not, people pay attention to the success of your athletics programs. That makes national news. We have our students in our philosophy department at Youngstown State have placed second in the National Ethics Bowl competition for the second year in a row. I suspect that nobody around this table knows that, and probably nobody really cares. Well, you might care. But I also suspect that you know that back in the 90s, our football team won 4 national championships, and I know, because it was in the newspaper here, that you know that our president won a national championship at Ohio State also. Okay, so our president is known because of his accomplishments on the athletics field, not his accomplishments in other areas, and he's been very successful in other areas as well. So the non-academic stuff is important. I was at a concert last night. I was very pleased to be able to attend. A gentleman by the name of Landau Eugene Murphy Jr. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He won America's Got Talent back in 2011. We had 700 people in the theater enjoying Landau Eugene Murphy Jr. He was performing with Leonard Coleman and Blunt, who is now have gotten together. One of them used to sing with the Temptations, one was with the Platters, one was with the Drifters. He was singing with them. It was a phenomenal concert. But this helps drive the mission, drives the visibility of the university when you're out there and you're doing these types of things for the community. On the academic side, the important thing that I would say is you have to build the brand. You have to be able to sell the academic excellence and the academic quality. It doesn't sell the visibility in the same way, right? You can have a great academic program. I think I've seen there's a great emphasis in marine environmental and marine activities and environmental science. It makes all great sense for this university to be engaged in those areas. You continue to promote that. You continue to develop that as a brand, as an opportunity. People will start to recognize you go there for their excellent programs in environment. You do the sustainability, not only on campus, but as an academic initiative. You make it your brand on campus. We're going to be a sustainable campus. We are a sustainable campus. You do all of that so that you can continue to create a leadership position, not just here in the community, but a leadership position statewide and nationally. In order to do that, you continue to invest in those areas. You bring faculty who have leadership positions in those areas and try to get them to support the activity and support those opportunities. And you really continue to reinforce what that brand is going to be. One of the things that was in the campus climate survey, I don't know if it rose to the level of the summary or if it was just in some of the comments that we had. Youngstown State has built a brand in additive manufacturing. We've identified that as a target area that we can do. We've been engaged in that area. We've been very successful. We invested in faculty. We brought a faculty 4 years ago to help lead that initiative. We brought him in from industry. We did some special things with him that we could appoint, get him in to come and join us. We've been very successful now bringing research grants to support that activity. We in Youngstown are the host for the National Additive Manufacturing Innovation Institute. This was the first of the manufacturing institutes that President Obama invested in. This is at this point, roughly $100 million investment in Youngstown, Ohio, to do additive manufacturing. We have an alumnus. No, I take it back. He's not an alum. He's a friend of the university who built his business in Youngstown, who contributed $2.5 million to create an endowed chair to bring the next great faculty in additive manufacturing. People know, certainly in the state of Ohio, and I think it's growing nationally, if you want to do additive manufacturing, you go to Youngstown State University. 5 years ago, we had no claim to anything from an academic standpoint. Now we do. And I think that can be replicated elsewhere. It takes a consistent, recurring investment, identifying what you're going to be excellent in, doing it, investing in it, and continuing to grow it. Whole university, identifying it and continuing to grow and invest.
Thank you. Mr. Morton.
That's what I get for looking at you. Florida Gulf Coast University, as you're, I'm sure, well aware, we're one of 12 universities, and I guess I should say they at this point. They are one of 12 universities in the state university system. Could you explain for us and expound on what experience you've had in lobbying at the state level for a state university, within a state university system, or to the legislature regarding increased funding or capital projects? And if in fact you haven't done that, what skills and preparation would you bring to the table to assist FGCU in that advocacy kind of a program?
Yeah, we've lobbied at the state and we've lobbied at in Washington, and we've had success in both of those efforts. When I was the dean in the STEM college, we were multiple times down in Columbus. You know, the challenge with being the furthest from the state capitol is you've got the furthest to go. But we didn't let that stop us. We would go down to Columbus and we'd talk to our state legislators down there, and we'd visit with them and talk about our plans and expound on the types of things we were going to do. And we had a lot of success in terms of doing that. The additive manufacturing, some of our early initiatives were built on state funding and creating opportunities across the state. We've done that I learned how to do that first, actually, even before that time when I was in Toledo. Back in the in the early 2000s, state of Ohio developed a program they called the Wright Centers program. They were going to give $20 million worth of research funding to these multi-university teams. In the University of Toledo, I got together with Case, Western Reserve, and Ohio State, and we put together a $20 million proposal that we won. One of the activities that we had to do in order to win that proposal was go down to Columbus and defend our plan amongst the state funders. And we did that, obviously successfully, because we won that competition. But we've been down in Columbus. We meet with the state legislature on a regular basis. We meet with them when they're at home. I talked to one of our state senators. Actually, he used to be, he's still a representative. He will be a state senator starting in January. He just got elected to the Senate. Talked about the things that we need in the state. In Ohio, they're talking about cutting our funding. They're talking about forcing us to have a rollback in tuition. If they cut our funding and roll back our tuition, we'll figure it out somehow, but it's not going to be pleasant. And so in this informal setting, happened to run into him in an event. We were talking about why this would be a bad thing for our university. He's our state senator. We want him to know why it's bad for Youngstown State. May not be bad for the rest of the state, but it's going to be bad for us if that were to happen. So we do that on a fairly regular basis. We continue to do that. We bring opportunities. One of the things that I've found to be particularly successful when I'm working at the state level, and it works at the federal level as well, is not only to lobby for our university, but to lobby for our region, our community. So we've built partnerships with the community college that we have in our region. We've built partnerships. We have a Mahoning Valley Manufacturers Coalition. We have a partnership with them. We have a partnership with our K-12 schools. When we talk about what we're going to be doing, we don't talk about why it's going to be good for the university. We talk about why it's going to be good for our community. And you have to understand, in order to be successful, what is it our state legislators are interested in. They may be interested in seeing the university succeed, but they're probably more interested in economic growth and jobs. At least in our state, they're interested in those two areas. And so when I lobby for something for my university or my region, I have to share with them why this is going to help them to achieve their goals. And that's how we move forwards and how we make progress in that area. Do the same thing at the federal level. I mentioned that we have the National Manufacturing Institute in Youngstown, Ohio. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because we spent a lot of time working with our congressional delegation, pointing out to them why Youngstown was the right place to be and how they could be successful there.
If I might, Mr. Chair, this is a
Yes, sir.
two-part question that we have
Follow
here.
up by Mr. Morton.
Do you believe in performance metrics? And if so, how do you think it would drive both student success and academic excellence?
Yeah, Ohio is a performance-based system as well. So we're also judged based on how well our students achieve. And so we're familiar with it, and we work towards hitting those performance metrics as well. And I think like Florida Gulf Coast, we lag in the areas of retention and graduation rates. We don't measure yet placement rates. It's coming. I'm sure it's coming in the state. I know you're graded also on placement rates. I mean, one of the values of having performance metrics is you know what you have to do. And so if you want to get your state funding, you have to achieve those objectives. So that means if you want to be successful, invest in the things that are going to improve your retention. Invest in the things that are going to improve your graduation rates. Put the emphasis there, because that'll get you some resources to do some things that you'll be able to do elsewhere, because you'll be hitting those targets that the state is saying you need to achieve. Now, it happens that retention and graduation rates are good for other reasons as well, and it's the right thing to do on behalf of your students and in terms of reducing student debt and getting your students out and all of those other things that we want to achieve. But the metrics give us the targets that we need. The metrics tell us what we're trying to achieve, and if we, sometimes, they talk about in K-12 education, you shouldn't teach to the test. In this particular case, sometimes working towards accomplishing what's on the test, maybe is not a bad thing, because it really does align with the objectives that we should have as a university anyway.
Thank you.
So a follow-up question to that from me. So when I look at your graduation rates and I look at our graduation rates, you pointed out very similar. You've been the provost for, looks like about a year or so.
About 2 years, since
about
I
2
started
years.
as interim, right?
Okay, so can you tell us, because this is not a small topic in our state or our university, and as a Board of Trustee member, I can tell you it is near and dear to our heart that this is going to get better soon. So can you tell us what you've done as provost to start the process at Youngstown State of moving the needle upwards to get the graduation rates up? And what you might think, based on, I know, a very limited access to our situation, but what you might transfer with you here to help increase our rates as well?
Yeah. We started about 2 years ago with a division of student success. And the president had actually wanted that division of student success to report to him, and I convinced him that it needed to report into the academic unit, into the provost's office. And 2 years since that decision was made, I think that was one of the most critical and beneficial decisions that we did, because so much of student success happens in the academic side. It's about interactions that our students have with their faculty. When a faculty member notices a student struggling and has a way of reporting that back to somebody that can provide some assistance and provide some help. So we actually put in place about 4 or 5 years ago a reporting system that's supposed to be effective in helping the students make it through that process. It does to an extent. It would be a whole lot better if we would invest in more people that would be out there to work with these students that aren't showing up to class or failed the first exam or, are just struggling, so that they could be successful. Because we have the reporting mechanism, but we don't have enough people to work with them. And so we need more people to work with them. This is a challenge because, right, we have a budgetary challenge. Youngstown State, we've had budgetary shortfalls for the past 5 years or so. We just came out of that this year. So we're trying to invest in these needs, and yet we don't have any money. So that creates the challenge. We've got to figure out how to balance those two. Some other things we've done is we've recognized that we need a first-year experience program. We spent most of last year developing our first-year experience course. We did this working with the Academic Senate. This was another good example of shared governance. We have an Academic Senate Committee on General Education that took the lead and identified what would need to be incorporated into a first-year experience course, identified a way to proceed, and got it approved in the curriculum as part of our general education requirements. So this fall, in fact, we have our first time that we're offering a first-year experience course across the university. It's not mandatory this year. Next year it'll be mandatory for all students entering. This year it's suggested. We have about 1,000 students, 1,000 of our freshmen in our first-year experience. That's about 50% of our students. I don't know if you do first-year experience, but certainly that's something that can be done. It helps to get the students started off in the right way. For our students who are really challenged, we're entering into a co-requisite model for remediation. A lot of universities, and we've done it historically, students who are underprepared, you throw them into these remedial courses and say, you never learned it in high school, but we're going to teach it to you in college, you should learn it now. Hasn't been successful. It's not been successful across the board. The co-requisite model says, here's your college level course, you take this one, and we're going to put all this structure around it so that you can be successful with it. The data shows it's much more successful. In the spring, we'll be doing co-requisite for the introductory math course for the first time. Coming up in the fall, we're going to be doing that for our introductory English course. I think that has a lot of help, a lot of opportunity. We've brought together our orientation programs with our first-year experience so that the students get a consistent message. We've increased our peer mentoring system. These all are starting to have an impact. It's a long road, but I think we're making some progress in that direction.
Perfect. I guess I'll ask one other question because I think we've got time for one more.
Yeah,
So
it's getting
you're
late.
obviously a chemical engineer, a scientist. But as president of FGCU, we are the university is the cultural hub of this region, and we would like to see that grow even more over time. So with your background as a scientist, I'm sure that my friends in the arts are going to ask the question of, does Dr. Abraham like the arts, and how would he grow our visibility, which is a little bit of follow-up to another question. So could you tell us about your experience with the arts? I know you were at the concert last night, so that gives us some, you know, we've had guitar players previously during the interviews, but tell us how you would make the visibility of our fine arts program. We have the music group was in Carnegie Hall last Christmas, and we really have a growing and really a preeminent program in that, although we probably don't talk about it as much as we should. So how would you get that to grow and take off and really solidify our place in the region?
So I was at the concert last night. Tomorrow night I'm going to go see A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum, put on by our musical theater students. I enjoy the arts. I think they're a very important component of what we do. You know, you talk about, one of your other questions, you talked a little bit about visibility. The arts are another opportunity to enhance the visibility of the university. The more that you're out there doing these types of shows, these cultural events, these activities, the more you can take advantage of that brand that you build to help demonstrate the opportunities and show off your university. The arts are a little bit of a unique educational challenge because a lot of the arts are studio-based. And so at Youngstown State, we're beginning to do an analysis of cost for degree and cost per credit hour and those sorts of things. The costliest program on our campus is our music program. I don't think this will come as a surprise to anybody who understands music programs. I know it doesn't come as a surprise to me. I expected it. Everybody told me to expect it. But it's important to do it, and we have to continue to invest in it. We have to figure out the ways to continue to invest in it. And that's an important activity because it adds to the university. We just hired a new dean at Youngstown State for our Creative Arts and Communication College, where our music and theater and all programs are located. She's interested in starting a gospel choir. I think it's a great idea. We're looking at how do we do that. She's interested in doing that, not specifically for her music students. She's interested in doing it for all of the students. Because the music programs and the arts programs, the theater programs, provide outlets for all of the students who can come to our university, to your university as well. We have a marching band. For a football school, we have a marching band. There's music majors in the marching band. There are a lot of other students in the marching band as well. It is important to have these opportunities. One of the ways you get better as a university is providing a range of opportunities for students for whom you're competing. At Youngstown State, we didn't used to compete for students. We only got students from within a couple of counties away, and they came to Youngstown State, and that was it, and it was good. Well, we chose we wanted to get better. Actually, the state told us, you need to get better, you need to do more research, be more regionally competitive. If I'm competing against the University of Akron or Kent State, you know, other universities that are four-year research-oriented universities, when I'm talking to a potential undergraduate student, they want to know what are the opportunities they're going to have on my campus. They're going to first obviously want to know they have a quality academic program. But that's not enough. I have to have everything else that they're looking for. So if it's a study abroad opportunity, I have to offer study abroad. If it's an internship or a co-op, those are the things that I need to be doing. If they're playing a musical instrument in high school and they want to continue to play, I got to give them an outlet for that as well. So all of these opportunities, all of these experiences are incredibly important for our students, for your students. And they start with the academic program in the college. providing those opportunities. So, I mean, I was a trumpet player back when I was when I was in elementary school and high school. When my kids went through school, they did choir and musical theater. My daughter performed in, I don't know, a dozen shows. My son was in a dozen shows. I went to every one of those performances. Some were okay. Some not so much. But, you know, I think it's a huge opportunity. I think the arts are tremendously important. I don't think you can run I think it's a tremendous asset for a university to have a great arts program. I think it's important to have, and I fully support them in every way.
Wonderful. Well, we're at that time where we have about 15 minutes left, so I told you that we would reverse roles and let you ask us questions. The only thing I ask is that you address the questions to me, and then I will figure out who would be the most appropriate to answer your questions. So with that, I will turn it over to you and let you ask a question.
So I'm gonna turn the question around, because one of the questions that we didn't really get to, which is on your list, and I'm going to explore it and ask you to help me on this one a little bit, is the issue of administrative experience. I know what my administrative experience is, but I'm interested in hearing from you. What is the characteristics that you're looking for in your next president? That specifically, not what's in the advertisement and all of that, but what are you specifically interested in? What are the key elements that you think somebody coming into this role has to be sure to have?
So what I think I'm going to do to answer that, I think I'm going to ask Trustee Elnius, who is the student body president, from a student perspective. I'm going to let the two faculty members fight and figure out who's going to respond from their perspective. I want to have Dean Gregerson do it from a dean's perspective. I'm going to have Mr. Call do it from a foundation perspective, and I will finish up with a trustee perspective.
Wow.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
I'm going to give you one of everything, so I don't want you to leave without knowing. So, Trustee Elnius, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir.
That way, I'm going to add, we're going to have a Board of Governors perspective as well, if Mr. Morton thinks that's appropriate or would like to opine. Or from the guy that has a child and a grandchild that goes to school here as well. Any of those will work.
So I'm going first. On the student end, the big thing that students are looking for is someone that's willing to adapt to what's going on campus, and realistically look at and understand what the direction the Board of Governors is giving, what direction the Board of Trustees is giving, and use that direction to infuse it with what our campus culture, the key things that makes FGCU what it is, focused around environmental sustainability and diversity. And that's really what students are looking for, is someone not to lose sight of that, of those things that make us who we are as students, but to take the direction and use that as a tool to enhance what we have already.
I've changed my mind. I want Dr. Allen to take 2 minutes and Dr. Isern to take 2 minutes, because one of you is from the College of Business and one is from the College of Arts and Sciences, which is our two biggest colleges on campus. So, Dr. Allen, I'll let you go first just because you're sitting at the first chair.
Thank you. I think we're ready for someone who's going to put a process in place very quickly to dig down into the infrastructure of the leadership here at the university and decide if the right people are in the right roles. That's probably one of the most complicated tasks that the new president's going to face. But we think it's critical for the success of the new president.
Dr. Isern?
Sure. So we're looking for a president who can put the students front and center, who has a vision that can be driven through leadership, influence, and by example, and transparency. So I think just the whole idea of shared governance and we're growing into our next 20 years, so we want someone who can lead us in that direction. Many of us have been here from early on, and so we want to see the next president take us to the next decade.
Mr. Call.
Yeah, so the foundation is looking for all of those things. I would agree with that. And then the metrics and those types of things. But I'll answer from a foundation side as well. Just making sure that we are connected to our communities, making sure that we are connected to the businesses in our communities. And our communities run a long way up this coast. So, we start in Marco Island primarily, so Collier County all the way up through, I always say all the way through Sarasota, even though that may not be exactly where, but we've got Henry and Charlotte, several counties right here locally. But so making sure that and then donors, because donors are in our communities and they may not be businesses, that we have a lot of people that retire and move here. And so collectively, those three, trying to make sure that we're staying in touch with those. And then adding our alumni. But alumni, again, is a very different world here because we're 20 years old, right?
Right.
So the oldest are still young and still striving in most cases. We certainly have some that can. So staying in touch with them and bringing
Right.
them on board as well.
And I'm going to add too, because I'm going to make Ms. Catalfamo and Mr. Casimir, Nicole represents our SAC, which is the staff advisory, and I don't leave them out, but they're awfully quiet. But it just dawned on me, I want you to get the benefit of all the different views. So Nicole, would you be willing to give from your group's perspective what you guys would be looking for?
So from a staff perspective, we really find transparency and open communication very important, as well as shared governance between faculty, staff, and students. That's been, we've made great strides towards more of a shared governance between the three groups over the last couple of years, but there's always room for improvement. And that's a concern and comments that we receive on a regular basis, that the new president, we want open communication, transparency, and shared governance.
Can I just want to interrupt for a second,
Yes.
because I'd like to know a little bit more about SAC. So
Sure.
could you give me the
Sure,
1-minute summary?
absolutely.
So the Staff Advisory Council is made up of 24 staff members that are elected every year. We meet on a monthly basis. Along with faculty and students, we review policies that come through before they go through the open, before they go to the community. And we represent staff voices, so we take in comments and concerns and maybe, suggestions, and we take off of that and find solutions, and we're just there for staff. We put on, during spring break, we put on professional development opportunities. Throughout the year, we really try and bring staff together to try and get them out of their bubble, to meet new people, and to bring all groups together.
Thank you.
Mr. Casimir, Harry is our alumni rep. He is the chairman of the Alumni Association for the university. So Harry, with that, or you may be the past chairman now. I'm not sure if it's swapped yet, but there's
Not
gonna be
yet,
a
I
swap.
still have 6 months left.
Oh,
But
who's counting? I only have 3 meetings and 27 minutes left as the chair of the Presidential Search Committee, if all goes well.
All right, well, to echo Mr. Cole earlier, is as a young university, we do have a very young alumni population, and an ideal president will really help us cultivate the relationship with those alumni, and also hopefully bring them back when the time comes to help contribute to the foundation fund, and help the university pursue what they need to pursue with funding eventually. So that would be ideal candidate that would, again, help cultivate this relationship with the students that's graduate from here.
Are the alumni engaged on campus now?
Yes, we are very involved. There are about 24,000 plus graduates around worldwide, and we have a board of directors here, about 27 of us, and we meet on a regular basis and set direction and with strategic plan on how to attract and cultivate this relationship. But it's important for the next president, help with that cultivation also. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Morton, if you don't mind,
Sure.
do you mind giving your perspective?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. We've heard of wonderful attributes. A passion for excellence and a willingness to hold accountable him or herself to the critical constituents that make up Florida Gulf Coast University, and they would include faculty, students, taxpayers, and employers.
And I would echo Mr. Morton's sentiments. I think as one voice of the Board of Trustees, I think it's imperative that we get a dynamic, high-energy leader who wants to figure out what we're going to be 20 years old in a few months. And well, I guess it's more than a few months. Harry will just about be rolling off as the chair, but we need to find what we're going to be when we're 40. And we need a dynamic leader. We need somebody who is a change agent to address some of the things that Dr. Allen brought up. So we need a high-energy, highly motivated, results-driven, accountable individual to move us over the next 20, or to set us on a path for the next 20 years. And so I would say that would be my take on what we are ultimately looking for.
Great.
And I want to point out, the reason I let everybody from the different groups, we are a family. So it's important we all have a stake in this, and the region does. And I didn't ask the community people because I had Mr. Morton and Mr. Casimir and Mr. Call who represent that constituency as well, but very much a community-driven. This is the economic engine for this region in some ways, the cultural hub, and so I wanted you to get a feel. It's all of us that the next president has to work with, which I think is what Mr. Morton was saying.
Right.
So, your next question.
Okay.
Can I add my 2 cents first?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the dean. He's important, but
I got left
well, I
out
started
there.
adding people on, and it just,
I'll be quick.
last and the best of all, Dean Gregerson.
I don't know that I have anything new to say, but I might say it in a different way. I think, everything a president does can sort of be boiled down into two components, the outward-facing and the inward-facing. I think the outward-facing part, we need an unrelenting champion of this university. And there's a lot of pieces to that. And part of that championing the university is helping to develop the overall vision, and the presidential input on that is going to be key. The inward-facing part of the job, I think, we need someone who is a ongoing member of this academic community in lots of different ways, but we're, like all organizations, we've got a hierarchical structure, and I think the next president has to flatten that a little bit and be a real day-to-day participant in the life of the university. So those are the things I would say.
See, we saved the best till last. That's what we just found out.
I
So,
see that. Now
outstanding-
you know why he's a dean.
Outstanding words. So we'll move back to you and let you ask your next question.
So the next question I have is, and I guess this goes back to a question you asked, and I started to give you a little bit of an answer on the issue of student success. And I talked a little bit about some of the things that we're doing in Youngstown. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about some of the things that you already have in place, some of the things you're thinking about, wild ideas that you have that you might just be able to just have some impact, and how you structure that within your university.
I think, Dean Gregerson, you may be the most appropriate person because you day in and day out probably deal with this, so I'll turn it over to Dean Gregerson.
Well, one thing that you touched on in your remarks, I would echo, continual improvement of advising processes. That's something we've been taking a hard look at and making improvements there. Some of that is technology, improving the tools that we have to work with students. Again, echoing some of the things you said. Some of it is better methodologies and training and more touches with students. So that's an important component, and I think it's a lot of data shows that that's a critical aspect of student success.
Have time for one more question. As long as it's not like the first one and I have to have 7 people answer the question.
Well, I was actually hoping for a little bit more on
Oh.
student success.
Um,
I mean, I know, I mean, the technology issue is a big thing. We have challenges as well in terms of students registering and advising, and we put holds on students' accounts and all sorts of other things. But, you know, particularly when you talk about the freshmen and retention in the freshmen, you've got a lot of challenges that students have in adapting to a university. They may have been perfectly successful in high school, but they don't understand what it takes to find their way around a university. And so, from that perspective, are there things that you're
Yeah,
engaged in?
we have freshman programming that helps students make that transition. Again, everything can always be improved, but I think that's working well, providing students with tools that allow them to be successful. And most of those programs are actually run out of the student life section of the university. And I think marrying those with some of the academic pieces can be improved over time as well, so that there's less separation of those functions.
Dr. Allen?
In the business school, we see the students after they become juniors, and so we're seeing them as they're preparing to go out and finish their degree. We have a great attention for job placement and where the students are going to go. We do a good job, I think, of preparing them for those first interviews and making sure they hit the ground running. We have an internship coordinator within the business school who is greatly overworked and could certainly use some more staffing.
That's the
but
subtle plug for resources.
Exactly. You get it in early, you know. But the point is that we have so much demand for our students right now that they're going to find that job, and internships and co-ops. We just have to make the opportunities available and coordinate well on our end. But we've been successful at it. I'm impressed. The faculty really care about the students, and we see their success as ours.
Great.
Anybody else to add to what has been said?
Can we get the College of Arts and Sciences perspective?
That's me.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the,
Yeah.
Oh,
you're
I'm
the
sorry. Yeah,
you're
yeah.
faculty in the college.
Yes, and he
And
is.
you're-
He's
you're
in
the
business,
dean.
she's in arts and sciences.
Okay.
Dr. Isern, do you have anything you'd like to add, or?
Yeah, actually, so there's courses through the honors program to sort of try to bring in and recruit students that are maybe a little higher caliber and offer enriched curriculum for them. And also, as far as getting students ready for college life, there's dual enrollment programs with high schools, so students come and take college classes, and a lot of them don't even need to apply to FGCU. They roll in directly and become
Good.
FGCU students, and they've already had that college experience for maybe 1 or 2 years.
Excellent.
We also have something called a humanities initiative in the College of Arts and Sciences that
Okay.
pairs students in the humanities with career coaches, mentors, and provides them a whole lot of workshop-type opportunities to allow them to connect what they're doing and in their academic programs to the world of work. That's, I think, is a great step in that direction for folks who are maybe less vocationally minded in terms of their undergraduate discipline, which I'm very proud of.
Great.
Well, I think we've reached the end of our time. I'd like to say we've enjoyed talking to you today, and I want to, on behalf of the committee, thank you for taking the time to come all the way down from Ohio and spend some time with us, letting us learn more about you and you learn more about us. And once again, thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure to talk with you. I appreciate you taking the time. Look forward to the next step.
Thank you. We will stand in recess. Lunch will be coming in here, and we will reconvene at 1:25. All right, here goes the true test of being chair when you get a last name like this one. Dr. Wisniewski, welcome. Did I do okay?
That's perfect.
You say it and let's see how close I really was.
Wisniewski.
She's going to say that because she wants brownie points. Welcome to Florida Gulf Coast University, or FGCU, as you will hear us affectionately call it during your time with us today. The committee, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Helen Wisniewski. Dr. Wisniewski is the Vice President for Research and Graduate Studies and the Dean of the Graduate School at the University of Alaska, Anchorage. She wins the prize for traveling the furthest distance. Dr. Wisniewski, we are pleased to have this opportunity to spend some time with you. Our schedule provides for 55 minutes of committee questions of you, and then we're going to reverse roles and give you 15 minutes to ask us anything that you may have as far as questions we've asked you or just general information about the area and the university. With that, I will get started with the first question. Why Florida Gulf Coast University, and why at this point in your career do you want to be the president of our fine institution?
Well, indeed, it's a fine institution, and there are many aspects that make me very excited about the university, but I'll just pick a few in the interest of time. One is innovation. Have an emphasis and focus on innovation, and innovation is something that I've done throughout my career, whether it be in industry, academia, or within the government. And most recently, I've been working with our governor in Alaska and our mayor in Anchorage to set up an innovation district in Anchorage. So there's a definite alignment there. And I read your strategic plan and was very excited. In your strategic plan, one of your focuses was on centers of excellence. And recently in Alaska at the university, I led and won for the university funding from Department of Homeland Security to set up a center of excellence. And that was the first time DHS ever funded an institution in Alaska to lead a center. The center actually got us national recognition, and I was invited to the White House by the Office of Science and Technology Policy. So it is a good way, when you're talking about visibility, to gain visibility for the university, and it's a good focus. Your emphasis on STEM. STEM, and as a mathematician, I'm the M in STEM, and so I appreciated that focus. My background and leadership skills are really aligned with many of your goals for the university, and I feel I can provide the leadership to bring you to the next level. I've talked about the STEM and the innovation, but I'd just like to mention one other thing, if I may, and that is that your Performing Arts Center and being a cultural hub for the community and for the university, I think is terrific. And I noticed that one of your students actually won the International Chopin competition. I play piano, and Chopin's my specialty, so that caught my attention. But that's a terrific, huge honor for a student to achieve. This is a point in my career where I have, I think, really built on a strong framework to lead a university, especially one like yours, with all the great things you've done and the potential you hold for even greater things.
Outstanding. Dr. Isern.
Hi, Florida Gulf Coast University's shared governance tradition brings together faculty, staff, and students. Furthermore, enhancing diversity is a high priority at FGCU. We would like to know what shared governance means to you, especially the role you feel a president should take. And in your answer, if you could also please tell us about a time that you adapted your style to work effectively with those who are different from you.
All right, I'll take the shared governance part first. And I really believe in shared governance because if people in the institution have an ownership in what you're doing, then you can be really successful in implementing your plans. And at UAA, I established a Vice Provost Research Council to develop a strategic plan for research. It's been very effective, and we've actually used it to increase our research funding, pursue new avenues of funding, and establish centers. And I gave you one example of that. And as Dean of the Graduate School, I have a graduate council that provides guidance on policies and procedures for the graduate school and get their input. The Graduate Academic Board, the GAB, I work with the faculty representatives there to institute new policies and procedures for graduate education and programs as well. So I really support and have practiced, moreover, I've practiced shared governance and transparency, but I'm also decisive, so there are times where you really have to make a decision, and as president, that's something that I think is an important factor. I'm a very collaborative leader and consensus builder, and even in industry, Lockheed was very much that way. I was an executive there, so you may not maybe picture industry being consensus-driven, but there are ones that are and been very successful because of it. The diversity, I grew up in the New York City metropolitan area, and it's a very diverse area, so diversity has been a part of my life. And so therefore, I don't really, when I sit across the table from someone or meet someone, I don't really think about how they're different from me, maybe because I've been used to so many diverse ethnic, cultural, religious groups, but I think about how I can actually forge a relationship. What do we have in common? So I wouldn't say I alter my behavior, but I look for the commonality with whom I'm interacting.
Dr. Allen.
A lot of the people who are sitting around this table today, I'm not one of them, but a lot of the people here were part of the founding of this university and its original supporters. So they have a strong sense of ownership of this school, and that extends all up and down the southwest coast of Florida. What has prepared you to serve as the external face of FGCU to ensure that the relationships that we've created and the new relationships that are possible are successful?
Quite a few different aspects. Interaction with the community. So you had mentioned that many of the founders are around the table, and from what I've read, those founders are from the community. So it's very, community relationships are very important, and having the university be a leader in that, and let me give you some examples. First, I am active in the community, so I belong to a Rotary Club, the Commonwealth North organization for Alaska, and when I was in New Jersey, I was on the New Jersey Research and Development Council that really forged research throughout the state, so state organizations. But I'm also on the Alaska Sled Dog Racing Association on their board of directors. I don't think there's much applicability here, but the point is that it does ingratiate you to the community because dog sledding was the main sport for Alaska. So part of it is really finding commonality between the university and the community. I mentioned earlier about being a cultural hub, and I've read that, that's one of the things that you're doing, and extending the availability for the community to participate. For the university, I've advocated for the university and the media, whether it be in the printed press or televised press, to really establish what the university is about. And I've gotten it national recognition as well, so being able to work with various constituents is very important. Does that answer your question, or?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Winton.
My question is about raising money. What is your experience in generating external resources and the successes you have had? Specifically, what was your role in resource development?
Resource development to me has many different forms. So one, of course, is private donors and being successful for that. I've reached out into the community, and I'll give you two examples of private donors, and then I'll give you my other examples of resource development. In Alaska, as I mentioned, I'm a dog musher, and I went to a dog mushing meeting, and there was a famous artist there, and I collect his prints. I said, oh, I really have to meet him. So one thing led to another, and he said, I want to call you. So he did, and he said, I'd like to donate all my assets to the university. So the point to that is, when you're out in the community, finding what is the common ground between the person you're speaking to and yourself or the university, and really making that connection. So my slogan was that in Alaska, you make deals on the mushing trail, in the lower 48, you make them on the golf course. So another example is when I was at Stevens Institute of Technology, there was a particular donor, well, wasn't a donor at the time, but someone the president had targeted to donate to the university, and they were having a difficult time. But the person was with a venture firm. One of the things I've done at the universities is establish a commercialization infrastructure and startup companies. So knowing his background, I said, let me tell you about some of the startup companies that we've done, and why don't you come meet the co-founders? That got his interest and excitement, and he made over a $2 million donation. So those are some examples. My primary focus has not been in the positions I've held on getting donors, but those are some examples where I've been successful, and there are others. Resource development also involves external research funding. So increasing the federal grants and the money I've been extremely successful at. At Stevens, I tripled the research revenues. Here at UAA, since 2013, we've grown 23%, or 23% increase in external funding. I've started startup companies, formed startup companies. I've raised investment successfully for the startup companies. Now, that's a different kind of donor, but the principle is the same. How do you convince people to give up their money for the cost that you have at hand? And I've been successful there. Those are some examples. Would you like to hear anything else, or does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, but I'll take whatever you have.
All right, Mr. Ackert, it is on my recollection that you're the only one who hasn't asked a question yet. So I can either give you 5 minutes to prepare, or I can move to Mr. Call, because he just gave me the sign. Mr. Call. Oh, wait, excuse me.
A follow-up
Oh,
question?
follow-up. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Dr. Isern's going to follow up, then Mr. Ackert's going to be ready to go.
So how do you, that's pretty impressive, the 23% increase in extramural funding from federal agencies, I'm assuming. How do you incentivize the faculty, and how do you support the faculty so that they are successful in that way?
That's a great question. And I incentivize them in various forms. One, I instituted something I call the Innovate Awards, and that is to provide funding incentives for faculty who maybe don't have their grant completely formulated, but they need some funding to complete some research ideas, or really need some time to devote to doing their proposal. And the Innovate Awards are for that. They're also for innovation. So if you apply for the award and you say, I have a great patent idea, then you'll get some money for that, and for interdisciplinary endeavors. And what's been interesting is we've gotten music collaborating with computer science, and we've gotten psychology collaborating with chemistry. So you have a lot of interrelationships there. But letting the faculty know that, one, they're part of the team. So I'll give you an example. When I was at Stevens, I had gone to a department in the intelligence community, but I can't tell you who. And I said to them, tell me 10 technical reasons that keep you up at night. So they did. I brought them back, got a group of faculty together, and I said, here are 10 real concerns for the intelligence community. Which ones will further your personal research? Which ones do you think we should go after? And then collectively as a group, how could we solve some of these problems? So I made him part of the initiative. I didn't come back and say, here's something you should apply for, but got them to tell me how it could further their careers, how they could contribute to a big national problem. So that's another way to incentivize. And the same thing with commercialization, that why should I do a startup company? Or why should I apply for a patent? What's the incentives? And of course, the first startup companies you sell and the faculty then get a return in dollars on their investment. Then you have a line out the door because they said, oh, this could be really beneficial. So those are some examples, and I also established a patent wall of fame so that if you have a patent issued, you get a plaque and a replica of your first page of the patent, and it's put on the patent wall of fame, and there's a big ceremony where we invite Board of Trustees and state legislators to attend. So again, it's the recognition. So they see there's an incentive to do something, but then they get recognized for it. And recognition is very important to faculty, or to anyone, actually.
Thank you.
Mr. Ackert, but you have to move your microphone. There you go.
See, I remembered that.
Okay, that's because you hadn't asked a question yet, so I'm just catching you back up.
Everything we do here at Florida Gulf Coast University should be done in the context of an overall vision, in part articulated by the president. What experience have you had with articulating a vision and engaging others in its implementation? What might be your vision for Florida Gulf Coast University in the first few years of your presidency?
And just about all the executive positions I've held, I've been charged, one of the charges has been to create a vision. And I, again, make it a collaborative effort. So one example is when I was vice president of Answer Analytic Services, they really wanted to increase their information technology, and that was one of my focuses. So you have a choice. Either you can come in and you could say, this is a vision that I have, and hopefully people will go along with it. Or what I did is I had an offsite with some of my direct reports, provided guidance and examples of visions of similar organizations and provided guidance, but they created the vision. And because they created the vision, then the vision was implemented. And as a result, we increased revenues by 90% in a little over a year. But the incentive was there and the ownership. At UAA, created a vision to increase the research and commercialization, and been very successful at that. But there again, it involved input in a collaborative effort. And I would be presumptuous to tell you what the vision should be for this university. However, based on what I've read and the accomplishments and some of the bases that you have, definitely to be the national university for research and innovation to solve critical problems and needs of society, or that are beneficial to society, with an emphasis. Now, it sounds like I've really crafted this vision beforehand, but I looked at some of the key elements. So if you want to be successful and be known as an innovation university, then to focus on some areas that you want to be successful in. So you can't be everything to everyone. So part of that vision statement should include a focus on what you have in renewable energy, sustainable environment, and in your health sciences. Now that's a broad field. So what areas of health? Now I see that you're doing work in the Zika virus, and that's very important. You have a lot of biotechnology companies here in Florida, and so how could you combine your health knowledge with your engineering and contribute to that area? And so that's when I said critical needs of society. Climate's very important, renewable energy is very important, health concerns are very important. So those are some examples where the vision should contain a focus on what would attract others to come to this university. So 3 or 4 points, perhaps. And then the students, so what is your vision for the students? Well, you want to be able to have students, when they leave the university, get jobs in the areas of their profession, and also be prepared for what's now called the knowledge economy or the global economy, but to be successful careers and move on to graduate school.
Dr. Allen.
I'm going to ask a hypothetical. Would you be frustrated to be the president of a university that wasn't necessarily aspiring to be a STEM-based research powerhouse?
I wouldn't say frustrated, but I think from what I've read, that is one of your focuses. Was I wrong?
No, it's a hypothetical.
Oh, just a hypothetical? Okay. I think, leadership involves a lot of different elements, but to be a successful leader, you should really aspire to be in an organization that can make the best use of your skills. And so I wouldn't say I would be frustrated, but I don't think it would necessarily make you the best use of all my background in leadership I've done to that point.
I'll ask a question that's not hypothetical. We are funded by performance metrics in the state of Florida, and I don't think Alaska has those metrics at this time from what I've read. But graduation rate is a huge part of that funding base. And looking at the graduation rates at your current institution and along with ours here, there's a lot of work that could be done. Can you tell me how you would attack that problem? Because that is how we're funded and that drives a number of the other metrics. So can you give us your thoughts about how you work with students, faculty, staff, everybody to start moving that graduation rate number up?
Well, we are concerned in Alaska, as you pointed out, about graduation rates, and we do have metrics. Maybe they're hidden from material you've read, but I'm not being sarcastic, I'm just saying. But especially now because we're going through our self-assessment for accreditation. And so that really involves establishing metrics to adhere to. And graduation rate is a concern, I think, at most universities. And as you probably know, critical time is between first and second years. So really monitoring that and being able to see where a student is having difficulty early on. In Alaska, we've used some software that's helped along with that, like MapWorks. I don't know if you use MapWorks here or not, but that's a way for a student also to get involved in crafting what some of their issues are and being able to help them do a self-assessment. So advising, having the right kind of advisors in place. In Alaska, we have the Alaska Native population. We were talking about diversity earlier. It's a very diverse university, and it's inclusive of that particular population. So when students from that area come, they have to get used to an environment in a city, and as well as getting used to being at a university, and they have a cultural difference that they're now dealing with. So it isn't always about the academic side, but it also involves how comfortable do they feel for a variety of reasons. So having the right kind of advisors who are attuned to that particular student's needs. So what I'm saying is I don't think there's one blanket solution that says, okay, here's what you need to do. I think it's very student-centric, and that if you are very conscious of what some of the needs are for particular demographics, that you can set up, like I said, advising systems or getting them assimilated into the university. Perhaps their only problem is a cultural issue. So how are you more welcoming to those students? So those are some of the factors that I think are important. But recognizing a problem early on is very critical. Because if you find something immediately within the first quarter of the semester, so right in the beginning, then you can help that student work through. I think that if it starts accumulating, then there would be a really serious problem. But then after that, I think it gets a little bit easier, but I think that's the really critical time between first and second years.
Dean Gregerson.
You mentioned or alluded to the strategic plan that is available on our website. the next president will join us after that strategic plan has been created, and we'll have an opportunity to shape and implement and operationalize it. Can you talk for a little bit about your experience with strategic planning processes and how you might bring that to FGCU?
I've done strategic planning in the government when I was at DARPA and CIA. At DARPA, actually started their first mathematics program and grew it, and it still exists there today, which is really nice testimony. But that involved a lot of strategic planning because interacted with universities across the country, corporations. So it wasn't just you had the plan at DARPA, but then you had to fold in these external constituents into that plan to make it successful. So that was a little bit different. Strategic planning at the university. At Stevens, I worked with the Board of Trustees, with the faculty, with the deans, to create a strategic plan for the university, as well as one for what they call technogenesis, so involving research and commercialization and entrepreneurship, and championing that among the faculty. So there, it was a more dean faculty-centric, but then approval from the Board of Trustees. But what I'm going to give you a couple more examples, but what's really important to me with strategic plans is the implementation. So you can create all the plans in the world, but if you don't have the support of the faculty and the deans and the Board of Regents or Board of Trustees to really implement that plan, and that's a really key factor that I've been successful at. And at the University of Alaska, Anchorage, I've created a strategic plan for research, and there I established the Vice Provost Research Council so that I had representatives from across the campus in different departments and colleges actually weighing in on creating the plan. And at Stevens, I was able to triple research revenues and contribute to Stevens rising in ranks in the U.S. News and World Report, and that created more visibility for the university. But at the basis of that was the strategic planning, because they wanted to be within a certain level. So say you want to be within the top 20 research universities, just to pick a number. Why aren't you there? So you have to go back and see why aren't you, and how can you fold that into your plan to get there. So you want to look at external factors when you create a plan. At the University of Alaska Anchorage, the strategic plan for research was successfully implemented and was part of the reason why we were able to have the 23% increase in external research funding, as well as establishing centers. So it was very successfully implemented, and we're now working on doing the next generation of plan.
Thank you.
Ms. Nolan.
Thank you. I noticed we've already discussed a little bit the performance metrics, but I noticed the four-year graduation rate is 9%, and I wonder if you could address how you're looking at that, or how you're evaluating graduation rates.
How are we evaluating it? I mean, currently?
I guess the question is the 9% on the four-year graduation rate acceptable? Is that something that the university is addressing, or?
The university is addressing it. We haven't come up with a really definitive solution. I mean, it's an honest answer, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Morton.
You're the first DARPA person I've met since I got off active duty. Did you really create the internet?
Well, DARPA did, actually.
I know.
It was ARPANET at the time.
I thought people should get an idea of really what DARPA does. I mean, it's unbelievable, the work I'm fortunate enough to deal with some of them. Part of this job is reaching out to the Board of Governors, to the legislature. Could you expand or expound for us how you would deal with the legislature, some of your experience that you related to us, I think working with Lieutenant Governor, et cetera, How would you work with the legislature? And the second part of the question, because it's a two-part question and we have here is, could you tell us how your skills and your background would assist this university in dealing with performance metrics? So two-function question.
Okay.
Legislature and performance metrics and your background and how you would deal with that.
For the legislature, I've given testimony to the state legislature in Alaska, both economic development committees and the finance committee. As a result of some testimony of the finance committee, there was intent language actually put in and advocating for the university. But it's not only about giving testimony to a committee of the legislature. It's about formulating a relationship so that you invite the legislators to come to campus to really see firsthand what's going on in the university so that they really gain an appreciation, so that when you do give the testimony, they have something that they can relate to. So developing those ongoing relationships, so it's with the representatives, the lieutenant governor, the governor, and I've been successful at doing that. Also, I don't know the importance here, but I work very well at the federal level with federal legislators, and I've gotten money for efforts for universities directly from them. One was for an effort for finding missing and exploited children using intelligence software agents. I got $8 million in funding for that because the federal representatives saw a real benefit to society from doing something like that and was successful. So it's not only at the state level, but it's also at the federal levels that I've been very effective in convincing them of the worth of the institution and providing funding. The second part of your question was on metrics.
Performance metrics. Could you relate to us how you would deal with the performance metrics here in the state of Florida?
Can you just clarify how I would deal with my experience in adhering to the metrics?
What is your opinion of performance metrics and what impact would it have on your management style here in the state of Florida?
I've been involved with performance metrics in multiple of ways. So when I was in industry, this may not be directly related to university, but in some ways it's lessons learned. But I always made sure when we had contracts with the government, whether it be in industry or at a university, that we delivered, if it was a deliverable, it was on time, on budget. I established goals and measures and metrics, performance, and actually use them as a guidance to make sure that the goals are being met. In terms of metrics, and I read how you have to have certain metrics here to get the funding from the state. So metrics take nurturing to make sure that they're being achieved. And so making sure that doing a constant check to make sure that you are meeting them is really important. So that involves buy-in from the faculty and also any deans. So if one of your metric is student performance, they would have a direct relationship with that. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, though.
Well,
I've set metrics and measures and adhered to them, and
you know, to give you a little bit of a background.
Sure.
I was CEO of a diversified corporation, and I was held accountable for 6 metrics. And those metrics drove my evaluation and the evaluation, if you will, in the long run of the corporation. How I would handle those metrics and the management style that I had and how I would engage the management team in addressing those metrics and achieving those metrics to the expectation of our board of directors and board of trustees. So I'm looking for how you might embrace or not embrace performance metrics and how that might affect or how you would implement that kind of a management philosophy, or if you would, or were you president of FGCU?
If the metrics are, I wouldn't say imposed, but are already established, like with the state, but most of your metrics are, and then you could pick two, I think, that you can deal with. But if the metrics are already there, then those that are key to having them achieved have to understand the importance of those metrics. And if they're not achieved, what are the consequences of not achieving them? And if people understand that, then I think the performance is there. It's been my experience that they do perform to task. If in managing some of the contracts for the government, if they adhere to the metrics, more funding comes. People can relate to that. And so that's an incentive. But how do you make sure they're adhering to the metrics? And one way, of course, is to have meetings and make sure that the goals are being achieved. And if they're not, find out what the problem is so that you can mitigate the problem and make sure those metrics would be achieved.
Thank you.
Mr. Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to sort of follow up to Dr. Allen's question. This university was formed by was basically brought together in Southwest Florida to serve 5 counties. It is basically focused here in Lee County and spends a lot of time in Lee and Collier County, Naples, south of us. University of Alaska Anchorage probably has a similar situation we have here, in that you have a lot of remote outlying communities that you have to serve or be available to them and answer the challenges they have in their lives in those little towns and villages. How would you relate that situation to here with the university having to reach out to a county to the north and 2 or 3 counties to the interior that really don't get the presence that we should probably be getting? How would you deal with that?
Well, I could tell you how I've been dealing with it and how that might carry over. I'll start with the University of Alaska Anchorage has campuses in Kodiak, in Kenai, in Homer, and in the Mat-Su Valley. And so I think it's important for the president to make sure they visit those campuses. When people see you and see your presence, that makes a big difference. You can't do that all the time, so one of the other things we've done is to do a video conferencing. So now we're doing a self-assessment, as I mentioned earlier, for accreditation, and we wanted the input from those other campuses. So we have the video conferencing where they can participate in all our meetings and setting our metrics and other directions. And when I established the Arctic Domain Awareness Center, that was the DHS Center, I involved actually a village in the Bering Strait to be a part of that. And because we were looking at different effects of coastal erosion, storm surges, ice melt. Now, the storm surges and coastal erosions are problems you also have, so that's kind of a problem that Alaska has that translates. The ice, I don't think so. But anyway, the native knowledge in that particular case was very valuable because they could see different changes occurring that you wouldn't be aware of. So getting their input and actually having them be a partner on this particular grant and being involved in the center they were just delighted that the university did reach out to them and make them a part of things. And in turn, the government got very excited because they said, you're actually involving an indigenous group to Alaska with their traditional knowledge. So that's maybe a little bit different than what you're talking about, but the concept is similar, is to get them involved in the endeavors that the university is doing, reach out to them, and be proactive and make sure that you visit with them.
Thank you.
Dr. Isern.
So I have a question related to the materials that you provided in your application. So I note that you have a lot of varied experiences in government, in industry, and in academia. And I guess I just want to get a better sense of why academia and why now. So what is it that attracts you to academia at this point in your career?
Well, actually, I started out in academia. So, but I'll answer your question. So after I received my PhD, I was at Seton Hall University. And there I was in the School of Business and actually was influential in getting their first AACSB accreditation. And I know that you have AACSB accreditation, and that's very important. I've always believed in education, and what is the most important thing is really to educate students or educate people. And so that was really something that, although I left it, I wanted to come back to. And I felt by getting government experience and really seeing how the government thought and what were some of the concerns, what were national challenges, and I've still served on government committees, and I've been at workshops at the White House on commercialization and also grand challenges for universities. So that gives you insights that then you could bring not only in funding but directions that the country is going in to the university. And then private industry was a broadening experience as well, so that you had different but similar concerns, but being able to then come back to the university, I feel that I would help enrich the university, and I have both at Stevens and UAA from that experience, because now you can talk to students, for example, and say, if you're pursuing a career, I've actually lived 3 different areas of industry, government, and university, so you have rich opportunities. But looking at the bigger picture, what are the global trends? And industry plays an important role in that, and keeping those contacts. So now you have a network, too, that you can draw from. And serving on public boards of directors. I was on the board of directors of Great Batch, which does implantable medical devices. In fact, they had the first patent for the first implantable pacemaker. And so that, by serving on that board, really increased my experience with fiduciary responsibility, because the board has that responsibility for the organization, or the company in this case. And being a public company, the rules and regulations were very interesting. So it increases your experience that you can bring back to the university. So it's that view, the broader view, the knowledge, experience was all enhancing, and you can share that with the university. So that's why I went back and was at Stevens Institute of Technology and now at UAA. And I've always wanted to be president of a university. So when I said I wanted to return, and that was also a goal that I've been laying the foundation for. But does that?
Thank you.
Okay.
Dean Gregerson with a follow-up question.
Yeah. One of the interesting things on your CV is a stint as an entrepreneur. So talk a little bit about how entrepreneurial thinking that you developed through that, and you probably noticed that one of our pillars in our strategic plan is related to entrepreneurship. So talk a little bit about that connection, your personal connection there.
I like to call myself a technological entrepreneur because I've been very involved in the technology side of things, but that's not the only aspect. But it's also, there's different pieces to that. The entrepreneurship at the university, really encouraging courses and direction, but being a champion for that and taking it a step further to commercialization. So at Stevens, I started 9 startup companies and sold 2. And 2 of those companies were student-generated. And one of them was in a medical device. And there was a physician in New York who had this idea, and the senior design for engineering pursued it and worked with him, started the company. When they graduated, they went to work for the company, and then hired other students to work for the company, and they got FDA approval for the device. So it's a really nice story because it brings in the commercialization, it brings in another aspect a university can provide for a student, and but technology wasn't the only area. I actually started a music company as well, so that's a little bit on another endeavor. And The important thing was establishing a culture of innovation on the campus so that faculty and students would be encouraged. And when I started the companies, I actually provided the business plans, raised funding for the companies, and really worked with the faculty, co-founders, and inventors to pursue that. In addition to, and at UAA, I started our first 4 startup companies, and I'm happy to say that one of them, Rhizoform, I submitted it for a national competition. There were 200 universities participating in submissions, and they actually won Best University Startup. And so we went off to Washington and did a demo day at Congress, met with the federal legislators. And so that's an example where the increased the visibility of the university, got recognition for the faculty for starting the startup, and now we have interest from investors, which is really important. I also had, independent of the university, I started my own company in biometrics, built the business and sold the company, and also raised the funding for the company. So those are some various, very direct experiences that I've had with it. But it is, if you want to have an experiential experience for students, that's one way to do it, and it could be very enriching.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Rebstorf.
Yes, focusing in on your administrative experience, because it certainly sounds like you've got the entrepreneurial and the creative and the results-oriented at the end of the day. A fundamental responsibility of today's president is to run a complex university, to manage people and its resources effectively in a resource-limited environment, while at the same time, by the way, meeting performance metrics with our students' results. Would you tell us about your experience and/or approach to building a team and an infrastructure that will enable you to be successful and at the same time the university is successful?
I think I've given some examples of team building where my style really is to manage by consensus. So building a team is important. I'm not sure if you're asking just in general or very specific examples.
I'm asking specifically because you have a university with 5 different colleges.
Right.
Different areas of specialties, of which we do well in some. We're a comprehensive university, so we do a lot of different things and do them rather well. But now we're going into 20 to 40 years. And how do you put together a team that, in order for you to be out and about in the community, being the face of the community, raising money, et cetera, how do you put together a team that will take the vision of the strategic plan, the direction of the Board of Trustees, oversaw by the Board of Governors, implement it into your team, and let them go out and do their thing and produce the results from performance metrics? Not just a certain projects, it's the overall umbrella.
The concept is similar in the following regard, that you want to have them involved in the planning of the process. So if they feel a part of the process, then they will do the implementation effectively. You want to make sure that they understand why it's important to achieve the metrics, but buying into the concept. So if you have the strategic plan, they have to be a part of that. So if you have College of Engineering, they have to weigh into where they feel their strengths are and how they could leverage those strengths, and then give them the confidence that they could go out and do that. And to provide them the support that's necessary, the resources that are necessary to carry through, and to incentivize perhaps having a bonus or some kind of incentive, that if they achieve their goals or exceed their goals, there's something additional for them. I believe in rewards and incentives are really important for motivation. And if you believe in your team, and people who work for me, I believe that they can do their jobs. So if you really believe that and you feel you've chosen the right people, you have the right deans in place, you have the right staff in place, they will support you in your efforts and you will give them resources necessary. I think those are fundamentally or philosophically what is really necessary. You might want to, and I've looked at the president's cabinet here, and to achieve some of the goals, you might want to add positions that you feel will help you do that. And I've given some thought to that, or maybe just reconfiguring the way the organization is, depending on how, what we decide are some of the, on the strategic plan. But I think that that would be my overall approach. So.
Trustee Elnius. This will be the last question, then we're going to let you ask us questions. So T, you'll have the last question.
All right. Providing that students being one of the bigger constituency groups for the president, and that with outstanding educational experiences that should be occurring both inside and outside the classroom, the traditional space. Given that that's an important thing to our campus community, how do you go about making sure you're aware of the students' needs? And if you can describe a recent or meaningful conversation you had with a student and what you learned from it and how that helped shape some of the things that you have done in your previous experiences.
I have students involved in many of the committees that I form. So on the Graduate Council, we have a student representative. For undergraduates, I meet with some of the students directly. And having the students be a part of committees that make decisions is one way to gain insight into the university and how the students are doing. But I'm a more proactive person, so if there are events the students are holding, like the Honors College has a research day, I make sure that I attend and really see what the students are achieving. The dorm holds different events, go to that, and there I really have a chance to sit down one-on-one with students and see how happy they are with the university or not, what could be improved, what do they like that's going on. And so by getting them involved in the process, I think it's really important, and then you get insights and you develop relationships and insights as to where the experiences could be valuable. And just going to, we have a student union, going there and meeting with students more informally. When I've been here, I've had the opportunity, the person who drove me to the hotel and one of the managers of the front desk at the hotel are students here. So I said, how do you like the university? And they said they were just really enamored of the experience that they have here. But see, it's those personal interactions where it's not a formal setting or a committee, I think that you learn the most. Valuable conversations I've had with an undergraduate engineering student, and she came to me for advice because she had an invention and wondered whether she should apply for a patent. And I worked her through the whole process, and she got the patent issued and is now on our Patent Wall of Fame. So, but her professor suggested that she come and speak with me, and I took the time and really worked with her. So that was more a mentoring example, but that was a recent conversation. And through those interactions, I had a chance to learn about her experiences at the university. So she provided insights as well.
Outstanding, thanks. So what we want to do now is reverse the process. We want you to ask us questions that you may have, I would just ask you address them to me, and
Okay.
then I will dole them out to whoever I think probably has the best information to get you an answer.
All right.
So your question, please.
All right, my first question is, what would you see as the challenges for the new president, if you could give me 3?
Dr. Allen, you're not looking like you want to answer, but but by not looking at me, you're the winner. I'm gonna let you start. Then I think I'm gonna let Dean Gregerson, and then I'm gonna let Vice Chair Rebsdorf answer.
I think funding is a challenge at any public institution, so that's something that is going to require a good bit of time of the president. I think we need a president who's going to be highly visible in the community, not related to funding, just visibility and engagement to establish the university's presence as part of the culture of Southwest Florida. I think putting together an administrative team is going to be a challenge for the next president. And I think the next president's going to have to be involved in much more than just research. It is a part of what we do, but the president's job, it includes everything from negotiating food service contracts to faculty promotion decisions. So it's a very broad job, and someone's going to have a broad look at, have to have a broad overview of the institution to be successful.
So
that's more than 3, but I was thinking as I was talking.
No, that's fine. But going back to number 2, the administrative, what in particular are some of the issues there?
I think anytime a new top leader comes into a position like this, there's some expectation that they will want to put together a team they work well with, that is aligned with their plan and their vision. And I think that's a first step that that a president would take.
Dean Gregerson.
Yeah, and Dr. Allen said a lot, so I'm not sure what's left over. No, that's fine. Well, as we were going around when we were asking the questions, you heard performance metrics a lot. So I think having real plans to continue to allow the university to improve on all 10 of those metrics, or as many of those as we can, because that's where all our new funding comes from. That's clearly a key component of that leadership piece. And then the second thing I would add, sort of following up on what Trustee Elnia said, is I think becoming fully integrated into the campus. There's the external piece that Dr. Allen talked about, but really being seen as a real part of the campus community, and becoming someone who's not simply hidden in an office somewhere, but a real partner with the students, with the faculty, with the staff. So I think that's a real important key.
Vice Chair Rebsdorf.
I don't think there's going to be much that's a challenge for you, listening for your background and all the multiple things that you've done and the diversity within your background. But the expectations, as they were saying, we are just coming into our 20th year anniversary. We do have performance metrics, and it is so different than what I think faculty and administrations of universities have been accustomed to. But it's the right thing, because it is the taxpayers' money, and we do have to reprogram students to understanding the longer they stay in school, the more opportunities they are missing in getting that right job and getting their own paycheck and getting independent on themselves. So to come in knowing that you have a board of trustees who is set on go. We're set on go to find our bright line, as a lot of times Governor Morton calls it, because we feel we are a very good, comprehensive university. We've done things extremely well. You got to keep that going at the same time that you come in and assess and learn the community, learn the needs of the community, and see how we can contribute as a university and do it well and be the bright line and be known for it. And at the same time, as he's saying, you got to form your own team. And change is tough for people. So that's a challenge. And then understanding the metrics and just really getting entrenched and keep the chairman of the foundation over there. The next person that comes in has big shoes to fill behind him after a $100 million campaign.
And that's fantastic.
So that is going to be a challenge in itself as well, is to keep that going forward, because it's dollars that's going to give us the bigger and better programs to get that bright line even brighter. So,
Have you had trouble convincing faculty and deans or other administration here at the university about the metrics?
Being a trustee in my 6 years, it has been a learning curve. I think everyone understands and respects the metrics, but to move the pendulum is where, because you have people who want success. They want to be surrounded by success. And we're one of 12 universities being measured. We do not want to be in the bottom 3. So that's why we have to see quick success in our graduation rates. And as we've all said, when you get the graduation rates right, everything else is going to be right. And we do extremely well in a lot of those metrics. But the cost to degree, the credit hours, the retention, there's things that the graduation rate would definitely cure.
Trustee Elnius, would you like to give her your thoughts as a student leader about challenges or opportunities for the next president? Not really,
Sure.
Not really, but you will?
All right, I will. I would say the biggest challenge that the next president would face is taking the direction from the Board of Governors and the Board of Trustees, that performance-based metrics that we all love to talk about, and infusing it with our campus culture and making it a part of our campus, but not alienating the things that we as FGCU value the most. Two of those things being diversity and environmental sustainability. So with that is somebody being able to infuse that with the direction that's being given with the performance metrics and all else, and making that a part of who we are as a university, but not forgetting and losing sight of the things that make us FGCU.
Thank you. Next question.
What about the university that you have in place now would you say is most responsible for attracting students and faculty?
Dr. Isren, would you like to talk about the faculty piece of attracting you to the university or your peers?
Sure. One of the things that attracts faculty to come here is the opportunity to help have a voice and an impact in forming a new university and putting your own footprint into it, having the ability to design curriculum, design lab spaces, design research programs, et cetera, and just basically making a difference. A lot of older institutions, things are done the way they are, and yes, it's great that you're coming here to teach or whatnot, but we know how to do things. But the opportunity to come here and make a difference, I think, has attracted a lot of us faculty.
Dr. Allen.
I agree. From a faculty perspective, it's there's no tenure system here. So everyone has to be moving forward all the time. You can't retire in place. So that keeps faculty engaged, and it makes for a dynamic atmosphere. And what I truly appreciate from a personal level is that the people I work with, my colleagues on the hallway, truly care about student success. And their success is indeed our success. So that's probably the most rewarding thing about coming to this school, is the sense of participation that all the faculty share.
Trustee Elnius, from a student's perspective.
But I would say besides the destination of Southwest Florida being so close to the beach and having a beach on campus, I'd say the things that drive students here is one, our focus and the mission of the university on sustainability, and two, the opportunities that students have here on this campus to, one, interact with their faculty, and not being a large campus where you get lost in the numbers. You have that one-on-one interaction. Our average classroom size is between 25 to 35 students. So the students really get that close niche feel with their faculty members, and they build those relationships. And that's one of the things that makes us who we are as FGCU, and why a lot of students like this university.
Mr. Acker.
I would be remiss if I didn't bring this up. We have 5,000 kids living on campus in the luxurious housing. And I can tell you that that was a big part, along with everything everybody else said, why they're here. Their parents fell in love with the housing here, and the kids have also. We probably have the finest student life, resident life program, and I'm going to say in the Southeast, but even further. I mean, we really take care of our kids here. It is amazing what happens, particularly the freshmen. I mean, that first year experience in our resident halls is incredible. I would live in them.
Well, that's an endorsement.
Yeah. Secondly, it's our athletic program, in addition to everything that everybody else has said. When we went to the Sweet 16, that was obviously a hallmark in our quiver, and we tripled our applications, obviously. But everything everybody else has said, this is a very, very, very important part of why they're here.
And the athletics, I'm glad you brought that up, because that wasn't part of the conversation necessarily, but I did note about the Sweet 16. And sports are really important to the students' enrichment, but alumni from experiences at other universities, alumni have a tendency to give more to a university who's successful in sports. I think that kind of pride comes out. And so that's important. And I've seen applications from students. So suppose this university and another university are equal in what they want in a university, but one has the sport that they can participate in and the other one doesn't. They go to the one with the sports. So they play a very important role.
We also can report that our 250 student athletes have a higher grade point average than the rest of the student body.
Well,
Which
that's
is pretty neat.
terrific.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
One last question.
I think you've answered most of the questions, and some of it has been answered just by the questions that you've asked me. I really appreciate the time to meet with you today, and I would look forward to having the leadership at this university. You've done a lot, and it's remarkable what you've achieved in 20 years. And the next 20, I'd like to be a part of starting that era.
Well, we enjoyed talking to you today. On behalf of the committee, thank you very much for your long, long trip to get here, and we've enjoyed the time with you as well, so thank you very much. We stand recessed as a committee for about 15 minutes until the next candidate.
I feel important.
You are.
Here at the head of the table, as long as I don't have to pay the bill.
Exactly. Dr. Becerra, welcome to Florida Gulf Coast University, or FGCU, as you will hear us affectionately call it. Committee, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Irma Becerra. Dr. Becerra is Provost and Chief Academic Officer at St. Thomas University. Dr. Becerra, we're pleased to have this opportunity to spend some time with you. Our schedule provides for 55 minutes of committee questions of you, and then we're going to flip that around and give you 15 minutes to ask us any questions that you may have that we can help with anything you may want to know, or if you have questions of us based on our questions. I think I'll get started with the first question. Why Florida Gulf Coast University, and why at this point in your career would you want to be our next president of this fine institution?
Thank you, trustee, and thank you to all of you for being here, for your support of Florida Gulf Coast, and also for your support of public education. It's a beautiful Friday afternoon, so I really commend you for being here and making that investment into our future. I'm very excited to be here and to have the opportunity to meet you all. And the reason why I'm so excited is that I feel emotionally aligned to this university. And the reasons are that most of my strengths and my areas of expertise really align perfectly to this university, and that's what really caught my attention about this opportunity. As you may know, I wasn't looking for career change at this point of my life, but when the opportunity to meet Florida Gulf Coast firsthand presented itself, and the more that I learned about the institution, the more that I was so impressed by it, because if I was given a canvas and I was asked to paint the university of the future, I would have painted Florida Gulf Coast University. Your areas of strength in STEM, entrepreneurship, building on the foundation of the liberal arts, and focus on education, which is important because we need to continue educating our future students. I couldn't have done a better job. I am completely impressed. It really has, in the last 20 years, I want to really commend our founding fathers and the faculty and staff that have helped Florida Gulf Coast get to this point in such a short time, because you have done a phenomenal work. And I feel that with my expertise and my preparation and really the perfect alignment with your areas of strength, I can really help take Florida Gulf Coast to your next level. I know that you want to be recognized, continue to be recognized by excellence and gain proeminence. I know that you have great goals in areas of STEM and new schools of dentistry and a new school of pharmacy. And I just see your goals to be completely in the right direction. At the same time, I know that you're also educating students that are civically engaged, students that are not only ready for the workforce, for the careers of the 21st century, but they also want to live lives that matter. And that is something that is very important to me. As you may know, I don't know if this is in my CV, but I was born in Cuba. My parents left Cuba when I was 8 months old. I grew up in Puerto Rico. And I learned, my mother never really had the chance to go to college, but I learned the value of education early on, because as they say in my family, nobody can take away your education. And coming from a family that we had to leave all our assets behind, I learned early on the value of education. So I came to the University of Miami, where I studied electrical engineering, bachelor's and master's. Went to work at Florida Power and Light, so I have been in industry and I have that experience. And it was at FPL that I became kind of part-time corporate instructor. My full-time job was keeping an eye on and building the reliability of the power system grid. And you may think that FPL was crazy about giving that responsibility to a 23-year-old. I think they probably were. But it was really an interesting time, and I used to have to spend a lot of time coding this power grid. But once a week, 1 week out of every 2 or 3 months, I was also a corporate instructor. And doing that job, I fell in love with higher ed. So I quit my job at FPL and went back to school to get my doctorate when my kids were 6 months and 2, and put myself through college, and here I am, fast forward just a few years later, looking at a presidency. So I am an advocate for education, and I know that FGCU will continue to do a great job to transform the lives of its students, much like education transformed my life. And I want you to know that I am the leader that can take you there. And I have the skill set that will help FIU go to new levels and new heights. So I hope you see that in me as well.
Dr. Isern.
Florida Gulf Coast University's shared governance tradition brings together faculty, staff, and students. Furthermore, enhancing diversity is a high priority at FGCU. We would like to know what shared governance means to you, especially the role you feel a president should take. And also, if you could please answer, tell us about a time that you adapted your style to work effectively with those who were different from you. So shared governance and diversity.
Well, let's take shared governance first. First of all, I came up through the faculty. I first started as an adjunct professor when I was still at FPL. I adjunct a professor in engineering. And then, of course, after I finished my PhD, I worked for a short time at the University of Florida, and later on, I joined the faculty in the College of Business at FIU, and I worked through the traditional assistant professor, and then associate professor, full professor, and so forth. So I am a faculty member, and I am very familiar with the difficulties that faculty face in balancing teaching, research, and service. Because I've been there, I know what that looks like. I have also worked very closely with the Faculty Senate at my both institutions, both at FIU, where there was a union, and also at St. Thomas, where there is no union, but the faculty also don't have tenure, but multi-year contracts like here. So I am a believer in shared governance because I am shared governance. So with that, I think I covered that I believe in the values of shared governance. And your other question, if you can repeat it.
Diversity.
The diversity. Well, I think it's our responsibility that our leadership recognizes and is ready for understanding, multicultural diversity. So we need to build that expertise among our leadership. There are many universities around the nation that are really struggling with this issue of diversity, and I have spoken to a president at one of the great institutions in Chicago, and she was sharing some of the struggles and the point that we are at right now. So I think that we need to be careful that we don't overlook the issues related to diversity. I know there was recently an issue on campus where their students felt that there were some racial slurs, and they felt that it was not given the proper attention. So we have to listen to our students, and we have to listen to those cues and give them the right attention. Along diversity, I also want to talk about another kind of diversity, and that is that sometimes when we think about diversity, we're only thinking about ethnical or gender diversity, but there's also cognitive diversity. And it reminds me of a recent book, Diversity Matters. It's a very important research that shows that when you have teams that are diverse, everybody works harder in the team. So in fact, diversity makes us better. And if we really want to instill those values of critical thinking that our employers tell us that are so important for our students, all those soft skills that students need to have to be successful in the workplace, problem solving, creativity, communication skills, all of those really are best learned in environments where you are moved to think a little harder, to see things from a different point of view. So I think that when we think about diversity, let's strive to really give students the right preparation by having them have an experience in college that allows them to understand problems from different perspectives and have that exposure to cognitive diversity so they really can excel in the critical thinking skills.
Follow up by trustee Elnius.
Yes, can you give a specific example of how you and your team, if select as president, would deal with students that have any diversity concerns on campus or faculty members for that matter, that have those types of concerns?
So, thank you, T. I actually had a great opportunity. I stayed in the Marriott Courtyard last night, and I had a great opportunity to talk to some of our students there. And I'll tell you a few things that I learned from them. Number one is that they love Florida Gulf Coast, and I love to hear that. And then some of them expressed that they were a little bit concerned about their safety. There was one student that raised that concern. And I think it's important that we organize a committee, a way for students to express themselves, and then we work together as to what would that mean. When I asked the student, so your safety, why is it that you're concerned about your safety? He said, well, is it because something got stolen? He goes, no, I'm very worried about this situation happening twice. So I think it's important that we listen to their concerns and that we work together to find a solution to some of their concerns, because it's important that we listen to them. It's important. I think that's what, the marks of a good leader is, that you listen. And you listen and you work collaboratively to address their concerns. So that's what I would do.
Mr. Call.
So a follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
So shared governance, so I heard you started as faculty, but as provost now, how do you, maybe give us an example of how you bring the faculty together, or how you do a shared governance in your job today, maybe?
Okay, excellent. Well, I came to St. Thomas about 2 years ago. I don't know how many of you know about St. Thomas. St. Thomas is a fine institution with a very important mission, and I'm very happy to be proud of it. St. Thomas was founded in Cuba in 1946 by Augustinian priests, and Villanova is the same university as Villanova. And they were essentially forced into exile by the Castro regime, and they restarted in Miami Gardens in 1961. When I came to St. Thomas, the president and the trustees shared with me their vision. They want to be the best Catholic university in the Southeast. So what I did is I met with my executive team, my deans, and some of the VPs that report to me. And we sat together and we said, well, what does that mean? What does it mean to be the best? And we essentially kind of boiled it down to 4 areas. Number one is we have to have excellent programs. We have to have a portfolio of programs that are innovative, that are market-based, that are going to be able to really attract top students to come to St. Thomas. Well, that effort, of course, required that we brought everybody in the university, and we figure out how do we launch innovative programs and how can we best use the resources that we have, because we also are resource constrained, right? So we came up with an interesting mix of programs, and many of them were different in the sense that they really integrated different areas of expertise that existed in the university in new ways. So we did something very innovative in academia, and that is we broke the silos that typically exist between departments. And for example, when we launched the cybersecurity degree, it included faculty from business, from computer science, from criminal justice and law. So using this interdisciplinary approach, we were able to design together 21 degrees. But this effort is something that we needed to do it as a whole. It requires the entire
governance of the university to come together and say, we need to do this together. How are we going to do it? So, of course, that requires a visionary leader that can balance both our DNA, our academic DNA, if I may say, and our faculty governance together, with understanding that we need to move the university to the forefront of our counterparts, because it's very competitive for higher ed today. So I think that, of course, that requires a special skill. I think that that's where we are uniquely different in higher ed leadership than in a corporation, because as you know, in your bank, you can call your team and say, we're going to do this, and everybody goes say, okay, Mr. Call, we will. But in academia, you need to win your team over. And that's why a skill set, if you've ever done the Skills Finder, being a wooer, win others over, is very important for a leader in higher ed. So in that sense, we were able to transcend, and we were able to create new degrees that translated to bringing new students. So St. Thomas was able to really attract, increase their enrollment significantly this fall, both at the undergraduate and graduate level. While being the best also meant that we had to improve our graduation rates, and that meant that we had to work together in terms of building the infrastructure and how we advise students and putting innovations in place that will help us retain and graduate students, and I can talk a little bit more about those innovations. It also meant that we had to deliver great customer satisfaction to our students, so we had to do some innovations in terms of what they perceive were quality of life changes for them, getting a new vendor for food, etc. And essentially, these three areas, and of course, we had to also improve our visibility, the perception of St. Thomas, our branding, if I may say. And that's another area that I know you may want to talk about how we did that. But in essence, this has to be an effort. Even improving the branding of a university is something that the president cannot do alone. It really involves the entire university. It's not only putting a great website, it's actually each person branding the university, talking about what a great institution it is. So the things that we need to do at Florida Gulf Coast will require that. Did I answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Dr. Allen.
Here at FGCU, we've come to realize that we're going to need to generate additional resources beyond our funding levels to support the mission that we're on and to move to the next stage in the evolution of the university. So if you would, share with us your experience in generating external funding and your role in that resource development process.
Okay, excellent. So over my lifetime, I have raised about $17 million altogether from research dollars, from federally funded research dollars. I spent about 12 years where I worked very closely with NASA as a principal investigator in a number of grants, and even spent a year at NASA on, I was on loan to NASA headquarters, where I worked closely with the deputy administrator and designed the knowledge management strategy for the agency. So I've raised funds and federal funding. I've also raised corporate and philanthropy, like the $1.6 million grant that we received from the JP Morgan Foundation for the work that we did at Miami Northwestern, one of the high schools in the inner city, to help transform the school. I also have raised funds from private philanthropy. I've been involved both with President Rosenberg at FIU as part of the $750 million capital campaign, and with President Casal as part of the $100 million capital campaign that is currently going on. I have worked with him, for example, fundraising for the naming gift for the Gus Machado Business School, which is a $5 million gift. So in short, I like fundraising, especially I love fundraising for my university. I think that for me, Florida Gulf Coast is can I say, it's an easy sell. It's a wonderful institution. Its pillars is an excellent STEM. I can see such a bright future and a great opportunity for me to fundraise for Florida Gulf Coast. I want to also take a minute to talk about similarly another equally important area in terms of what the university needs to do now in terms of its setting up a path for being, let's call it financially independent or financially self-sustainable. It dawned on me because I was recently at a conference and I was listening to a presentation from a CFO who's brilliant, and he finally explained it to me very crisply. What is a summary of what is higher ed confronting in terms of financial viability? And basically, if you take our budget and you break it into, and this is going to be maybe oversimplified, but so bear with me for a second. If you break it into our expenses and our revenues, we are in a situation that our expenses are growing at a faster rate than our revenues. So our expenses, which is mostly our payroll, the faculty, staff, salaries, et cetera, that continues to grow with the cost of living increases. Yet, in terms of our revenue, which is our tuition, we have gotten to the point, what economists said is the elasticity of the price point, where further increases in the price is not going to help us bring any more revenues in. So similar to healthcare, and I know that we have one of our trustees that is in healthcare, we can't continue raising the price of education. So in the past, universities balanced their budgets by raising tuition every year so we can make that gap. So where we are at is we have to find a way that we can be self-sustainable and really even not right now, Florida Gulf Coast is in a kind of privileged situation that about half of your tuition, when I talk about tuition, it's not only what the students pay, it's also the part that comes from the state. And part of that tuition is really being subsidized by the state. That's a privilege. But if you think about it, we are going to need to figure out how can we continue to do the great job that we're doing, even in light of continuing, diminishing state support because we need to get there. So how do we do that? How do we do that? Well, I have some ideas. Let me give you a little case that I've been studying. There is a small university in Orlando, in a very quaint area in Orlando called Rawlings College. How many of you are familiar with Rawlings College? Well, Rawlings College has a hotel on campus. And that hotel, how many of you have been in the hotel at Rawlings College? It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. Well, that hotel adds $3 million of net revenues into the budget of Rawlings College. So Rawlings College has been able to figure out a source of revenue into their budget that will continue to grow as cost of living grows. That means that Rawlings College will continue to be able to give salary increases to its faculty and staff without having to raise the tuition. And that's what we universities are going to have to think about right now. And the key is that these things, these public-private partnerships like the hotel that Rawlings have, which by the way also provides for internship opportunities for their students, so it really ends up being a win-win-win. These things will take time for them to mature. So we essentially need to be thinking today on what are the sources of revenue that are going to sustain this university 10 years from now when I'm no longer your president, right? Well, I'm being facetious, but trying to be a little funny. I know it's been a long day. But in essence, I studied your strategic plan, and I saw that you have there a plan for a golf kind of country club and hotel. Well, I think that is an extremely important step in the right direction. I think that those are the things that the university needs to focus on. It will be another source of revenue, internships on campus for its students, and it will allow the university to rely less and less on the tuition. At the same time that we continue to work on our endowment. But let's face it, there's few universities today that are really able to count on their endowment, those so-called hedge fund universities. Harvard, Princeton, but, you know, they started working on this 400 years ago. So, you know, $1 billion, also, if you have $1 billion in your endowment, you can sit down and relax. You don't have to worry about all these PPPs and everything. But I think that we continue working on the endowment, but I think we need to start thinking today about 10 years from now, how will the university be able to sustain itself in ways that are complementary to our mission? And that's what I think this is a moment to start thinking about those. Okay.
Dean Gregerson.
Since you brought up the strategic plan, the next president of FGCU will come in after we finalize the strategic plan with the opportunity to shape and help implement and operationalize that strategic plan. Please describe your experiences with strategic planning processes, including implementing plans and using them as decision-making tools.
So as a business professor, I am very familiar with strategic plans, but also I have been a participant in developing and implementing 4 strategic plans at FIU and 1 at St. Thomas. There is a saying that if you don't have a plan, a strategic plan, you're somebody else's strategic plan. So I think it's important that we have one, and we have an excellent one. I read it in detail, actually read it twice. And I was very excited about it. I think it's very well done, very well thought out. I think that you probably already have gone through the whole effort of getting the buy-in that is necessary, but I think it'll be important to create implementation plans for the different areas. I know that the Dean of Business has a lot to do. I have less action items under me than the Dean of Business, which is great. But I think that we'll need to, I understand that we need to go create an implementation plan, strategize, prioritize all the different action items, identify what are resources that are needed so that we can start working in parallel and we can execute successfully in 5 years. So familiar with them, they're necessary, and I'm looking forward to be part of the implementation plan, the strategic plan.
So as part of the strategic plan, student success is a large part of that.
Yes.
And as you are aware from your days at FIU, we get funded by performance-based funding metrics that Governor Morton and his peers have put together.
Yes.
You know, we've talked about this a little bit. It does frustrate me a little bit because it would appear to me that those are all things that the university should be doing for students anyway.
Yeah.
But we do get paid for it, so I guess that's a benefit. If I look at St. Thomas University's 6-year graduation rate and 4-year graduation rate, they're relatively similar to what we have here.
Yes.
We're looking for a president that can come in and really make a difference and start moving those metrics up.
Yes.
If we don't, we're going to lose significant funding.
Right.
So can you give me an idea of either 2 things? One, what have you done at St. Thomas
Yes.
to help as provost start moving those numbers up? And I know you haven't been the provost, so there's a
Yes.
time lag there.
Mm-hmm.
But then also, what would be your first things that you would want to do here to improve our graduation rates, retention rates, and those kind of items?
Okay. Well, first let me talk on the topic of performance-based funding. I'm very familiar with performance-based funding from my years at FIU. So I reread the metrics because they haven't changed much in the last 2 years. My thought about performance-based metrics is that it's a great thing. Performance-based funding has made the universities in the SUS better. Every one of them. I know it's made FIU better. All my years at Academe, we never used to talk about graduation rates 10 years ago. But it is our responsibility to see that every student that is admitted to our universities gets to graduation successfully. We have a responsibility. And frankly, it should be 4 years. You take 4 years to get a 4-year degree. So in that sense, I'm delighted to see that new SOAR 4 initiative from the governor is certainly where we have to be heading towards. Also, the other thing that you'll know about me is that I am not afraid of a challenge. So I think competition is good. And I also read that Florida Gulf Coast has improved in its performance metrics, that the year before you had been in the bottom 3, and this year you actually got 67 points, so you've moved up. Is that correct? I think that's what was it?
It was the opposite,
It was-
unfortunately.
I think that was FAU.
We were
Oh,
never
was-
in the bottom 3.
Yeah.
Oh, was that it? In
FAU.
14, 15? Okay. Because these reports, there's a lag in terms of when they are
That is
they are
correct.
presented. Okay.
Correct.
So in any case, I'm up with performance metrics. I realized that in area of graduation rates, and I know that is that part of your scorecard is on graduation rates. I've worked very hard on improving graduation rates both at FIU and at St. Thomas. As vice provost at FIU, I led a task force to redesign the way we taught college algebra, because we have found that college algebra was what is called a gatekeeper course, and oftentimes students would take college algebra over anecdotal data as many times as 12 times. Our passing rate was extremely low, something like 30%. So we had to rethink the way that we taught college algebra. I looked at a number of innovations, and we actually ended up adopting one from Virginia Tech, which is high touch, high tech, where the students essentially they're required to do their homework. It's not earth shaking, but they're required to do their homework in a lab, where there are peer students available that they can answer questions about their homework if they're having trouble. And we actually monitored how many times they were spending with the homework, because with math, it's simple, time on task. If you spend time on task doing your homework, you'll do well in math. So that's an innovation that helped us increase our passing rate for college algebra from like 30% to 50%. So that's in line with graduation rates. Also, the other area at FIU that I worked was in the writing. We always, our students, you know, many of them bilingual, they just didn't have maybe strong skills coming in writing and communication skills. So we adopted the Writing Across the Curriculum initiative from George Mason University, and we implemented it at the university. I know that your new QEP is also focused on writing, so this is another area that you need to really help students if you want to be successful with your graduation rates. At St. Thomas, I instituted a student success center with professional advisors, and the advisors are there year-round to help students develop a map. They will develop a roadmap on what courses they need to take in order to get to graduation, and we are committed to offer the students the courses that they need to stay on track for graduation. We also, this year, when I was there, we instituted summer school included in the tuition, so that they don't have to pay extra and they can continue to accelerate to graduation throughout the summer. We also, I noticed when I got there that the students were not buying their books, and oftentimes if you don't buy your books, you perform poorly in a class, and therefore you drop the class and you restart again. Well, we put an innovation in place that books are now included as a rental program in their tuition and fees. This was very complicated to get it right, because essentially what we're doing is we're giving all the students a box with their books their first day. And we're saying, here you go, I want A's. And it has had a huge impact, because research shows that if students have the resources they need, the books and whatever they need to be reading, the reading materials on their first day, they tend to perform better in class. So in order to improve graduation and retention, it's not one magic bullet. It's really a multi-pronged effort. It's really looking at your gatekeeper courses and looking at how you can teach the students in a way that is more amenable to how they learn. So math and writing skills, essential. Professional advisors, the research shows, is extremely important. Faculty taking more of a mentoring role, but professional advisors sharing with the students the roadmap, the classes that they need to get to success. Really encouraging students to choose a major early on so that they don't waste time changing majors, and that's where they get into trouble, and the classes, they count for this major but not for the other. books the first day, year-round studying, take advantage of the summers. All of those are initiatives that I have launched at both of my institutions. Oh, and I forgot one.
no.
I'm sorry, trustee.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Service learning. We also find that students that are engaged, either through service learning and internships, there is data that shows that those students will persist and get to graduation faster. So I can talk a little bit more about that, but at St. Thomas, we made a commitment that every student will be involved with service learning, which is a type of courses where they actually learn in a hands-on way by working with their faculty, some kind of a service project, and also internships or undergraduate research, depending on if they're planning to go to work or they're planning to continue to graduate school, as a way of engaged learning, which also translates to higher retention and graduation rates. We just need to do it all.
Mr. Morton.
Thank you.
Governor.
Incidentally, for the trustees and others, my wife's heavily involved in a lot of this research about graduation. Two things correlate highest with graduation. 15 credits in the first semester as a freshman.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, live on campus.
Yes.
Those are the two factors that drive graduation based on the research. Those are peer-reviewed statistics. By the way, it's just not pulled out of the air. Capital, raising capital, and we've discussed philanthropy, and we've discussed, in some respects, performance metrics, at least a couple of them. And as you know, there's 10, so they're related to a lot of different factors. I have two questions. One is, do you have any experience with the legislature?
Yes.
And if so, could you explain to us how that came about and
Sure.
your experiences basically in your own words?
Sure. Let me give you one example. Well, while I was working at FIU as Vice President for Engagement, I became aware that we had students on campus that were homeless. And it was, we would find out a student was sleeping in a conference room or in their car. And then I also became aware of the research that shows that foster youth, students who have been in foster youth, even though they want to graduate from college, less than 1% of them graduate from college. So of course, this was something that really I felt we needed to do something about it. I started working with a group of local community organizations that are working in this space. And we understood that we needed to fundraise to have at FIU what I call a success coach, which is a dedicated coach to this group of students who could help these students with whatever they need. If they need help with because universities sometimes are a little bit hard to navigate. If I need help with my financial aid, where do I go? If I need help with advising, where do I go? So sort of like a one-stop shop for this group of students who really don't have anybody else to turn to. But I realized quickly that it was going to be hard to continue to fund this person in a sustainable manner, because then I would have to be writing these grants, every year. And also the other thing that I became aware is that these students, if they had the opportunity to live on campus, they would be successful. Just like your research shows that living on campus is a strong determinant for graduation. They have a higher chance if they live on campus, and they also, living on campus provided them with a structure that they probably had never had in their lives. So we put together a bill to the legislature. It was presented to Representative Eric Friesen to support the FIU FPP, Florida Panther Pride program, to focus on the foster youth. And it was an ask about $300,000 a year, every year, and it was presented in the legislature, and I'm happy to report that before I left FIU, it was approved. So now it's part of the revenue stream for FIU.
Well, thank you. My last comment has to do with performance metrics again.
Yes.
The university is being held accountable by the legislature and the Board of Governors as respects these 10 metrics. And were you to be selected as president, you also would be held accountable for these 10 metrics. Do you believe in holding your entire team accountable? And if so, how would you do that?
Holding my entire team accountable means that we share the responsibility. You mean in terms
Well,
of,
maybe you have some people pulling their end of the load and some people not. What are you prepared to do about it?
okay, so let me restate, Governor. You're saying that if I was in a situation where some of my team is pulling their load, but the others are not putting their load, what would I do about
Accountability.
it? Accountability. Okay, so first thing is, what I would do first coming in is this measure, this performance measure, you realize is a very rolled up measure, right? And I'm a data person, okay? I mean, I even written a book on business intelligence, so I love data. But you need, for data to be actionable, it has to be at the right level. So first thing is, we need to deconstruct this data, and we need to break it down into chunks that can be managed and where we can better understand if, let's say, our 4-year graduation rate, remind me what it is right now at FGCU.
43 or
That's
4-year, I'm sorry.
21.
21.
22.
21 4-year and 43 6 years?
Yes.
Okay. So first, I would break it down. That's at the entire university. I would first I will work with the deans, well, with the provost and the deans, to try to break it down into, is it different in different majors? And if it's different in different majors, what's causing that? Are there some gatekeeper courses that are preventing our students from being successful in certain areas, and therefore they're not being able to move as fast as we want them to move? Is it that in certain areas we don't have enough courses for students to move forward? Do we need to put some incentive in place? So I would first break down the data and the performance indicators into manageable chunks, and then try to explore what can be done to move that indicator forward. I think that would be the first step. And of course, we're all accountable. We're a team. We're a collaborative team. So we have to all see ourselves in our responsibility towards the common good of the university. So we'll share the joys as well as the not so good news, right, Governor?
As a follow-up question, so what is your leadership style? FGCU is obviously a much larger institution than St. Thomas, not as big though as FIU. But when you think about being the provost at St. Thomas and now you're going to come here where it's a much bigger, more diverse, more complicated business model than where you're currently at, what is your leadership style coming into a much bigger and more complex business than what you're at today? How would you manage here and those kind of things?
Right. Well, currently at St. Thomas, I have what is called maybe a strong provost team, in the sense that all the deans report to me, as well as the VP for IT, the VP for enrollment. So it's about, and 2 vice provosts. So I have about 75% of the organization reporting to me, except the physical plan and advancement. Those are the 2 areas. So I feel confident that I've had a significant breadth of leadership. Also at St. Thomas is a lot more hands-on, because as a provost of a smaller institution, and it's been really a great opportunity for me, because I need to know a lot more about a lot of things, and from SACS, our accreditation, to fundraising, to advancement, to I get involved with athletics. I mean, I really get involved with the entire university, launching new degrees. So it's a very branding. I'm involved with branding, the university, and marketing efforts, which is an area that a lot of times provosts are not directly involved. So I think my experience at a smaller institution has actually prepared me better than if I may have been a provost, even at a larger institution, where you tend to be more specialized, where you have, an entire group of people that are taking care of some things for you. I'm very collaborative style for leadership. As you know, my area of research is knowledge management, and I advised NASA for many years on how to create a more collaborative culture for the organization because it was critical. I actually had the opportunity to work at NASA for a year after the Columbia accident and help them to become more of an integrated organization, and then what were some of the barriers that were preventing them from being collaborative. So I think that when you have a collaborative style, you benefit from the great minds of the team that is working with you. So, and we are facing very complex issues in higher ed today, and it really requires to be able to see these complex issues from different lenses. So I welcome the opportunity to work with my team in a collaborative style that makes us stronger.
Mr. Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. FGCU has a service area of about 5 to 6 counties here in Southwest Florida. What is the service area of St. Thomas University? And I have a follow-up question.
Okay, so thank you. Are you talking about the service area is where we recruit students from?
Where do you recruit students from, and how do you respond back to those areas you service with accountability for the product that you produce for them?
Okay, so when you're talking about the product, you're talking about how we engage the industry in that area to hire our students, or you're talking about the service to the community?
It could be the industry, it could be the high school which they came from, and parents, and the student.
Okay, excellent. Well, the whole linkage of the university and the community of high schools that it serves is an area that I've worked very closely both at FIU and at St. Thomas. In particular, when I was at FIU, I led a consortium called Access, which is a consortium with the public school system at FIU. And the whole purpose of this consortium is to really bring together the areas of expertise that FIU was offering with the different high schools and be a resource, from a resource to educate their teachers and prepare them to teach college level courses and get them to have the proper credentials to teach, for example, dual enrollment, to actually put into some of our expertise to bear and help faculty, for example, through our different centers at FIU who may have special interests, for example, in special ed. So this consortium called Access would meet quarterly, and we had a number of task forces that got together between faculty and different interests within the public school system. And we intimately connected with the public school system in Miami, which was extremely beneficial. And they were, for example, in terms of dual enrollment, when I left FIU, I think there were something like 6,000 students taking dual enrollment, which of course that translates to huge savings for the families because those students are entering the state university system with college credit and the opportunity to accelerate to graduation. When I came to St. Thomas, I also formalized a similar partnership, which we call the Catholic Education Continuum, which is a partnership with all the Catholic schools in the Diocese of Miami, which includes Dade and Broward, as well as in Orlando. And again, we are now serving about 3,000 students dual enrollment, and we provide the right coaching to the faculty so that we know in fact that they're teaching a college level. Their teachers in the schools essentially become our adjunct professors. So very important, it's really translating to tremendous, billions of dollars of savings for their parents. And students also building their confidence by being able to take college courses while they are in high school.
Thank you.
And I don't know if you also wanted me to touch on how we engage with the industry in the area.
How do you engage with whom?
With the industry as well.
Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Please.
So again, another important area where I touch a little bit on the importance of finding these other revenue streams, but these public-private partnerships really are, and it's going to be an entire different, exciting time for universities. Another thing that we did at FIU in collaboration with FPL, they wanted to create a management intern program with FIU where they could have a first choice of students who would essentially hit the ground running when they got to FPL. So we built a call center on the campus at FIU where FIU students worked as interns, but they also learned customer service. And essentially, it was a win-win-win. If this call center was built in one of our buildings, so they actually rent one of our facilities. So FIU has an incoming stream of revenue. The students are getting an internship on campus. They don't have to drive anywhere, and an opportunity to become a customer service, a management intern for FPL, and FPL gets first dibs at our top talent. So again, a very interesting area that I think universities need to start working on right now, and will be able to help us diversify our revenue sources for the benefit of our student, which is what makes it beautiful.
You mentioned Orlando as a place where you seek out students. Do you seek students from other regions within the state?
Primarily, St. Thomas attracts mostly students from our region, but about 10% of our students also are international.
Okay.
And we've had a pretty significant population of Chinese students, but we also have Indian students and pretty much Caribbean and students from all over the world.
Thank you.
That's primarily who we serve.
It's funny, nobody will look at me any longer. I'm starting to get a complex. Mr. Winton, you're smiling, and I like that. Good energy.
Good afternoon, Dr. Becerra.
Good
My
afternoon.
question really goes back to the performance metrics. I read in your letter to our committee that you had increased the 6-year graduation rate from 33 to 44% from 2014 to 2015. Do you know how much the 4-year rate increased from 14 to 15?
So, oh my God, and I shouldn't have that. I knew you asked me something that I would blank out. But when I came to St. Thomas, our 4- and 6-year graduation rate was not that different. So unlike at FIU, where there was a big jump, and I see the same thing here between 4 and 6 year, our 4-year is slightly lower, but it's not so different. So the issues with private universities is that students tend to, when students use their financial aid after 4 years, they have a harder time continuing at a private university than they do at a public institution. So that's why for us, it's important that we just focus on that 4-year graduation rate, because I didn't see that big step between 4 and 6 years. So, and I think that is the right thing to focus on 4 years here as well. A university like FGCU, that should be the focus as well here. So, again, these things, the hard thing is that they take time before you put all these things in place, and then they take time. It takes 4 years from now. 1 year later, 2 years later, you start seeing some of the difference, but for everything to really come together, it may take 4 years, 5 years later. So that's why you have to be bullish, and you have to try innovations in different fronts, because some will pay off sooner than others. So.
Well, that leads me to one more question. So, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You also stated in your letter that St. Thomas has been a turnaround for you.
Yes.
And I was just thinking about what you said about it takes a couple of years sometimes to see the metrics turn. Where are you in your turnaround of St. Thomas right now?
Well, this year we've been able to increase our enrollment 2% at the undergraduate, 16% at the graduate if you're just looking at students that are doing their graduate on campus. If I look at the students that were on campus as undergraduates and went online with us, Our enrollment went up more like 44% this year. And if I look at well, we went online, fully online, and we went from 0 to 700 students since I was at St. Thomas. Well, 0 to 800 because we already graduated 100 students online. So that would be like 800%, but I don't want to give you a figure that would be so crazy, right? But so what we did these last 2 years, a new portfolio, 21 new degrees. They all have had different rates of successes. I wanted the market to decide which of these programs would take off. Some of them, cybersecurity, phenomenal success, nursing, both bachelor's and master's. Supply chain and logistics, a little bit slower start. Science teaching, a little bit slower start. So doesn't mean that we're just going to try 1 year and say no. We're going to try to see, well, what was it? Did we do the right marketing around it? Was the market really ready for these degrees? And so we're analyzing that a little further. Going online is very important. I mean, we have to realize that in particular, our graduate students who are already working, this is a viable solution. Blended is ideal. If you can incorporate some face-to-face and also the online component for the flexibility. I think if our students can live on campus and they can come to college, it's the best way to learn. Nothing can replace that. But even our undergraduates may want to take some courses online. If they want to be working on an internships or maybe one semester abroad, they want to take a semester abroad and then take some courses still with us. So online is an avenue for education that has to be part of our portfolio. And I know that that's part of your strategic plan, and I think you've made some strides in that area, but the proper infrastructure has to be put in place, the proper support for the faculty. I have seen some of our faculty that are close to retirement. They take the courses for online, and they're doing an amazing job. So it's really something for everybody to explore, and everybody can do it well. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Becerra. We are now at the portion of the interview where we're going to reverse roles. We're going to let you ask us questions.
Oh.
So we'll change roles, and T thinks it's getting ready to be like a test for him, so he's a little nervous. But
trustee, I think it's fair that now you guys get a little nervous because I'm going to come up with some hard questions.
So the only thing I would ask is just ask me or direct the question to me, and then I'll try to figure out who would be the best to answer your question.
Okay.
So with that, first question.
Well, I have one first question, but if you don't mind, I would like to direct it to T.
He says he's okay, so ask away.
And it's not a computer science question, T, don't worry. Okay. I know that that's your major.
All right.
Even though I could ask you a question in that area, you know that, right?
Would you please? We just want to see.
It's okay. It's okay.
This is getting fun.
We'll skip that one for today.
So T, if I would have been president of Florida Gulf Coast and you had one wish, I'm also a genie, okay? And I can grant you one wish. What would you like to see different at Florida Gulf Coast?
What I would like to see different.
T, this is the easiest question ever.
Not necessarily. I would say the thing that students would like to see different on campus or in general would be more of an engagement of a president. Not saying that the current president's not doing that, but more of a overall engagement in terms of getting all components of the FGC community together to continue to make it a great campus atmosphere, because it takes all the parts to be moving together to create that synergy that is needed for the university to continue to excel and make students want to come in and love it here, and that in turn will be beneficial to everything else and to all the other outcomes that we want to get out of the university.
So let me a follow-up question. When you speak about more engagement, you want to see the president more engaged, or you want more engagement, the students want to be more engaged in the community?
So I think it starts with the president to be, one, more engaged, not only with the external community, but also within the internal community with things that's going on campus in terms of student life, focused on the different components that make up the student experience. You know, when it comes to continuing to do service projects with students, working with students in areas of concerns to students, and, you know, attending student events, going to the athletics, and continue to be a part of the student culture as well as the overall campus community, and infusing all aspects of the university into that.
You realize you're letting me off easy because I love basketball, Dunk City, and that's not going to be hard for me to do. Because another student today asked me for a football team, and I'm like, oh my God, I hope T doesn't ask me for a football team on the first day.
Oh, nah. As much as I would love to see football, I know that's, as a student body, we're not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's something that a president or the university wants to go into, I think it's important for us to go into that together,
Mm-hmm.
and not just the president coming in and saying, oh, we want football now. It has to be more of a community effort and more of a joint effort, all of us together working to create that football-ready atmosphere.
Right. No, it was a student that asked me this morning, one of the students that I met this morning at the hotel, that she said she would like football.
Yeah.
So I was afraid you were going to ask me for football. And then I'm committed because I'm here on this videotape.
We made it to the next to the last interview before anybody said the word football. That is a record.
It was destined to come up.
I know.
It was destined. Well, I don't know how much time we have, but I would love to hear from everybody. So I don't know if we can do this. In your opinion, what would be the top 3 things that you would like to see the president of FGCU do the first year?
So I don't think we have enough time, so what I think I'll do is, I'll pick a couple representatives from the different kind of constituencies that we have on the committee and go from there. So Dr. Isran, I'm going to let you represent the faculty, if you will.
Sure, so is this
Because
the...
Dr. Allen refuses to look at me anymore.
So I really like T's genie question, so if you could grant this wish. Faculty would love raises, but no, just putting that aside. And I think it all goes to resources. So we've grown very, very quickly, and we've maxed out in many different ways. So we are running out of classroom space, research space, and so I think in order for us to grow and actually be comfortable with the size that we are now, we need a bigger infrastructure. And so I think that's something that I hope within the next 20 years, we need to grow into who we are right now. I don't think we have the capacity to bring in more students. We just have to take care of the ones that we have, in that we have a hard time offering all the courses that need to be offered. Classrooms are booked, 24/7, we're teaching evening classes. And so we need to be able to accommodate students so that they can graduate in time and offer the courses when they need them.
Excellent.
Mr. Call, from the perspective of the chairman of the foundation.
Okay, sure. From the perspective of the foundation, because there's so many things I could probably answer, but I will definitely go from the foundation. So it's the being active in our communities. A lot of things that you've already talked about, which I think are great. Being active in our communities. Again, the communities run all up and down this coast. The businesses that are around inside of those communities, and then just the individual donors as well. So as we march down those are the 3 significant ways that we raise money as a foundation. And then the 4th one that I bring up, but it's a very young population, is the alumni population. But can't lose sight of them because we do raise money through the alumni foundation or from our alumni. So we continue to do that. It's not near at the levels that some universities are, just again because of our 20-year age. But keeping them everyone active, because I think we have a great reputation today. I don't see that slipping or going anywhere. I just want to make sure that we continue that reputation and making sure that the next president is very visible inside of all those things.
Excellent, thank you.
Ms. Catalfamo, from the Staff Advisory Council's perspective.
So kind of going off a few points that T mentioned, you know, for staff, it's about communication, transparency, and really the beauty of shared governance, making sure all three groups really are able to work together. And, you know, those three moving parts are really what make a university successful. And just having that together, I think, is really important. And it really starts with the president and then goes down. So that's what staff would really like to see more of.
More transparency, communication, and transparency. Thank you.
Dr. Gregerson, from the dean's perspective.
Everything everyone already said, plus the ability to clearly and concisely articulate the vision for who FGC is and where we're going, and to be able to communicate that effectively to all the constituencies that we have.
Excellent.
Ms. Rebstorf for the Board of Trustees.
Okay, as trustee, and I know this is going to sound kumbaya, but I would truly like a president who can come in and have that energy level that will garner the respect of the great deans and great faculty we have, and everyone get energized together to work in one direction on some bright lines and a great way to get more honors students into this university, then I think everything else will fall in place.
And from my perspective, having done a lot of meetings with the community, faculty, students, a whole host of people, I think everybody is looking for a leader. And I think, Dr. Isern, that was the first thing I remember you saying when we started talking about putting together the profile, was ultimately, it doesn't matter where they come from, we need a leader. And so I think that we're looking for a leader, not to say that Dr. Bradshaw hasn't done a phenomenal job, because he has, but we're looking for that next person to carry us forward into the next 20 years. I think we need a change agent. I think if you look at our metrics, and to me, if, you know, from my perspective, if you're sitting in your chair and you don't understand how we're going to get funded and the challenges that presents, well, we need a change maker that's going to come in and change the culture to one of appropriate balance between the metrics and what the constituents want, what's good for the faculty, what's good for the students, what's good for the staff. And there is a balance there. So I think that we need a cultural change, someone from the outside coming in, looking at it with a different set of eyes and building a team around them that can really move the university forward in a positive way to gain the identity that we're looking for, and quite frankly, that we are being demanded to find. And we've got to have that person. So I think I have time for one more quick question if you have one. Don't ask T because,
Governor.
Mr. Morton, who
Give the
has,
perspective of the Board of Governors, and so we have to ratify this.
sorry.
We're looking, culture trumps strategy. So I think Chair hit the nail on the head. We've talked a lot about hard virtue.
Hard virtue?
Hard virtue, accountability, responsibility, performance, money, stuff. There's also soft virtue.
Yes.
And some of the Board of Governors were very, very concerned about the faculty and the students from the perspective of mental health and the perspective of counseling. Are we providing the counseling? Are we giving and devoting the resources to counseling students, to counseling and to working with faculty? And mental health is a major issue on our campuses. We have to do a far better job acknowledging the role that mental health plays on our campuses, with our children, with our students, our faculty, and the entire community at large.
Yes.
And those are big issues with the Board of Governors. You may have seen that at the last meeting. We're devoting a lot of time to mental health, counseling, and working with people in a proactive sense.
Yes. And Governor, you know, that's an area that it dawned on me as I put together the Student Success Center at St. Thomas, that a lot of times we have indicators that students' mental health it's suffering, that they're suffering from issues of mental health. And the first indicator is in the classroom. And now that we have technology that allows the advisor to look at the student, have they be showing up to classes, because we're monitoring that. Student stops showing up to classes, then we know that, we know how they're performing, and by integrating all these indicators about student performance together, we can be proactive in bringing the school counselor into play and giving the student the right attention, because college is a very stressful time. And we also have a lot of external stressors, unfortunately, in our campuses as well, that they are just part of the environment that our students are involved in. So I agree with you. I think that that's an area that we need to improve what we do, and we certainly could use technology to help us improve the services and the advice that we provide our students.
Thank you.
Dr. Becerra, unfortunately, we've run out of time, so,
No.
but we've enjoyed talking to you today, and on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for your interest and your involvement today, and once again, thank you for being here with us and spending some time with us, letting us get to know you and you getting to know us.
Thank you for
very
the
much.
opportunity, and I'm delighted and excited to meet each one of you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will stand in recess for 15 minutes.
Reminds me of the room I was in to do my dissertation defense, so.
Oh, that's a bad thought. That brings back bad memories.
Just put me in a closet for mine.
It worked out sooner or later.
Dr. Whitney, welcome to Florida Gulf Coast University, or FGCU, as you will hear us affectionately call it. Committee, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Karen Whitney. Dr. Whitney is the president of Clarion University in Pennsylvania. Dr. Whitney, we're pleased to have the opportunity to spend some time with you today. Our schedule provides for 55 minutes of committee questions of you, and then we're going to turn it around and let you ask 15 minutes of questions of us. So that ought to be fun. Ask T questions, he really likes that.
Noted.
So with that, I think I'll get started and I'll ask the first question. So why Florida Gulf Coast University, and why at this point in your career do you want to be the president of our fine institution?
Yes, sir, Ken, thank you very much. Let me say I'm really glad to be here today. It's an honor to be here. It's a lovely area. I'm going to attempt to answer your questions in an economical fashion, because as most groups like this, you probably have other questions as well, and time is limited. So I am going to take an approach to try to be very uncharacteristic as a president and be brief. It's really hard for my people, but I'm going to try to pull this off, all right? So why FGCU, and why now, and why me? Opportunity, region, and I'm so curious about learning about this other phrase, the FGCU effect, the team and the overall fit. Opportunity, I'm very straightforward. I'm a what you see is what you get kind of person. And basically, the simple answer is I'm intrigued at the idea of taking everything that I've done in my 35-year career in higher ed, because that's been my career, it's been my life, it's been my purpose. Taking it, and particularly the last 6.5 years as a college president, and bringing it to FGCU and Southwest Florida and making a difference. Kind of a simple, straightforward thought here. The region, I love the region. My aunt, Alberta, and my lived here in the 60s and 70s, and I'd come and visit her as a kid. And that was my first, little old lady from Dayton, Ohio, retiring here to Southwest Florida. And then over time, so I've been to Fort Myers, Naples, Bonita Springs. I've come and vacationed here in the area and always enjoyed it. And most recently, I have to be honest, I've been here the last 6.5 years secretly meeting with donors and alumni from Clarion University who live in your community when the weather's not so nice up in western Pennsylvania. So know the region. The reputation of your university is nationally known. Know the university. The FGCU effect, and I might be wrong, and I need to just tell you, I'm learning, so please consider me a learner. I am not an expert of your university, okay? So I believe what it is really trying to tell the story of the transformative power that an outstanding college experience can have on individuals and communities. Now, if I'm anywhere near that, that fits my belief on what it can do. I always tell a story when I talk to students at orientation that a university is a place that will help you decide what you want your dream to be and help you prepare for it. Those are my words that I think fit really well to the FGCU effect. The other thing I'm learning about, and you gotta love the internet for a lot of reasons, but a good reason is it's given me an opportunity to read and to look at the FGCU team, the faculty, the staff, the students, the alumni, community leaders such as yourselves through the board, the foundation board, and the alumni board, who've given time, talent, and treasure to FGCU. Boy, a lot of standout people, just top-notch people who, and many of you in this room, have probably been here since this place was just dirt. And you have a love and you want to make something of it. And that gets my attention. I've worked previously at universities where I was older than the university, when I was at University of Texas at San Antonio and at IUPUI in Indianapolis, and there's a spirit to that, and it's special. Now, I love where I am right now, but we're about to celebrate our 150th anniversary. There is nobody still alive who was there when it started. There's a difference in that. There's a difference of place and context and history, and I like that energy quite a bit. The fit, to me, it boils down to, and I never want to get away from this, and actually, I'll be asking Tim this question because you said he gets the first question at the end. I want to talk about academic.
That was T.
Oh, I'm sorry, T, my bad. I thought he said Tim. My apologies, sir. Just-
Hey, we would think it's funny now. We want you to ask Tim the
Oh,
first
okay.
question. Because he's gotten nervous. This is good.
Well, if that makes you happy, then I love that. So, okay. Academic excellence. I hope we can spend quite a bit of time on academic excellence, what it means to you, giving me the opportunity to talk about what it means to me, what it looks like. But the fifth for me that I think might be here, again, I'm a learner, is academic excellence, a commitment to student success. Again, that's very basic, graduating. Almost graduating doesn't count. It just doesn't graduate. So it's academic success, student success, and community engagement. Because this university isn't just anywhere. This university is right here in Southwest Florida. And again, I've been also researching the area. This region is exciting. This region in the country, people think it's sleeping. You guys are about to take off, and I want to be here when you do. That's the fit I'm talking about. I also need to say, because I don't want to be mistaken for saying, well, all she does is talk about herself. Presidents do have a habit of doing that. I know many of my people that do. I'm going to continuously bounce back and forth between terms like I and we and teams. I mean, a president has to take responsibility. But the way you get a job done is you might provide the pathway, you might provide the vision of we're here at point A, we need to get to point Z. That's presidential, but really it's a team of people that get there. And I don't want that lost if I start talking, you're like, well, gosh, doesn't she talk about anybody but herself? I really will do my best to balance back and forth, but I want to let you know how much I believe in collaborations with the faculty who are the intellectual heart and soul of a university, with the staff who are the heroes day in and day out of a university. And I'm talking the heroes as the little old lady who serves you turkey, dinner in your residence hall, all the way to, a vice president. The students who are the best brand ambassadors in the world. Actually, I take that back. The alumni are the best brand ambassadors in the world because they've gone through the experience and they've created that successful life. Students are the next brand ambassador. They're all part of the team when I talk about team. Let me close on this question. I promise I won't take as much time on the others because we've got a lot to talk about today. But I do want to say that as a current president, I'm intrigued by this opportunity to move to the larger stage. I bring a wealth of experience and accomplishments, and I hope during the rest of our day together we can get to know each other a little bit more. At the same time, and I want to put this out at the beginning, and I'll talk about it any way you want, being a current president, I've had to lead my university right now through the best of times and the worst of times. You probably already know this if you Googled me, if you looked at all kinds of stuff, but I've made decisions that have been wonderful and joyful and terrific, and I've made some of the toughest decisions of my life. I've been able to launch academic programs, pivot the university in whole new areas of service and teaching and learning, and at the same time, as of about 2 weeks ago, I got through a faculty strike. I've had to make courageous decisions. I've had a chance to hire and promote employees, and I've been obligated to lay off employees. I've added academic programs, and I've eliminated academic programs. Not surprisingly, I have fans and I have critics, and they all love Facebook, okay? But do you ever notice your fans don't talk that much about you on Facebook, but your critics do? That probably doesn't happen in Florida. So I wanted you to know this about my work because the thing that there's a couple of things you can expect from me. While I can't guarantee your satisfaction, I will always guarantee your engagement. And I will always, always work to never surprise the people I work with. Those, I think, are really great things to work with and that you can count on me from. By the way, everybody in Clarion knows exactly where I am right now and what I'm doing, so no surprises there. That concludes my first question answer.
Perfect, thank you. Dr. Isram.
So first question, Florida Gulf Coast University's shared governance tradition brings together faculty, staff, and students. Furthermore, enhancing diversity is a high priority. We would like to know what shared governance means to you, especially in the role of a president. And in your answer, if you could please tell us about a time you adapted your style to work effectively with those who were different from you.
Sure. The first thing that comes in my thoughts and my beliefs on shared governance is actually I'd rather use the phrase shared responsibility. I often have to explain to people, because sometimes people think shared governance is shared authority. And there is not really shared authority because ultimately the president and the administration has the fiduciary responsibility for the institution. They're held legally liable for the institution. Students aren't, faculty can't, shouldn't be. So it's a real shared governance to me is there's a formal framework that ensures a shared experience of advising those who have responsibilities. Like, for example, the idea of a faculty senate or caucus or a university assembly of all constituencies, those are really good, healthy vehicles to ensure continuous and timely engagement on topics of importance to the institution and ensuring a dialogue. And I think there are formal and informal, and I work in both realms. We are an industry of relationships, and so everything from every year ensure that I try to take to lunch all the faculty, not at the same time, but in groups of 3 and 4 a couple times a week, and we talk. And they bring the agenda, I don't. Well, that's a type of engagement. That's a type of advice. And so if I just came out of a meeting on something, I'll say, well, what do you think about this? That's a type of, I would call, shared responsibility. There's formal things, again, like I said, we call them assemblies or senates. In a collective bargaining environment, you would call it a meet and discuss or a union. So I think the idea, it's a framework of a system whereby people give advice. Now, again, usually in a union environment, there's been a negotiation of authorities. So maybe that's what it is, it's a negotiation. But the classic form is advice and perspective giving to those who have the formal authority or responsibility. And a good leader, if they're smart, will take as much of the advice as they can, even if they don't first agree with it. And there are many times that I went into a meeting thinking one thing, but after listening and listening hard, I came away better informed and made a different decision. And that's courageous leadership, willing to admit when I'm the first to admit when I'm wrong. My mom kind of got that going on that one. And I'm quick to want to ask people lots of hard questions, but I can't be convinced. It's open-mindedness. I hope I'm answering your question. You also then, can you repeat the section on diversity? Because that's a very, very important topic.
So diversity is very important to FGCU. If you could please tell us of a time that you tried to convince somebody or talk to somebody who was different from you. What style do you use if their style is different from yours?
Oh, well, that's one. Thanks. A classic one, and you may have already caught on this, but I'm a bit of an extrovert. And I can be very chatty in meetings. And one of the things I learned once I began running meetings, not just sitting in them, is not everybody was like me. And what I observed is oftentimes the introverts had really great ideas, and maybe some of you all are in this room, but you guys needed some extra time to get there. You needed a pathway. And I learned that when at one point somebody told me early in my career, why don't you ever make sure I have the time to talk? And I thought, well, we were talking about that 10 minutes ago. Where were you? But some people process and they talk and they need the time. So I've incorporated in my leadership style an understanding that when we go around and we're talking in a meeting, I always make sure that every person in the room, if they don't do what I usually do, that I ask them their thoughts on an important topic. I had an executive staff meeting yesterday morning on some very important topics, some very sensitive issues, and there were 3 people that were very quiet. And it was very helpful that I stopped before going to the next item and said, Sam, what do you think? And Marilyn, what do you think? And it was very important to the discussion. So I hope that's getting to the point of a diversity of engagement and styles and how I acknowledge that and incorporate that into the way I run meetings. The other way, we live by meetings, you guys. Meetings, emails, get-togethers. I'm a real nerd and a numbers person. Once a year, there are about 4 groups that I lead that are really critical to the university's success, and once a year I actually do a survey on how do you like your meeting? How do you like the way we run the meetings? And I try to get feedback, and then I incorporate changes from that. Because we've all had to sit, well, maybe never you all have, but I've sat through meetings with chancellors and presidents, and I could have given them an earful on how they could have run their meeting better, but if they weren't going to ask for it, I wasn't going to tell them. So about once a year in the summer, I do that and then make changes and updates, and it's made our meetings more effective. that the diversity question? I mean, because diversity is huge, ginormous, and I hope we're going to talk some more about that.
I think just we've also had some recent incidents on campus.
Oh,
I don't know
yes.
if you've heard about those.
You want to go do that right now? We can do that,
Sure.
because I'm extremely, you understand, I've been a chief diversity officer of a major university. It's very much at a core of who I am when I was, my entire life. You can see it out there. I am an out lesbian. I champion safe spaces and places where students, well, actually, let's be really honest. I want a university that each of us can be and do our very best. And to me, that's my fundamental view on diversity. I mean, we can break it down. We can talk about demographic diversity, we can talk about institutional diversity, we can talk about inclusion. I can outline in great detail assessment plans to know the extent to which the campus climate is or isn't doing this, but I never want to forget that really it's a commitment to ensuring that each of us, student, employee, alumni, community member, can do their best at the university, be and do their best. Oh, I'm fully aware of what you've had to go through, and I will be candid with you about it. I used the first incident as a teaching tool because once a month I have a tabletop exercise on critical incidents with my executive team, and we actually use the whiteboard thing as a critical incident. So I thank you. We walked through it with the police. We walked through it with best steps. I'm big on planning, preparedness, response, and recovery. And planning and planning and planning, whether it's an ice storm, a natural disaster, or quite frankly, I'll respectfully say this, what is a human disaster? And so we've used it to plan because I've been watching this and my heart breaks because I do have some thoughts on what I think I'm seeing. I can tell you, and what you probably most want to know is what would be the role of a president if I were the president and I was at a university that I believe is going through or has had happen what you're going through. Would you like to know what I would do?
Yes.
Okay. Again, the first thing you try to do is plan for these things before they happen. It's really hard to do your best work once it's already hit the fan. So if you haven't planned ahead of time on, again, planning, preparedness, response, and recovery, I mean, you guys, first of all, you did an outstanding plan on the hurricane thing. I know that because I came over and did a secret shopper and visited the university and the community the day after you all closed for a couple days. And again, I'm meticulous. I wasn't going to put my credentials in if I didn't do my own planning. So I was impressed that you planned for a hurricane. I want to be very respectful here. I don't want to offend anybody. I don't think you planned for the series of hate incidents that you've experienced in the same way you planned for a hurricane. That'd be my first consulting tip that I'll give you for free. I think so. A lot of that is getting trained up. The president has to be the first one out. The president sets the tone for the campus culture. The president is the one that everyone tees off of and figures out, will I get rewarded or will I get hurt for this? And I'm talking about students, faculty, staff, and the community. And you've got to be willing to get out there in front of it. Although a president should only get out in front of stuff that they've already cleared with their board. Okay? That's that coordinating with the board. And that agreement on how far do you get out in front. I would have to at least get out in front enough to be very clear that there is no place for hate at FGCU. We'd even have a hashtag prepared. We would have people on site. We would understand what the role of police are, what the role of the dean of students, what everybody's role is. The faculty would have had some engagement on when you see certain things, or employees, that is, not just faculty, see certain things, say certain things. Key students. I meet with key student leaders every year throughout the year, and we talk about these things. Every year for the last 2.5 years, we've had panel discussions on race and law enforcement. The students will know my position before there's an incident. So when there is an incident, they won't be surprised by what I do. See earlier, no surprises? I could go on, but I'm very sympathetic. What you're experiencing is being experienced throughout the whole country. And it's really set a lot of my colleagues on their head. And you got to understand it, a lot of presidents spent more time in labs and doing research and discovering inquiry. I've spent a lot of my time in this arena, dealing with students in crisis and critical, and it's tough. Talking about race, talking about homophobia and hate, there's a lot of really great and smart people that aren't equipped to do that, and it's terrifying and it's easy not to do it. My view is a public university must stand strong and actually be a standard bearer in the community on these issues. I hope I helped.
Thank you.
Mr. Winton.
I just want to follow up on something. You said.
Yes, sir.
You think you know what we're going through.
Well, I only because I qualified it, and I'm going to qualify a lot of the things because I'm learning. Yes, sir.
What is that?
What are you going through? Well, I'd really love to spend 10 minutes with your chief of police, and you've got let me put it to you this way. People who express themselves in the way with whiteboards or etching vandalism on someone's car, you could have simply 1 to 2 people who are hateful cowards. And there's 2 things. There's the incident itself, then there's the institution and the individuals in the institution reacting to the incidents. It's possible you may just have one hateful, maladjusted individual who's turned the institution upside on its head. I don't know if that's answered your question or not.
Well, that's fine. I don't want to dwell on it.
Oh, no,
valuable time we should spend on
sure,
Trustee Elnius.
You mentioned meeting with students and talking through certain situations. Could you give a more specific example of situations that you've ran through with students and how that, one, taught you as a leader, and how that enabled you to further process certain situations and further expand that information to your team to enhance that overall student experience on the different universities that you've served?
Sure. I learn from everybody all the time. I'm pretty nosy, and I ask questions all the time. I ask people, how are they doing? I'm the kind of person that if I don't have plans for lunch, I'll go to wherever students are dining and walk. My favorite thing is I'll walk up to someone and say, can I have lunch? And they give me the goofy, oh my God, you're the president, you want to have lunch with me? And I just sit down and we have a sandwich, and I ask, do you go to class? And how's it going? And it is amazing where you can go with those questions, and learning about everything from personal challenges in someone's life that might be challenging them from doing their best, to who their favorite faculty are, or who maybe their not so favorite faculty are, and I learned from that. So in large and small ways, I try to keep on a regular basis in tune with the pulse of the students. I have to do in a more formal way, like scheduling, have lunches scheduled with faculty. The serendipity doesn't work as well, so I structure it in. Again, I'm a nerd. Actually, I have a chart, a constituent chart of all kinds of people, students, faculty, staff, alumni, you guys, and I think about ahead of time, how often do I want to make contact? And then I have it on my desk, and I try to run it every day. I'm a nerd, but I learn from everybody. Your question almost implies, have I had an epiphany or a major life-changing thing? Is that what you're meaning, or just in any way?
In any way.
Okay, thanks, because I tend, most of the things I learn are little things, but little things can make a difference, or they can confirm what, actually a lot of times I'm just trying to confirm, are we having the impact on the student that we hope to? Because the worst thing we can do, a president can do, is not be accurately informed and think, oh, we're over here and we're over here. Well, I can give you one. Last night, we had a trustee meeting until 9 o'clock last night. I took a nap last night, actually, to get here. But we had a trustee meeting, and we always bring we have a tradition. We bring students into the trustee meeting, and they give a presentation on some aspect of their college experience. It's a great event. Trustees love it. It's a lot of fun. Last night, we arranged, we're really big on high-impact educational practices, which includes internships and work and study abroad, undergraduate research. In this case, we have a group of students, 9 or 10 of them went to the Democratic National Convention, and about 9 or 10 went to the Republican National Convention through an internship. And we had someone who went to the RNC and the DNC, and they spoke last night about their experience. And I got to sit next to the person who went to the RNC. I learned so much. Have any of you guys been to a national convention? I've never been. Wouldn't you love to go? First of all, I was jealous. And it's neat. I think the student was surprised that I was jealous of them. But I'm that way. I'm very effusive, and I was so proud of her because this woman is 21 years old from a small rural town in Pennsylvania. She went to the RNC. She was so poised and so thoughtful about this lifetime experience. And, I was asking her questions, and she got to have her picture taken and work with. They all had to do also work through the convention. So I learned from that last night. What I learned is no matter who you are, if you put somebody in a position, a situation to rise above, they will. They will exceed expectations. And now she's jazzed up. She's changed her major. She's thinking about law school. She's thinking about politics. And that's what I learned last night. And tomorrow I'll learn something else.
Dean Gregerson.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to you were talking about sort of a crisis management of planning and being ready before the crisis hits. But I'd like to hear how that played out in the faculty strike that was so much in the news. How did preparation for that, or was there preparation
Oh my
for that?
gosh, yes.
And how did you work your way through that?
You have to understand, my academic area is higher education administration. My specialty is finance and economics. But again, from a higher education, what we did was case study work. I apologize for, I'm going to brag about a team of people. We started planning in August. What you have to understand, we were planning extensively for something we hoped wouldn't happen. Yeah. And we planned, and I could not be more proud of the outcomes and results of what was a historically difficult moment. It was horrible. Never want to go through it again. Hate it, terrible, terrible. However, we set certain objectives in August. We began planning in a timely way. We executed the plan, and it met every objective we intended. Our number one objective was, because the way this works there, I have nothing to do with the labor negotiations. It's done at the system level. Clarion's one of 14 schools in a system. And so I knew I wasn't going to be dealing with negotiations. I dealt with the orderly running of a university and the health and safety of thousands of students. That was actually my number one goal was to not lose one student because of an employee and employer issue. You know, it was the unknown, it was unprecedented. And we achieved, no one got hurt, no one behaved, because, I mean, it was like, well, you guys don't have a snow day? You know what snow days are? Yeah, okay. All right. It was going to be like a big spring break, okay? And that would have been terrible. We kept students focused, we had activities, nobody got hurt, nobody got off track, nobody left, we met our objective. Furthermore, we were able to enjoy the best labor relations post the strike of any of the other universities. I hope I'm answering your question, but I'm a big believer that if you plan enough and people know you're planning and they're confident and clear in what they're doing, that you have a better chance of being successful.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. And I don't want to do it again. Okay, please, do it again.
Mr. Morton.
Hi.
Hi.
Could you explain for us how you work with the Pennsylvania legislature and successes and failures you've had and how you go about working with the legislature?
Sure. I've worked with legislatures in Texas, Indiana, and Pennsylvania in my different capacities. Early in my career, I was responsible for public-private partnerships and financing of housing and student facilities. And so would often have to seek in Texas legislation to be authorized for those kinds of arrangements and debt obligations. I mean, that's not as sexy as probably what you're talking about, but that was my first foray in dealing with legislation and a capital. I've also always worked with delegations of alumni and students in particular to periodically directly engage lawmakers in the wonderful annual ritual of trying to secure additional state appropriations. Kind of a forced march of the penguins or whatever, I mean, into the Capitol to try to do that. I've also worked with the current chancellor, and I've worked with the previous system on legislation for what I call ease of operations or modernizing of operations, you know, whether it's academic policy or procurement or things like that. So it's been around securing additional funds, improving any kind of regulatory oversight of the university or the system, and then specialty stuff. Generally, I have no idea if I've been successful because you have to understand I do get frustrated at the national extent. This isn't just Florida, of the underfunding of public higher ed. So I just have to put that out there. I get distracted by that because I'm frustrated because I just firmly believe that the state's investment in a college student to complete is just the best investment in the world you can make, given the return on increased taxes and earnings and civic engagement and all that good stuff. But that aside, I mean, I think I've been reasonably successful. I give testimony. I've given testimony both at House and Senate meetings many times. I've been asked to explain higher education funding, everything from students to alumni groups to community groups, not just being a president, but my research is in higher ed finance and the state's financing, trying to break that down. You know, I'm not as successful as I want to be, but I think I'm probably being hard on myself because I'm as successful as anybody else has been. Pennsylvania's been tough. It got in 2011, 22% cut in state funding in 1 year, and we recovered 5% 1 year and 3.5% another year in my time as president. And that was hard lobbying work. That was hard advocacy work to get the increases. I have excellent relationships with the state reps and senators in the region that I most work in. I've also cut across the aisle. Pennsylvania's a long state, so on the eastern side of the state, based on certain policy issues. One of the things that I'm very proud of is we've pivoted the university to be a leading university in health professions, and so I've gotten to know elected officials who have particular interests in that area from an advocacy standpoint. Also, I think counties are very important, and I have excellent relationships with county elected officials and the local town elected officials.
Our legislature are partners with the Board of Governors on pay for performance.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had experience with pay for
Yes.
performance?
Could you performance funding, yeah. I've a couple of areas. Pennsylvania led the way, and I could be wrong. I can't remember if Pennsylvania stole the idea from Florida or Florida stole it from Pennsylvania. I think Florida you guys may have stolen some of that from Pennsylvania. Performance funding is fine. Again, being a numbers metric person, I appreciate it. I understand it. It actually gives, I'm not afraid of it. I've got colleagues that are terrified of it and run out of the room screaming when you talk about key performance indicators and metrics and data. It has to be used in a balanced, thoughtful way, in my opinion. The devil's in the details. It's about understanding what you're trying to do and the fact that metrics and data should be used to get there. If you're really great and you're doing exactly what you desire to do, then the numbers sing for you. If you're not, then the numbers can give you insight on what's the broken window. You know, what's the smallest thing you can work on to have the biggest impact. I also don't mind a certain amount of funding being connected to performance. I do worry, again, this is my academic hat on, I do worry about how much could be actually detrimental because of the tendency to have a volatile nature on performance funding. You get good years and bad years and good years, but a vast majority of any university's budget is payroll, and that doesn't go like that. So I worry about it's a ratio issue. I do think it can be very incentivizing to help people focus, have a common vocabulary, and let's be really clear here. I like football, so you can know if you won or not.
Are you familiar with our particular metrics we use here in the state
Yes,
of
I've
Florida?
looked at them briefly. I have tons of questions. I've also, quite frankly, looked at some of the other institutions as well, because I was curious to see, this is unique to Florida. You guys are kind of almost using this like a ranking thing, and that's unique. Like they're number 1 or 2 or 3, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. I just need to talk through on that. But yes, I've looked at Florida Atlantic's. I've particularly tried to understand pre-emerging, preeminent and eminent, and the categorization that seems to be evolving. I mean, I think this is also very much evolving still. My interest would be talking to the board and the community leaders about what the overall interests and goals for this institution are, and then look at the established metrics. The metrics seem generally all right, although the devil's in the formula. You can have something that sounds good, like, well, we want enrollment growth, but then what's the formula on that? And then to what extent can a university affect those items? But that's what you use a president for, to dig into that, and a CFO and a team to understand all of that.
I imagine there'll be a follow-up from the chair.
Yeah, there's going to be a follow-up from the chair. So there is no gray area in our metrics. The only way you get more money at this university is to perform. Unfortunately, that hadn't been our history. We did have a spike last 2 years ago, I guess, in our graduation rate, but if you look over a 10-year history, we're actually right where we started. So
there was 1 year you guys popped up.
Yeah, that was last
and I
year,
really
or the year
wanted to know
before.
what happened that year.
The retention probably drives that as much as anything.
Yeah.
And so the question. So I appreciate what you're saying, but our cold hard reality in Florida, not just at FGCU, but in the SUS system is, we have to perform.
It's the only pathway to additional
It is
funding?
the only pathway. And in fact, if you don't perform, you lose the previous 2 years in percentages.
Yeah.
So not only is it the pathway to funding, it is also the pathway to make sure you don't give your money back.
Yeah.
Which is
It's
a
a-
little bit.
it's a
which we're-
win-lose,
Which we're
yeah.
about to learn more about, I'm afraid. But with that said, what graduation rate, four-year, and I know you in the academic world like 6-year, but I hate that, so I want to talk about four-year graduation rate, because that's the only thing that really, not for every student, but for a lot of students, that should be where they, when we call them four-year degrees, so we ought to get out in 4 years. But given all that, our graduation rates are not good by any measure, nationally, in the state. You just figure out where you want to compare us to, and we're not as good as yours are from what I can tell. So the question is, you come in, you're the new president, what do you do immediately to start attacking four-year graduation rate? Because if we fix four-year graduation rate, things like cost of degree, excess hours, all that, 6-year graduation rate, those all will fall in line. So what do you do as the new president at FGCU to make that change quickly?
Well, I can tell you right now, the first thing that would make it the quickest, but then it'll cascade into a conflict with possibly some other interests. So let me just tell you what I think, and it may completely butt heads with other institutional interests, but you asked me a direct question. The fastest way to increase your retention rate is to understand who does graduate here and understand who does not graduate here. And then, again, if I was going to be very brutal and efficient, and I'm using words that I have a lot of issues with, but you asked, I would analyze who graduates, and I would reset the shape of the enrollment entrance requirements to that formula. But that probably collides to issues of equity, diversity, access, opportunity. I'm just,
No, it does. You're right.
It's like, boom. And so I think that the key is to clearly understand, and for the institution to clearly, and what I mean by institution, faculty, staff, students, alumni, the community, to understand who's graduating and what are their incoming profiles, and who's failing in their incoming profiles. And then the big ethical question is, and this is where faculty, where governance comes in a huge way to your question, is let's get our arms around that and find a operable, maybe not even middle ground, but close enough that gets us to an increase in there. Now, there's a lot of other things. We've had a lot of success on intrusion. I'm pretty straightforward. The biggest loss and the most expensive anything is a failure to complete your degree. And while I love students and I love hugging them, and I have a student development background, I am all about, if we accept you, we're going to work the heck out of you to graduate until you run out of here screaming and on your own. So intrusive advising, data analytics for advising, assigning. I mean, quite frankly, college athletics has it these days after about 30 years of trying to get it right. I mean, they put a coach on a player, they're studying, they're on them, and they're not letting go till they get it. That's why your athletes have a better GPA, I believe, than the overall student body. So again, the question I will point out here, because it is institution specific, there's no silver bullet, there's no one thing that hits all of the country. If it was, I'd find it out and patent it and be really rich. What works here? And so what works here, and then you do that. The kind of changes I've made before is there was a correlation between bad student debt and bad behavior and failing. We dealt with that population of students. If you owed so much money, you had to stop till you got your life back together. We also required students to live in housing. I'm not saying that should happen here. You don't do that now. That's not what matters. But we required freshmen and sophomores to live on campus because we did a study and analyzed those who lived on campus did better than not. I'm showing you a mindset. Right. The thing you have to do is put the student's graduation above everything else and cut to that like a knife. The other thing that's actually hard for my people to do, and not just presidents, but everyone who works in higher ed, is to admit when something isn't working and stop it. We're good at addition, we're terrible at subtraction. And one of the hardest things to have to do is to show people data to say your program's not working. Whether it's your academic program isn't something the students want, or the service you're providing isn't correlating to success. but you have to do that on a if you do it regularly enough, then it's okay. I don't know if you guys do that. I didn't see any reports on that. And you're so young and running toward growth so much that I bet I have to ask myself, when was the last time there was a real deep dive on what I'll call impact and effectiveness? I hope I'm answering your question on the quickest ways to increase it, but difficult.
I agree.
The other thing is certain fields lend themselves to tougher retention. And you have picked some fields that are right, but engineering, certain business, certain other things also you've got to put a lot more into it.
Are you currently using, or did you implement analytics
Yes.
into this whole, so
Yes.
were you kind of behind the
Yes, we were behind in 2010, and we're leading the system now.
Okay. Vice Chair Resborough.
A follow-up question.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you, as president, and your board of trustees, know that the data you're provided is the right data to get to the root of the problem? You know, because everybody is human nature. You get defensive of your areas. You don't want to show the bad. So, and you think you're getting the right data, and then the results still don't come. How do you control that?
Well, in my family, we play a game in the holidays called Fact or Crap. Have you heard that game? And that's one of the things that that came to my mind. I'll get there in a minute. The reason why you have a president, and the reason why you have vice presidents, and the reason why, and I don't know if this is in our an Office of Institutional Research, is so that you can expect that you're given legitimate information, relevant, best practice information. You should expect your president and all your executive officers to be at the top of their profession. 3 weeks ago, I was just elected to serve on the board of the Association for American State Colleges and Universities. I'm giving an institute, I'm leading an institute in March of one of the leading student affairs organizations to help people become really good vice presidents of student affairs. I'm not bragging, I'm just giving you some evidence briefly of how I try to be at the top of my game, so I can explain to you as a board member, is this fact or crap? I mean, is this really relevant information that we should base policy on, that we should spend money on? It's about having people who show that they're keeping current, that they're engaged, they either do research or know it in their areas of expertise, they read about it, they're honing their critical skills. The other way you hedge against bad information is by teams of people looking at it and vetting it, and then also testing it against, again, in this case, let's say freshman retention, freshman to sophomore retention. So I think it's being very rigorous with the data. I apologize for my colloquialisms, but hopefully I'm making my point. And sometimes you do, the hardest thing to know is what is data. There's an old thing in stats, what's causation and what's correlation. And oftentimes behavior, we're not, like chemicals. You can't really know causation. You can know correlation. You can know, well, if we do intrusive advising with this data analytics, we see an increase. Did it cause it? It occurred at the same time. And so you kind of tease these things out and test and retest. That's the key here. And that as you make policies, I'm a stickler on evidence-based decision-making. Again, within understanding culture and strategy. I'm sorry, the fellow who said, Drucker, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So I learned, I used to just be all about the data. Oh, I have these numbers, so I have the answer. You have to understand them in the culture that you're trying to achieve in. So something that works at my current institution may be a disaster at FGCU. But it is a lot of hard work. I also think a president should try to set a tone of people telling the truth. That, and I think if you try data you think is right and you make decisions, and as soon as you think it's failing, people should have the confidence to know it's okay to say we're failing and you won't be punished. And I have no idea that that's here, but you asked the question about data. A board does rely on a president, and that's probably the biggest trust, whether it's audited financials, which I presented last night to the trustees at Clarion. There's a trust issue, whether it's audited financials, operation audits, or the latest information on the retention. It's all the same thing.
I want to follow up real quick, not to intervene with everybody, but I want to go back to Dr. Isern's question, because I still want to know more about shared governance.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't clear on your view, and I go back to my academic days, and then I think about the faculty, and I know that's a big topic, but I didn't leave warm and fuzzy from I wasn't sure I understood your view on shared governance, and I don't know, Sharon, where you were, but I'd like to know a little bit more about what you think about the shared governance model, because at FGCU, it is a big part of the culture of this university and how we make decisions, so I'd like to hear you talk more about that.
I apologize for not being, if I was
No,
not
you
clear.
were, but I didn't get to where I was totally comfortable. Or I'm doing this because I know the faculty, this is something that's important, so
Well,
I want to make sure you get the opportunity to
absolutely.
discuss that.
No, let me be very clear. You know, being a CEO of a university, you're actually chief engagement officer. And it's constituencies, multiple constituencies. In this case, to governance, you're talking faculty, students, alumni, and depending on, and I believe it's this case, in faculty, there's also a union. Is there a union for other groups beyond faculty? Okay, that's what I thought, okay. These are all roles that have been formalized into the organizational culture of FGCU. They're known. As president, it is extremely important, again, and in some of these, I know the union, it's by legal contract, all of the constituents may actually have by statute or by board policy very specific ways and expectations for engagement. So I start there of what we got to do. And as president, I want to make sure you absolutely, fully meet the spirit and intent of that and more. Give you an example. The strike that we had lasted Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Gave a little cooling off period till about midday on Saturday. I emailed the president of the faculty union. It was tough. It was very emotional. And I said, in our recovery plan, I knew this, I want to reach out to you. How are you doing? I mean, we're friends. We know each other. We've worked together for years. I said, can I invite you over to my home with you and your leadership and me and my leadership, and can we begin to find this new way to work together? That's governance too. So governance is about all the formal things, about engaging people in all the prescribed and expected ways of task force committees, assemblies, and such. And it's also the commitment of knowing when to reach out so that we can work together and find a way forward. Was
Perfect.
that
Yeah, that's fine.
illustrative?
Yeah, that's good.
But I think, there are classic battles between faculty and presidents. That's why I'm very upfront. I guarantee engagement. I can't guarantee satisfaction. I can't guarantee that as president that everybody will be happy. We may have a decision that is a tough one, and some people will be happy, but what I can guarantee is involvement and being listened to, and everything everyone has to say to be considered. I think that's the spirit of governance.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Call.
Wonderful. I'm going to maybe combine a couple of questions, but all of it around community, and since I'm the chair of the foundation, around fundraising and that type of thing. So I think my question would be, we've reached a level in fundraising. We know we have to continue that. How do you, and as a president, you do this. So I think more specifically is, what have you done in your current position to engage the communities as well as donors, and how do you go about fundraising? And
Sure. Well, I mean, there is, and you know better than I, there's an art and science to fundraising. I've worked for decades to verse myself in the science at different levels, whether a dean, vice president, or president. The art of it, I believe, gets down to a couple of key things. One is relationships, friend raising, authenticity. As a president, giving a clear message about the kinds of things that we're working on, that philanthropy could be critical to the success and future of the institution. We're in the middle of a campaign. We're about 60% through, and we'll hit the campaign. It's going well. I mean, it's a small campaign, but for who we are and where we're going, it's what we knew we could achieve. So I'm used to annual ongoing efforts and campaign efforts. So there is the whole individual, corporate, and foundation fundraising. Also, you know, there's Beyond Your World, I believe it'd be Beyond Your World, there's contracts and sponsored programs as external funding. There's private-public partnerships. And there's also commercializing intellectual property of our students and our faculty, alumni, and students. So the world of fundraising, acquiring of funds, has become very complex. And depending on the institution, there are many roads one could go down, although all of them must be done thoughtfully. There's also, so I think, and I can answer any specific questions, I have no problem standing across the table and either my general style, but again, I would have to fit it with what is successful here. Again, I'm results oriented. What works here? Like your Give Day. I want to know all about Give Day. Okay? I read about that. I said that was cool. But, you know, generally speaking, a president might, with a major donor, it helps with the initial contact to really cement how important that person and their interests are to the institution. And then they come in and work with the end part on moving, you know, working with and thanking and developing the person, if there's an infrastructure for what I'll call the important middle stuff. You know, but again, it depends on what has been successful here. It depends on the role of the foundation. Also, what I couldn't tell was the fundraising infrastructure outside of the foundation, if there is any. I'm afraid I couldn't understand that. So there's a lot of variables there that would guide me. I think what I can tell you is I have no problem in being a champion, because the president should be the first cheerleader of being very upfront about how fundraising and external funding can make the difference, and then putting in quite a bit of time to being part of that machinery, quite a bit of time. Of course, I call it friend-raising and fundraising. I also consider the advocacy and lobbying in Tallahassee to be part of friend-raising and fundraising, because for most universities, really still the greatest revenue source is every successful student and the tuition and fees that they bring in. Does that help? Yes. Okay, thanks.
Don't make me call on you.
I have a
Hey,
question.
thank you, Dr. Allen, for volunteering
I see
at
him
the
looking
late
at me,
hour.
and I know it's coming. So.
You have no respect, do you, sir?
The next president will join FGCU after it has finalized its strategic plan. Can you describe your experience with either leading a strategic plan, implementing the plan, and using the plan as a decision tool?
Sure. Now, what I thought, if I read that right, but feel free to correct me, because, you know, I often can miss things. You've already determined the mission, vision, and the 4 pillars. Has the entire plan been completed in terms of actions and tasks and timelines?
Well, so the plan has been completed. The administration is working with the deans to get a implementation
Okay.
plan or an operational
Okay,
plan
that's
for it.
fine.
So it's been approved by the Board of Trustees, but we're kind of in that phase of the administration now working it through down to the colleges.
Okay. Well, first of all, from what I've seen in the vision, mission, and the pillars, I wouldn't be here if I didn't see myself leading them. I'd be wasting your time and mine. That's why I didn't know about so I don't know about the rest of it. Although my view on planning to be successful, it's a plan, which means as you go and as we succeed, you learn from that and should update it. As you fail, you should, or disappointed, you should adjust. And so it's a dynamic plan, in my view of planning. In fact, the worst thing is the plan that is so steadfast that it ends up being put in a notebook on your shelf and you don't ever look at it until you have to make the next plan, which that's happened before in my life previously. Probably never to anybody here. So it's a dynamic document. It's one that's looked at regularly. I actually keep the abbreviated version on my desk, and I report on progress at every trustee meeting on key elements. The idea it has to be part of daily living for a lot of people and monitoring, or it gets old and it's an artifact. Does that make? Now, I think particularly given our earlier conversation about key performance indicators and performance funding, the plan becomes excruciatingly important, I would think, because, you know, if you're going to hit those performance indicators, you got to have a plan. And it would probably be wise just to have one plan, not lots of plans. Am I hitting,
Yep.
is there anything else you'd like me to answer on
that-
that?
you did
Okay.
great. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
I think what I'm gonna do, because we're within 2 minutes of when I would have normally flipped it around and let you ask us questions, I'm gonna go ahead and thank you for responding to our questions, but now we're gonna give you the floor to begin asking us questions, and you're gonna get 2 more minutes than what we had planned, but
Okay.
I think I'm getting the sense you have lots of questions for us, so I think I wanna give you the opportunity to ask what you wanna know from us.
Well, I always bring more than I need, because I never know where we're going to go. And I have a fun one, and I'd like it. Look, you guys, it's Friday afternoon. You've worked really hard. I want to have enough time to end on a fun question.
If you tell us you're a genie like the last one, and you ask our student government president what he wants, if he could have anything and he doesn't say beer after 5, he's done.
I won't ask a genie or a tree question,
Okay.
so, okay. I want to talk about academics, because I think that's the core of why we exist. So my question is, what is academics, what is, in your opinion, what does FGCU do best academically? From your, I mean, I've read stuff, but I want to hear it from you guys.
Dr. Isern, could you, from a faculty perspective, I'm gonna let a couple of people, Karen, answer the question to give you different perspectives.
Thank you.
So I'll start with Dr. Isern. Or would you like me to go to Dr. Allen, because he doesn't want to do
She's all good.
All right, so I'm in the College of Arts and Sciences. I'd like to say arts and sciences and humanity. I mean, I don't know how you mean, like, if you could maybe rephrase the question or focus it in some way that I could, because I'm biased, right?
Well, no, I purposefully try to use very large language. I mean, to not lead the question. You know, for example, again, I'm nosy. I've already met 2 of your students here since I hit ground this morning at 9:35. I met Ashley, who works at the Marriott, and she's studying in, not surprisingly, the hotel and resort management degree. And then I met Marina because I went to the steak and seafood place, Connors?
Connors, yes.
Connors, and she was my server. And she is undecided. And so, but I can tell you, I said, so what do you like best about your academic experience at FGCU? First thing they said, faculty are gonna like this, not surprising, I love my faculty. Okay, but I was pushy. What do you love about them? I wasn't going to let that go. They know my name. They care about me. They've given me the attention I needed to be successful. Okay, what you all don't know is that is not everywhere. That's a lot of places, but that is not everywhere. Both of them said that. And so that's what I learned with that question about, from their perspective, about what do they do. 2 different women, bright, capable. I'll be curious to see where they go in life. But that was their story when I asked about that. This idea of doing best gets back to performance. So that's why I asked the question, what do we do best? You could go back and say, well, academically, what's FGCU most noted for or known for regionally? But I really didn't want to lead you, but I just did.
Okay, fair enough. I think a lot of what we do well is what we do beyond the classroom. So
Okay.
we take our students, we give them a rigorous curriculum, and they succeed in our coursework. But I think that what we're doing very well in is how we prepare them for their next levels. So for example, in my experience, I both teach and run a research laboratory. I have many students that go through my research laboratory, and they end up getting placed in graduating from good vet schools, med schools, PhD programs, PA programs, and so I feel like I'm preparing them for the next step. So they go to their graduate places or professional schools, and a lot of people still don't know about FGCU, but when our students finish and they're top ranked and they're first in their class of medical school, you know, they take a second look at FGCU. So I think our alum and how we prepare them, I think that's one of the things that our faculty can offer beyond the classroom.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Dean Gregerson.
Yeah, about all I'll do is concur with what Dr. Eisner said. I think one of the hallmarks of this institution are those intimate faculty-student interactions. Sharon talked about sort of in addition to what happens in the classroom, but I want to talk also about what does happen in the classroom and teaching laboratory and that sort of thing. We don't have amphitheater seating style classrooms. We have an awful lot of emphasis on active learning, teaching types of approaches, and I think students appreciate that and learn more deeply because of that. So this is a self-selecting group, the faculty who come here, and we could parade lots more in front of you, come here for a reason. They want a balance between scholarship and teaching is important to them. And again, that's a cliche. A lot of places say that sort of thing, but I've seen it lived out here very effectively.
Thank you.
Next question.
Okay. Well, you mentioned research, and I think one aspect of going to emerging preeminent status, or some metrics are around research productivity, if I read the material correctly. What impact has, or do you hope faculty research would have on students and the community? That I apologize if that's obvious, but I just needed to hear it. I mean, I've read stuff, but I'd like to hear it from anyone here.
Can I keep the mic?
Dean Gregerson.
Yeah. Well, all of our faculty, we do have a set of faculty called instructors who are much less engaged in scholarship, but the majority of our faculty are what we call ranked faculty who do have scholarly requirements for promotion and take that very seriously. Most of them are working elbow to elbow with students. Mm-hmm. So when their scholarship involves students, and that happens in art, theater, the sciences, the social sciences, humanities, across the board. So there's an awful lot of that. What I think is really at the top of the high-impact practice pyramid is engaged scholarship. We also have community-engaged scholarship, where people are in the community. You directed part of your question towards that, of active engagement with the community and scholarly efforts.
In terms of the research, I was trying to say, is there a general sense or mission on research overall, or is it more by discipline or individual? For example, is there an ethos of applied research, or is it basic research, or is it just, is there a mixture there, as in terms of personality? Yes. Okay. I couldn't read it in the materials I had before, so I was just curious, because is the teaching load a 4-4?
4-4 for well, it's an effective 4-4, but faculty get a course release both semesters.
Okay.
Ranked faculty, so it's a 3-3 standard load.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I need to stop because, again, these are threads, and I start looking at things, and a lot of times you have to understand, if you want to achieve certain things, you have to have an overall environment to do that. So things connect to other things, so thank you very much. That was very helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's your time. You can ask whatever you wish.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Wow. Well, okay, I want to talk football.
No, so we'll go ahead and change the subject.
Okay, you said, okay. Okay, no, I mean.
So really, we can change the subject. Next question.
Yes, sir, okay, no problem, I get that.
No, I'm teasing. We can talk about it, but it's kind of a path to nowhere.
Okay, there was a study done. Is there a sense that it's been studied, but it's been stopped at the moment for lack of funds or a plan? Or is it I guess my question, is it an expectation to come into the next president's presidency?
Well, no.
Okay. Okay, I was just, the correct
answer is, at the time they did the study, that was $100 million.
114 million.
114, so in real dollars today, that's 130 without a stadium.
Yeah.
I'm sure that some of my colleagues from the business community are about ready to give the money to build the stadium, right? Mr. Winton, GM Stadium of Estero Bay Chevrolet.
Estero Chevrolet
Okay.
Stadium.
But football is, I would say today at least, is a non-starter. I think the distraction to our other athletics, and a lot of that cost would be equity issues, and so.
There was a lot of stir on it. I just kind of wanted to get an early sense. I was going to have
We made it to the last two of you before football came up, and I appreciate that, because I'm sure we'll get phone calls in a little bit, but Vice Chair Rebsdorf is going to handle all those calls, just to be clear with everybody in the media.
There you go. Well, it's I apologize, but I was just curious.
Fine.
Yeah.
It's your time. You can
No,
ask.
thank you very much. Achieving emerging preeminent status, that's the fourth pillar. Is there any other insight? Because the elegance of that is it can be a pathway for the future. I mean, the elegance and I could see that. The key for me, though, is to what extent do the faculty believe in that? I've got to be honest with you about it. Do the faculty believe in it? How is that compatible with other priorities? and the culture and history. I think it's achievable. I put that in my cover letter to you because I was looking at metrics and numbers, and when I looked at other institutions, I could see the pathway. But I think the idea of how ambitious, how fast on the change, how fast on the development, those are very complex mixtures there. So I believe it's attainable, but the key is to what extent do all the constituencies one could imagine would desire it and be willing to work toward that end.
So lucky for you, I'm the one that pressed this issue the hardest. My vice chair she and I have had numerous conversations during meetings about this topic. So I'm going to give you my view, and if she wishes to give her view, we will gladly let her. So here's
Very well together.
yeah, no, we do, the yin and yang. So at the end of the day, the reason I pressed that was because if you look at that, what it takes to become emerging preeminent, most of the top line items are the exact same thing that we should be trying to work on for the performance-based funding metrics. So from my perspective, and the Board of Governors, the chair and the vice chair came down and talked to us about this, and I made the point to them, so if I double my research dollars, is that a bad thing? And they had to admit, no, it is not. We're not going to become emerging preeminent anytime soon.
Okay.
Maybe my grandkids will come here, and maybe that'll be the case. But it is important to note that a preeminent or emerging preeminent university gets a lot more money than the standard line university. So if you took away the emerging preeminent word, anything you look in there only adds to what the faculty and others should want to do. So there was a big miscommunication that we really thought in 5 years we would be there, and the Board of Trustees has no thought that that's going to happen. What I would say, though, is that if you doubled your research dollars, and we got a student in that had a higher ACT, SAT, or GPA, if we had higher retention rates, if we got national merit scholars, if we got patents going, even if it's one, it's more than we get today. So at the end of the day, anything in that list, and my point in doing this was, you have to have an aspirational goal as any organization, whether that's in higher ed or other business lines. And so this was, from my perspective, and I believe other trustees, we thought this was a great aspirational goal. It falls in line with what ultimately we have to do for performance-based funding. And my point in this has been, if FIU, FAU, or UCF or USF had looked at this at age 20, would they have gotten there faster? And even if they wouldn't have, would they have gotten, in the case of FIU and FAU, because they are not emerging preeminent, but would they have been farther along than they are today? So I believe having an aspirational goal that isn't a deterrent from everything else you should be focusing on is a positive win.
Okay.
I also think there's a great selling point. If you look at the money we raised that Mr. Call and his group have worked diligently at, one of the things we're going to have to do is we have to start figuring out how to fund programs. We get lots of scholarship money and things like that, but if we're going to do things on entrepreneurship or renewable energy or these other items, we're going to have to get industry-driven dollars to fund those programs. So having this out there with research opportunities, there are companies that would gladly give money but want something in return. So research dollars and having that as something we're moving towards is in my opinion, is helpful across the board. It also builds a brand. We could go on and on. So I'm not sure how the faculty feels about it. I know there was some concern, but I think some of that is just there needs to be a better explanation, and that would be helpful as to why this is the case, or why we have thought as a board. But at the end of the day, if you look at it, we're not saying we're going to be emerging preeminent in 5 years, but we are saying let's keep our eye on the ball and where we're going. By the time we get there, emerging preeminent won't be the word anymore, by the way. Maybe funded totally different, but it's just today that's the buzzword, and so that's what we did.
Well, just to let you know, from a leadership standpoint, you've articulated very well a real set of important ideals from trusteeship, from a stewardship standpoint. The president's interesting job is to take that mindset, perspective, culture, and translate and build a bridge with the faculty and also the staff. And so that there's an understanding, try to develop that common understanding of where we're going versus this. which is conflict is wasteful, and it gets in the way, and it's really just sidetracks. So that's, I think, to me, a lot of what a good president is, and I try to be one, is understanding cultures and being able to translate across cultures. And then the real good day is when you can bring people together so there can be a common understanding of where we're going forward and why. And that maybe under trusteeship, you might understand maybe the angst or concerns of faculty and a dean here or there. But then again, you're hearing their perspective, and then the president is a broker. That's my preferred leadership style, because a president all by herself is not going to do what you just said. It's a team sport, and it will require the willingness, if not, I would prefer the heart and soul and belief of a critical mass of the faculty to be successful and to have some fun. I mean, that's good. Fun is good. And so, so I don't, this is interesting. So really, what I might take the perspective is, it's not a matter of if, but when, and what's our trajectory going forward. Would that be fair?
That is perfect.
Okay. Rarely said to me.
And I would say, and I don't know, I would ask the faculty, but I don't perceive there's not a lot of friction. I think there's some understanding issues and those things, and a question of how do we do this with limited space for labs and
How do we get
time,
there?
and they're already teaching full loads, and
Right.
we don't, and we have this funding
Sure.
source, and so I'd let you guys respond, but to me, that's my sense.
I guess just with regards to the achieving the preeminent status, it's lofty, and we're going to need more resources to get there, particular in STEM fields. As Dr. Smith said, we're busting out, we're running out of space. We are already out of space. We have more students now than we can handle, and so we just need to be able to increase our infrastructure so that we can take care of the students that we have, and then be able to add that eminence to it and pockets of excellence. I think that's going to require additional, for the sciences, laboratory space, equipment, access to, so things that matter as far, and in addition to be able to bring in the funding, time to write the grants, a reasonable buyout rate if you do get funded so that you can get some teaching release. And so, there's a lot of conversations that need to happen to double that research dollar amount that we currently have. There's things that can be done to improve that.
I mean, the fun question here is, what would it take to? What would it take to achieve emerging preeminent status? That would be a great retreat. I mean, can you imagine?
We could have a conversation about that.
Oh, my gosh. And so it's not because truly, I don't know why you would say we wouldn't do it. It's like, well, what would it take? And you step back and create the space. That's what presidents are good for. I have students ask me, someone asked, what's a president good for? And I had to think about the answer to that. But really, it's creating the space and creating the pathways, knowing who to bring in to facilitate worthwhile discussions so that there's a common understanding going forward. That would be a good day.
Outstanding. So we have reached the end of our time. I've really enjoyed talking to you. Your energy
Thanks,
is
Ken.
wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
And on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for coming all the way down here and visiting with us
Well,
today.
I appreciate your service. I've served on several of these committees, and I know what Friday afternoon feels like. And I don't know if we're going to talk again. I'd love to talk again, because actually you've increased my interest because of where we've been going and the kind of information we've been talking about. But at least I hope I've entertained you, because you deserve that on a Friday afternoon. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're going to stand in recess for about 10 minutes, and then we're going to need to get back and let's get down to work so we can maybe get...
Nice meeting you. Good luck on that was impressive.